Thank you. Go ahead and have your seat. Take your seats. Okay, well, welcome everyone to the 2019 Sedona Fire Board's annual workshop. Is that him now? Coming in?
Here he is.
There he is. Perfect timing.
I apologize to all of you.
That's okay. We just started. Thank you, Bill. And we've got a couple things going on today. We'll be talking about everything from legal to financial to status of the district by various speakers. I do want to mention that on our agenda, what is missing from the agenda is the call to public. This is a training session, so there will not be a call to public, although it is an open meeting, and more than welcome to attend. We would just not have that interaction between. Our objectives for today are to provide the board with education sessions and updates on finance, operations, and administration. Also to provide the board with the necessary background to help frame future discussions and policy decisions. And lastly, to assist the board in understanding the correlation of these factors and decisions, their impact on the general fund, the members, the community, and our stakeholders. So with that said, I would like to begin with a big thank you to the chief and your staff and everyone else who took the time to put this together for us. Bill's our first speaker to talk about the legal matters, and with that said, Bill, it's all yours.
Thanks, folks. You have in front of you a handout. You may remember last year we did this. This is the materials you have in front of you is a little bit of a different spin. So I recommend you follow it in today's handout rather than last year. If you look, and I'm going to walk you through what's in this first so we know what's here, and then we'll go through the detail. I just want you to know where we're headed so you don't feel like you need to be shuffling too much before we get there. If you look at the table of contents, item number 1 is fire district law. Those are your duties, both mandated and permissive. Items 2 through 5 is the open meeting law. Open meeting law dominates the conversation a little bit because it's frankly where you see most of the problems. Also, item number 11 discusses some of the new changes in the open meeting law. Oh, thank you. Do I need this?
Yep.
Okay.
Only for the recording.
Ah, I get it. Okay. And then items 6 and 7 deal with conflicts of interest. It doesn't happen as often as open meeting law concerns, but almost all conflicts of interest bring with it some potential for criminal citations. 8 are the rules of procedure that you guys have adopted. I noticed when I was putting this together, the latest and greatest version is 2015. That surprised me. I thought you had adopted a cleaned up version more recently than that, but that seems to be it. 10 and 10A and B are the criminal statutes. We're not going to spend a lot of time on them. It's the sexy stuff. The good news is very few people actually go to jail for being volunteer fire board members. There have been a few issues over the years around the state. There's probably, I've been doing this 30 years, I suppose 5 or 6 fire chiefs or board members have gotten entangled in issues that have taken them to jail or gotten them close. And 11 then is the new open meeting law changes and a couple of recommendations for you. So that's where we're headed today. We're going to move through it pretty quickly. I'm going to try to get through this in about 45 minutes. Please interrupt me with any questions. Some of this material we cover it after, of course, in the lecture process, but this is a little more germane to what you guys experience individually, and I'm hoping because we have a smaller group and a face-to-face that we can touch on issues that are relevant to you as Sedona board members. With that in mind, let's go to divider number 1. That's the fire district law summary, and I've broken this into 2 spots. One is what you must do, and the other is what you may do. the shalls, if you will take us through 1 through 33 on the list. This is the stuff you have to do whether you like it or not. Some of it's pretty mundane. It's the easy stuff. Number 1, you have to take an oath of office. Presumably you have all done this. You have to sign your oath of office. Actually, the law doesn't require that you do the ceremonial thing that we always do. The only thing required by law is you sign your oath of office. The ceremonial thing is just that, it's ceremonial. You also now have to review the open meeting law at least one day before you're seated. There's an interesting body of law that was built around forgiveness. It so often occurs that board members of elected bodies, not necessarily just fire, but in general, screw this up and forget to do it. Now there's a body of common law that says you're forgiven if you didn't mean it, and it turns out 6 months down the road somebody figures out that they forgot to take their oath of office or do the open meeting law training. There's a de facto rule that says whatever you voted on will still be valid, and so it doesn't invalidate things like budget adoption.
But would that be voidable still? Like,
No, it's not an open meeting law issue. Voidable is specifically something that's recognized under the open meeting law. You know, the statutory law varies between strict compliance and substantial compliance, and it's all over the board depending on what the statute is. There are some things that you must strictly comply with, largely in the election arena. There are some things that you only must substantially comply with. Open meeting law is one of those. So it's nice to know, it's comforting to know, since you get paid so much for this job, and it is a fairly complex job. It's nice to know that if you make a mistake, there's a set of rules in place to rescue you, and that is one of those rules. Item number 3 and is fairly new. Says now you have to be a member of the district for at least a year before you're elected. Notably, the statute didn't speak to the issue of appointment. It has not yet been resolved yet. Certainly the case is you cannot run for election unless you've been in the district for a year. It's not so obvious you can't be appointed. Going down the list, paragraph number 6, you have probably seen before in your tenure here from time to time. If there's a vacancy on the board, you have 90 days to fill it. If you don't do it, the Board of Supervisors will do it in 60. I'm involved in one now where there's a tie, there's a vacancy, and it's a 2-2 tie on filling it because there's a little mini war going on amongst board members. They don't get it done in 90 days, it'll be taken out of their hands and the Board of Supervisors will appoint somebody. Number 10 has to do with joint powers. They can meet, now if you're a member of a joint power, you are not. You are a district. But a joint power now, the members can meet every 90 days instead of every month. Right now, you're bound to meet every month. That is unique to fire. That's not true for all special taxing districts, but it is for fire. 12 talks about fingerprints. 13, we start getting into budgets and those requirements. I'm not going to drill into those in great detail because I think you're going to do some of that, aren't you, today?
Not so much of the budget statutes, but actually I will. Yeah, I'll cover some of that.
Yeah. It's worth noting what those rules are, starting on paragraph 13. It talks about adoption of a budget summary, and that has to be posted and put on your website. For 60 months, it has to sit out there on your website so that the public can review it. Starting with item 16, it talks about what has to be in every budget that you adopt. There's certifications that are required, and you have to do projections for the next 2 years. That came out of some problems that occurred in the state of Arizona, down in southern Arizona, where the job just wasn't getting done. And as you may know now, if either because you've been to the conferences or hearing anecdotally, there are a lot of districts now that are right on the edge. They've maxed out completely, and because of that, there is a new expertise required, both at the staff level and the board level, for understanding budgets. This statute's intended to force both staff and the board to look forward just a little bit so you're not surprised by the fact you just went bankrupt and have to be rescued. There are some counties where the Board of Supervisors is just sick and tired of trying to rescue these small taxing districts. And so this statute's intended to try to give everybody a warning that things are coming. 18 is one of those. If you don't make your budget, then you're obliged to study merger, consolidation, or a JPA. And that has happened several times now around the state. 19 starts the conversation about board appointments, the conflict of interest. You may not be married to an employee of the district. One of you has to go away. If you were to get married to somebody with the district,
Is this new?
well, yeah, it's now a few years old, but relatively new. You can still have a family member that works for the district. You just can't vote on anything that affects them. But you cannot be married to somebody that works for the district. That's where they decided to draw the line, and that came out of southern Arizona. They had some board members who were, in fact, they had married people on the board. So basically, it became a family affair. And that can, there are small districts around here. There's a bunch of 160 districts in the state of Arizona. It won't surprise us to find out that there are several that cannot find enough board members to sit on the board, and they're just getting anybody they can. And so somebody twists their spouse's arm and join me on the board, and a few years later they're doing a terrible job. And so, or even if they weren't doing a terrible job, the legislature gets nervous about it, and so they adopted these rules to prevent it. Starting on 20, it talks about once again, the employee and spouse can't serve on the board. 21, you have to reconcile all balance sheets. 22, produce monthly financial reports. 23, produce cash flow projections. You guys are lucky that you have excellent staff and you have Gabe here. You get good information every month. Some districts are in the dark, but you are not. Both a strong level of sophistication at the board level. I represent an awful lot of districts and have for 30 years. You're one of the best and have been for many years.
I bet you say that to all the boards.
No, I don't. I know when to keep my mouth shut. And, where are we? 25 is the annual report.
I'm throwing for a loop.
26 is the audit financial review requirements. There are some districts that are only required to have reviews and some districts that are required to have audits. It depends on the size of their budgets.
Bill, if I could interject real quick. When we get to the holidays, for example, and oftentimes we'll move a meeting up or move a meeting back, and it does not meet the 30-day reporting period thing. I mean, we know what's coming. We know what's prepared or will be. Are we technically in a violation when that happens, or a district?
Technically, remember we talked about the strict compliance, substantial compliance rules? Substantial compliance applies to that rule. So when you miss it, you just get it next month.
Yeah.
And so far, there's been no one prosecuted for that. The remedy for that is what they call mandamus. If a taxpayer thinks you're not doing their job, they can come after you in court under a mandamus action. It's a special action. And they can force a governmental entity to do their job, in effect.
Okay.
They also get their attorney's fees and costs from you when they do it. So the penalty, besides being embarrassed, is that it costs you some money. And you can be removed from office if it's flagrant. There's also a rule of law that says if you fail to do your job, and it's intentional, intent is required under the criminal statutes. If it's intentional, it's a Class 2 misdemeanor.
And that's mandamus.
A mandamus is a civil action
Okay.
brought to force governmental entities to do their job. Those, as an example, if you fail to adopt your budget, I'm assuming a taxpayer would come after you for that and sue you in mandamus to get it done.
It appears to be though that it's 30 days, when there's 31 days in certain months. You said that
Yes. Yeah.
every other 30 days in certain months, you get the same day.
Yeah, and there you go. That's a function of the legislature adopting a statute, not thinking about the subtleties of it. Yeah. And if that's the worst thing that happens to us, we'll be in okay shape. Yeah. 26 was the audit review issue we just talked about. 27 requires the auditor show up either in person or telephonically. This came out of the Sholo case. There, the financial clerk, financial office manager faked the audits, actually generated an audit, generated the name on the audit and submitted to the board. It used to be you just got a written audit was submitted to the board and you approved it. And they approved several, and they just all happened to be pretend. And so this statute was adopted to force somebody to actually show. So you look them in the eye and go, oh, we have an auditor, and here it is. They changed the statute to allow it by phone because there was some pushback about paying the auditor to drive all over the state and show up. 29 talks about accounts. You can now keep some money. The county is obliged to hold your funds and invest those funds in a very restrictive way. You don't make a lot of money on it. Because of that, the investments are supposed to be very safe, and for that reason, the safer you get, the less money you tend to make. But for many years, fire districts inappropriately have had these accounts floating around out in space where they were writing checks, and county knew nothing about it. Eventually, the county started to figure out that there's an awful lot of special taxing districts that have some money that the county didn't know anything about. And so they decided to do something about that. They got some pushback, and now this statute says, look, there are some accounts you can have outside the control of the county, primarily for payment of salaries and compensation, things like that, grants. 30 is the thing that drags you over to Laughlin and around the state for these mandatory training requirements. I have started to see, I'm impressed with this. When the statute was passed, I was kind of thought one more piece of bureaucracy that taxpayers don't need. But in fact, it has upped the game of fire boards and fire chiefs, and they are now more sophisticated than they have ever been. I'm starting to actually bump into fire district board members know what they're talking about in a good way. And it's because of this 6-hour training requirement that you guys get every year in Laughlin or Phoenix each year. So that's kind of a summary of what you have to do. You have no choice in the matter. Now, there's a body of law that says you're only entitled to do those things that are permitted by statute or necessarily implied. The necessarily implied language is a little weird because it can go all over the place. And that has been the focus of some litigation over the years because people are doing things and getting sued for it. It wasn't too many years back that a fire district started providing services outside of its jurisdictional boundaries and got sued for it because it wasn't statutorily obvious that they could do it. And the argument was, well, it's necessarily implied. And that body of law then has encouraged this body of law to get longer, the list get longer, so to speak. So now there's actual a specific statutory provision that says you can do business outside your jurisdictional boundaries. There's one here that says you can change the name of a fire district. All of that was put in there because people couldn't quite be sure whether or not it was necessarily implied, the power. So now to get down to what fire districts may do. By the way, when a board member runs into liability, they typically is because they're acting outside the scope of their authority. Arizona law has some excellent statutes that protect you from your own mistakes. You have immunity or limited immunity for most things you do, as long as you're acting within the scope of your authority. If you're acting outside the scope of your authority, it's a whole nother ball game. And one of the worst things that happens is the insurance company decides not to provide you coverage. They'll give you what's called a reservation of rights letter that says, okay, maybe we'll defend you, but if a judgment's taken against you, we won't indemnify. And that's kind of scary for a board member who's not getting paid squat to do their job. So the question you should always ask yourself is the thing I'm about to vote on within the scope of my authority? You don't have to be right. You can vote wrong. You can be silly about it. You can bankrupt the district if you think you have to, but it has to be within the scope of your authority. And if it is, you're in good shape. Legally, you've acted within the scope, and your insurance policy won't abandon you. If you're acting outside the scope of your authority, all bets are off. Now, there are some board members who actually buy umbrella insurance under their homeowner's policy because it protects them for tortious misconduct above and beyond the typical slip and falls. And so I'm not telling you to go do it, but I'm suggesting, since you don't get paid very much for this job, those kind of investments will give you some comfort level. Fire districts may, on page 3, we'll blow through this pretty quickly now that you get a sense, a flavor of what it is you guys are obliged to do. You can employ personnel to provide fire protection. Shocker, why would they put that in the statute? This has to do with that necessarily implied stuff I talked before. The legislature started getting nervous about, hey, where's our specific authority to do this? And oh, by the way, what if we don't want to? Do you have to hire firefighters? You know, most municipal corporations, cities, towns, are obliged to hire police officers. That's not true for fire, and so this statute's intended to let you know you don't have to. You can contract with somebody instead of hire somebody. 2, you can acquire apparatus, equipment, vehicles, land. 3, you can finance it. Your ability to finance is limited. There are some special taxing districts that can borrow money from the bank. You can't. You have to do certain things in order to borrow money, i.e. bonds, lease purchases, non-appropriation requirements, stuff like that. 4, fire code. You can have a fire code. You can change a fire code. You can share a fire code. 6, you can contract for fire protection. 6, you can contract to provide fire protection. You don't have to. You can annex if you want instead of doing it by contract. But if you annex and it's inside a city or town, you have to get their permission. 7, you can hire a CPA. 8, you can hire a lawyer. That's the best part of that statute.
But it is under may.
Yeah, it is, man. That's true. Yeah. It's only a matter of what kind of risk you want to run. 9, you can accept gifts. 10, pay dues. 10 is a good example of AFTA was not sure whether the district could actually pay to let you guys attend these conferences, so we put it into the statute to make it clear. And that has to do with that necessarily implied language not being particularly clear. 12, you can change the name of a fire district.
What's a super majority?
It has to be more than a mere majority.
So like 4 out of 5?
Yes. That's an odd thing in the statute. I don't know how that got in there. John Flynn probably knows. Should ask him someday. I think he actually helped put that language together. Probably it was my guess is it was a compromise. The statute probably started out just with you can change the name, and the sponsoring, the legislator was getting some pressure from somebody and decided to put supermajority to keep somebody happy. And off it went. 13 fingerprints, 16 IGAs. You have dozens of them here at Sedona, and every district does. Reimburse for expenses, actual expenses. You don't get per diem as a board member. You get actual out-of-pockets. Yeah, you got to be careful about this. You're not entitled to go to Laughlin and watch porn or drink liquor. That has to be on your own nickel, right? Amend your budget. You can now amend the budget, and the statute says specifies how you do that. 17 is the warrant statute. It talks a little bit about how warrants are issued to cover your expenses. 18 is that separate account language I talked about. So that is the shalls and mays of the world. There's not a bunch of them. Yes.
Yeah, I have a question on that. Under the mays, number 1, the word volunteers doesn't appear. In that we hire employees, paid employees, but we don't assign volunteers on the operations side. Is there?
You could.
We could, because it's not written.
Right. No, well, yeah, that's a good point. Necessarily implied is where you're going to find that authority. Sedona used to be all volunteer.
Right.
And then it went mixed for a while, and of course then went full professional. There are a lot of districts around the state that do volunteers. Volunteers for FLSA purposes is different than volunteers for this statute. FLSA volunteers, you can still get some compensation. You can be a true volunteer and get work comp. Volunteer firefighter retirement is available. There's quite a few benefits. Health, you can provide health insurance to volunteers. So at the end of the day, volunteers actually can have a sizable expense to a district and benefits. Your volunteer system was one of the most sophisticated in Arizona. Though you had a lot of volunteers that were volunteers for you for the health coverage that you provided, which was extraordinary at the time. Many districts have almost true volunteers. All they offer is a stipend, $10 per call, $25 per call, and work comp coverage. Ridiculously cheap and very difficult to keep people well trained because of it.
Well, that was my second half to that is oftentimes we'll go out to install a car seat or replace a battery in a smoke detector for a resident. Utilizing volunteers would seem to fit just right, but then I'm thinking, well, what's the liability if they fall off that ladder or they...
All sorts of liability, but no different than if you had a paid firefighter do it. Your exposure is the same, so you have to have liability coverage for those volunteers, just like you would for your paid professional.
Okay, so then that argument then could be that the reason why we don't have volunteers is because of this expense of the insurances, of the benefits, of the
Sure. Yep.
the other side.
Yeah, and for years, Sedona, I think, took a tack that it was cheaper to run your operation on a volunteer basis, even though the benefits were expensive. It was an interesting conversation to watch Sedona do that shift from all volunteer to paid. I'd love to talk to some of the old guard about that to see if today they still believe that to be the case.
Well, I think there's a group out there that still does.
Yeah, maybe. And there's plenty of small districts that still fight that fight
Yeah.
to try to save the whole volunteer system. You know, back east, it happens on a way more regular basis.
Right.
There's a lot of boroughs on the East Coast that are nothing and have always been volunteers, right?
And still are.
Yeah, and that has led to quite a little bit of corruption, and it's an odd bird back east. You'd know more about this than I, since you used to be in the business. But,
Used to be.
Another, with regard to that section we have here, with regard to volunteers, we think of often as volunteer firefighters.
Mhm.
How about volunteers who volunteer in an administrative role?
It's the same issue in most ways. You have to have insurance coverage. If you're not careful about it, you have to have work comp coverage for them. So it's not cheap. And if you don't do those correctly, it gets a little weird because if you get a true volunteer that gets hurt and you haven't provided work comp coverage, the district could have exposure for life. So you have to make sure that you've either got work comp coverage or a waiver in place. But it's the same issue. If you let me volunteer to provide a food service at one of these events and I do a bad job and I poison everybody in the audience, you're on the hook.
Yeah.
You should have trained me better. You should have gotten my food service certificate upgraded or whatever.
But wouldn't
right?
we require you to carry your own insurance as a
Usually you would.
Okay.
But yet an awful lot of districts have those volunteers that are not under contract. You didn't contract with me. I showed up and handed out bottles of water. And they're going, thank you for doing that, right? And so, yeah, it can get a little weird. Every district does a little bit of that. Some of them live by it. And those people are at huge risk because they don't control it. You control it very carefully, mostly because your administrative staff is so darn good at what they do.
Right. Even within that, Chief, maybe you can answer this, is that we do have selected volunteers within staff or within the administration. Are we in compliance with some of this stuff as far as insurances and coverages and so on and so forth?
Yes, we are. But I think to Bill's point, one of the reasons why we've been really particular, if you will, about what people we bring into those volunteer roles is trying to make sure that for not necessarily not the monetary upfront cost, but the costs and increased risk and exposure, risk to reputation if somebody does something untoward, that we get a significant amount of benefit out of them. And so that's why right now our numbers are small. We're trying to look at other opportunities to do that, but being very careful about making sure that a person has a skill set that we can really add significant value before we assume any of that risk.
But we've got them covered in case they slip and
Yes.
fall on the apparatus floor.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's, yeah, it's nothing I worry about in this organization.
Right, right.
They're just too good here to let that happen. There are some districts that you have no idea who's showing up. You know, it's-
Okay, thank you.
All right, that's the mays and shalls of the world. Item number 2, we'll go over this quickly. Agendas is the next divider. And I've highlighted a piece of that. This is what you're looking at right now is some literature that I pulled out of the Arizona Attorney General's practice handbook. It is what the AG's office lives and dies by when they measure whether or not you're doing your job. And so I copied it here so you can see what they think your job is. But I've highlighted just a piece of it on page 3, 777 is call to the public. There have been many times over the years when people have played around with the statute trying to require that you do call to the public. That is not the case in Arizona right now. It's probably going to happen for cities and towns and counties before it happens to special taxing districts, but right now you're not obliged to have it. All you're obliged to do is let people show up and listen. So the call to the public is your invite for them to participate, and sometimes backfires on you. You know, it get a little noisy sometimes, and that's where the board chairman, frankly, has to, gut up and control the meeting. Not always that easy to do. So this is just a little commentary from the AG's office about how they view the world of call to the public. I've just summarized it for you.
Now, does one have to state, or does the board chair have to state on a call to public that it's optional whether you want to speak at the very beginning when the call is made or at that point in time when an item is agendized?
None of that's required, so it's a function of best practice. I tend to recommend that you put a call to the public at the front end so people can speak their piece and leave, but then also invite the public to speak on a particular agenda item when you get there if they want to wait around for an hour. And it's a matter of courtesy. Don't have to do any of that. There are some districts that put call to the public at the very end, hoping that we've covered it all by the time we get to the end, but my experience has been that it's frustrating for people. They have something to say unrelated to stuff on the agenda. They don't get a chance to do it.
Well, with that in mind, if you see you have an item that has drawn a lot of interest from the public, yet it's item number 4 or 5 or 6, the board can move that item up.
Yes, that's up to the chair,
Right,
unless prohibited by your bylaws, and your bylaws do not prohibit that.
right.
The next item is notice of meetings, and I've highlighted paragraph H on page 2, and I'll read it to you since it's short. Agendas required under this section shall list the specific matters to be discussed, considered, or decided at the meeting. The public body may discuss, consider, or make decisions only on matters listed on the agenda, here it is, or other matters related thereto. That little piece of statute right there is what can cause board members to run afoul.
Where was that at again, Bill?
There's a blue divider. This is section 2, and there's a blue divider, about 4 pages.
Okay,
That blue divider starts with notice of meetings, page 1.
yes.
There's a page 2. Page 2, there's a highlighted section
Gotcha.
H,
Thank you.
and it says other matters related thereto. I find board members, careless board members, relying on that language way too much. And remember, you can only take action on items specifically authorized by law or necessarily implied thereby. People interpret this as almost everything's related to what's on the agenda. So let's go. And that's dangerous stuff. As an example, on your agenda, you may have adoption of the budget. Does that really mean you can talk about and decide to buy a $2 million ladder truck without any discussion or any disclosure to the public? I think that's a dangerous thing to do.
Right.
And even if it complied with the disclosure statute, it might not comply with your fiduciary duty statute. Different animal. The next item, next page, is page 3. This has to do with the reports you received, both from the chair and the chief. Notwithstanding section H of this section, the chief administrator, presiding officer, or a member of the public body may present a brief summary of current events without listing in the agenda the specific matters if The summary is listed on the agenda. And 2, the public body does not propose, discuss, or deliberate. So this is the provision that allows the chief to say anything he wants at a board meeting, as long as there's something on the agenda that says, report from the chief, summary,
Right.
or the board chair. The problem is that if he didn't specify things as a subtopic of that general summary, you can't ask him any questions about it. All he gets to do is report it. Many boards ignore that rule, and they start peppering the chief with questions about what he just said, even though it's not on the agenda. Do not do that. If you do it, somebody who doesn't like it could then invalidate the eventual vote on it.
Well, how does that affect, I mean, obviously through the course of, from one meeting to the next, a lot of things happen in the course of a business. And a weekly update via an email, for example,
He can do
from the
that.
chief to the members on, hey, this is what's, what happened the past week.
Sure. Yeah, and the open meeting law doesn't apply to the chief unless he abuses, unless he is using that rule that it doesn't apply to him to violate the open meeting law, to cause you to do it.
Yeah.
And so, no, he can communicate with you all day long, as I can.
Sure.
It's just I can't do it with the intent of getting you to violate the open meeting law.
Right.
Yeah, and that is a little bit of a slippery slope. Chiefs get casual about it because these guys move at the light speed of light.
Sure.
I mean, their job is to get stuff done. Your job is to prevent them from getting anything done. And
Make sure it gets done right.
Right. Well, but the open meeting law is not intended to make things happen quickly.
Yeah.
It's intended to slow things down, to give the taxpayers an opportunity to find out where you're spending their money. And that usually slows this guy way down. On this particular issue, though, if he wants action, he can list things under the monthly report. And if you list it with specificity, then you can discuss it. And you can move things along. Yeah. Divider number 3, then, is the executive session stuff. This is the other spot where we see a lot of litigation, a lot of Attorney General's office complaints and complaints filed against you. There are only 7 reasons you can go into executive session. Some of you know this like the back of your hand. Those of you that are new on the board, maybe not so much. Number 1 is where you see it most often. That's the employment. That's why you can go into executive session with the chief and talk about his performance. You have to give him notice 24 hours ahead of time, and the chief gets to say, no, I want this in public today. If he does that, then you have to air your laundry in front of the public. And sometimes chiefs will do that. It's primarily chiefs. It's anybody you have jurisdiction over, but it's primarily chiefs. They'll do that when they think their job is on the line and they want members of the public to hear what's going on because they think the board is gone askew. It's kind of unusual and almost never saves the chief's job, but it does, it causes you some grief publicly. And it does take a real skill set for a board to walk through that in public. And that's where the chairman, frankly, has to develop a fabulous skill set in a hurry, which is a good reason for rotating board members, so you all get used to it just a little bit in case the chair goes away. 2 is exempt records, mostly medical. You can do that in executive session. 3 is legal advice. We've done that many times. You can go into a executive session anytime you want for advice from me. You will. I'm reluctant, frankly, to give you an opinion in public because I don't want it to be taken out of context or used against you. I can. You can order me to give you an opinion in public. You just may not like it because then the whole world knows what I think about what you're doing. So I tend to try to discourage that and ask you to go into executive session so I can give you I can be free and liberal with my opinions to you about your risk and whether that's a good idea or not.
Do you have to agendize that?
Yes. Yeah, although you've done a nice job in your preamble paragraph, it's not here today, but you have a preamble paragraph on all your agendas that says the board reserves the right to go into executive session on any agenda item for legal advice. You've done that, so if something comes up and go, oh my goodness, wish we could talk to the lawyer about this one today, you can do it right then and there. You can only do that for legal advice. You can't do it with any of these others, but that's in your preamble. 4 is another one that involves me. That's where you get to go into executive session and tell me how you want me to handle contract negotiations or litigation. And that's exclusively for those 2 items. 5 is MOU stuff, labor negotiations. This is where you go into executive session with me or the chief, any representative you are using to negotiate the MOU, and do it behind closed doors. Chief, we can afford health insurance, but we really would prefer it if you could get to a point where the employees are willing to pay 40% of dependent coverage. But you let that go if you can hold off COLAs for the next year, one or the other, but that's up to you. So you're telling the chief this behind closed doors privately, that's why it's an executive session, and then he goes out and negotiates this in confidence, knowing that you have confidence that he has not just given away the farm, because everybody knows what you're trying to accomplish. 5, that's 5. 6 is discussions for services by cities, towns, tribes. You guys don't have any tribal contracts, although you have the Yavapai tribe close by. I don't think I've ever reviewed a tribal contract for you. And then 7 is real estate. This is also this is intended to allow you to go into executive session and give some instructions to the chief or staff or me about parameters for what are we willing to pay, how much do we want to sell something for, without telling the public, because if you told the public you're willing to spend $1 million for a piece of property, it kind of ruins the negotiation. And so that's it. If you can't fit it into one of these, you cannot go into executive session. And then when you get into executive session, your next job, Mr. Chairman, is to make sure that you continue to talk about only the thing that you're there for. And that's why occasionally you'll see me interrupt you during the executive session saying, hey, let's stay on task here. Yeah, that's the purpose of it.
I think the most difficult part is once discussion has been made in executive session, you come back into public session, and your first line of business is going to be that result of what happened as far as giving staff direction as a result of A3, A4, whatever the
Yeah,
item was.
and you can take action in public,
Right.
but you just can't disclose what I said in
Right.
So as an example, in executive session, I may say, you guys have some serious liability issues here because of A, B, and C. You can't come into public and say, our lawyer said we have serious liability issues. What you can do is vote, I hereby vote to, purchase that piece of real property. Not disclosing what the risks are, because, or at least what I've said the risks are. And sometimes you get right on that line where you feel the need to disclose to the public what those risks are. You can do so, but you simply cannot disclose what I said.
I think a lot of times we start it with, based on legal counsel's advice or advice of legal counsel, I'll direct the chief,
Yeah.
so on and so forth.
Yeah, you can do this. Yeah. The next page item divider A is just the actual statute, so you can see what that really reads like instead of my summary. Then there's divider B, and this is the executive session, what I call how-to. This is the stuff that we practice a lot. Yeah, sometimes you're not aware of it, but I'm paying attention to this stuff, and the chairman is obliged to. Every one of you should, to make sure the chairman doesn't stumble on it. You have to, of course, make a motion to go into executive session, and you're probably so used to it now you don't even realize that you're making a motion and citing the specific statute when you do so. The law says it has to be on the agenda. Best practice would suggest that it needs to be stated in the motion as well, and you guys do good work in that regard. The law now requires that you have your admonition of confidentiality. We do that in every executive session. That's why. It's not just for fun. The statute says you have to do it. Who can attend? The statute now says only those necessary. It used to be every meeting of every executive session, the chief was invited. And the chief started to think it was their meeting. And then suddenly you wanted to meet and get legal advice without the chief, and it got uncomfortable. And so the legislature put language in there that said, it shouldn't be uncomfortable. You guys must justify who you bring into an executive session. So it's no longer permissive. That doesn't mean you can't have the chief, but it does mean you have to have a reason for it. That's all. And true with staff too. You'll invite Gabe in because you need the financial stuff explained to you so that you can get good legal advice, that kind of a thing. Sometimes Gabe will come in to give you financial information in executive session during the course of a negotiation on the MOU, because you need to know if you can afford it. And so the record just needs to reflect that you've invited Gabe in to the executive session for that purpose. And when you do that, then the rules of confidentiality apply to him, and the attorney-client privilege applies, which means he cannot testify. He could not disclose what I said in executive session. He's bound by it. He could be liable if he shoots his mouth off.
Yeah. I think when the chief is in there, that statement is made that the chief is here
Yes.
to provide functional
Yep.
background information type of thing.
And sometimes it's bifurcated. You invite the chief in, he speaks his piece, you got the information, and then you'll ask him to leave because you want legal advice on his contract. Well, it doesn't do any good to get legal advice from me about the strength of his contract in front of him. You know, kind of, and sometimes you do. Sometimes the board goes, you know, we want him to hear everything, warts and all. Okay, let's go. And that's up to you. You can do this. Contents of the minutes for executive session, they can be a little more cryptic. Your administration keeps some of the most copious minutes I've ever seen in my life. And they're really good at it. Executive session, by law, can be a little more cryptic. It can be as simple as Mr. Whittington gave legal advice in regards to, boom. Even though it took an hour. You need to put a little, best practice would be you put some flavor in there to make sure that future boards know what's going on. Future boards, by the way, get to see your minutes of executive session. That can get a little weird when you talked about somebody in executive session and then they're on the board. So, you know, it's a matter of, part of that's just
But they have to be an
being
active,
polite.
they have to be an active board member.
Yes.
They can't be, once they were a board member, no longer, and then asked to see minutes or whatever.
No, a prior board member, like if Ty came in today and wanted to see the minutes of today's executive session, sorry, couldn't do it. Yeah. Neither can he come in and say, I want to see executive session minutes from last year. I
When he
was
a
there.
member, Yeah.
Where he attended.
You can't do it. Yeah,
Interesting.
it's a little weird, but it's intended to close the door
Yeah.
on those kind of
Briefly,
inquiries.
just really briefly, can a board member that was a prior board member look at executive sessions from, that is a current board member?
Well, use Joy for an example.
Look at-
She was once.
Oh.
She is now.
Yeah. Now that you're a board member, you can go back and look at all those executive sessions, even though you weren't around.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Bill, if I could, the minutes, the level of detail that go to the minutes, outside of what the expectation is from the board, you know, I wonder sometimes if when we'll turn in a board communication on an item, and then Carrie will take and put a lot of detail into those minutes. Does that bias anything from a legal perspective to
Well,
have that level of detail? Because it takes quite a bit of time.
It does, and you know, I traditionally have recommended less detail in the minutes just because I have some empathy for staff going to all that work. I mean, I see the kind of minutes you guys produce, and it's impressive. The good news is they're really good at it. I would scare me to death if it was anybody but your staff. There are a lot of districts that don't know how to do this, but your staff is so good at creating minutes that they make sense.
Yes,
but
sir.
it's still a lot of work.
It is, yep.
And they could easily meet the statutory requirements and make those minutes half as long as they do. And you know, when Tricia was around, I've had this conversation several times with her, and she said, look, this is how I like to do it. And I'm saying, you know
Okay.
something? That's perfect. It's okay with me.
It's good. Thank you for that. I just want to know what the legal sideboards were on that part of it, because it does take a lot of time.
Yeah, and if you don't do it very, very well, you create problems for yourself.
I could see how that could happen.
Yeah, and so, but yeah, I don't think there's anybody better at it than you guys. And I don't know how that happened, actually. Over the years, you just got really good at it. And
Tricia started it.
And it's survived.
Yeah.
You know, Tricia's no longer around, but it still looks pretty good. I don't know how that happens, but there's most districts I cringe when they do long minutes because there's all sorts of weird stuff going on. But part of this is because these people are so good at what they do, they don't make a fool of themselves on the record.
Gotcha.
And
Gotcha.
as long as
That's
they're
true.
well trained and they're careful and disciplined, it makes what's going in those minutes okay. You know, and I was at a board meeting one time when the board chairman started talking about racial things, and I'm going, oh my goodness, is that going into the minutes? And sure enough, it went into the minutes. You know, it just flows downhill, right?
Right. All right, thank you for that.
Next, dividers 4, open meeting law violations. We're just going to go full circle on open meeting law here. There's a new statute in play, and that's the bottom of that page, talks about civil penalties. The court can impose civil penalties for the first offense. Equitable as well, whatever that means. There's a whole body of law about that. I can go through it with you, but probably don't have enough time today. What's most likely to be the issue here is the fines, and now it's $500 for the second offense and $2,500 for the third and subsequent. That's a sizable chunk of change. That has to come out of your pocket. District cannot pay it. And you can be removed from office and then required to go to training on your nickel again.
So can you be removed from office and required to training, or you're just removed?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if they remove you, you're done
Okay.
training.
Yeah.
I was just
That
wondering.
needs to
That's a
be
good
switched.
question.
Double check.
It doesn't happen very often, but it has happened.
That'd be flip-flopped.
Item 5 is the conflict of interest statutes. I've listed who your relatives are on page 1. If you have a relative that falls into that list, stop. Get out of the room. Don't vote on that. If you do it intentionally, it's a Class 6 felony. If you do it by accident, it's Class 1 misdemeanors. Both, what can you say? Misdemeanors are only misdemeanors, but who wants one on their record? And you need to know the difference between what is a conflict of interest. We're best friends, and I have a contract that I want the district to approve and pay me to perform. Nothing illegal about that, even though we are best friends. It's just a bad idea. That's an ethical issue. If, however, I'm a family member of yours, now you or one of these people on this list have a pecuniary interest in the outcome of that contract. You may not participate in that contract vote. You got to remove yourself from it. Best practice would suggest you get out of the room. Some board members refuse to do that, and they just go sit in the front row. And the problem with that is, of course, you give them the evil eye. Are you not going to vote for this contract? Really? And that kind of a thing. So best practice would be to remove yourself entirely during that vote. But at the very least, you need to get on the record that you've got the conflict. You're not going to participate. So it's in the minutes. The next page is item 6. This is the definition of what a remote interest is and what a substantial interest is. So you cannot participate if you have a substantial interest. Look at the bottom of that page. The definition of substantial interest doesn't get any simpler than this. Of any pecuniary or proprietary interest, either direct or indirect, other than a remote interest. That's it. Well, because it is said that way, you need to know what a remote interest is. So the definition of remote interest is up above. And there are some good exceptions to what a remote interest is, which allows you to vote on things even though you have a remote interest. As an example, if you're you're a non-salaried officer of a non-profit corporation, you can vote on something that impacts that non-profit. A landlord-tenant relationship, you could do that. So if I'm the guy that wants you to enter into this contract and you're my landlord, you can still vote on it. That's a little weird because that sounds like maybe it shouldn't occur. Best practice might suggest you step out and go, you know something, even though I could vote on this, I'm not gonna, because I'm Whittington's landlord and I'm just not gonna go there. Looks bad. There are some other interests here that are in, 3% ownership interest of APS as an example, or the communication tower company around here. You could own a little bit of that, up to 3%, and still vote on it. I don't like it. It seems to me that from a public perspective, appearance perspective, if you own any at all, you ought to think about not doing it. That's just not possible for things like Pinnacle West or APS or Ma Bell. A lot of us have stock in that kind of stuff and probably don't even know it. And that allows you to vote on those kinds of things. They don't come up very often. But if you are aware of that kind of relationship where you do own a couple of percentage points, I recommend you get out and avoid any suggested allegation that you're screwing it up. There is paragraph J at the bottom of that page, and this saves you sometimes. It allows you to vote on things that affect at least 10 people. This occurs on occasion when you have a family member who's a firefighter. Normally, you can't vote on any of that stuff because it's affecting, they're one of the people on this list I gave you. This is an exception to that. So you can vote on a COLA for all the firefighters in the department because there's more than 10. And because of that, the statute says, look, it's not likely that you're going to be voting on something that is in an attempt to benefit your family member. You're really voting on it because it affects everybody the same way. And so that rule of 10 will allow you to participate. And over the years, it's happened a little bit. And Karen Maxwell was on the board for a long time. She had a son that worked for the district. The reason she could vote on those COLAs is this reason right here. Item 7 is the table of consanguinity. It's just another way of getting to the list of people that you cannot vote on. I've highlighted it in yellow so that it's just another way of seeing the same list we just talked about a few minutes ago. It's just some people learn from this a little bit better. So if you're related to one of the people in yellow, declare a conflict, get it on the record, and step back. Item 8 is your rules of procedure. And you'll see, I mentioned earlier, October 21, 2015 is the latest, greatest. That surprised me. I thought you had one a little more recent than that. Doesn't mean you have to go redo it.
I'm looking at this, and this handbook, is that what you're referring to?
No.
Oh, this is rules of procedure. This is a different one.
Different animal.
Yes.
Yeah.
My bad.
And what's interesting in here is that we have highlighted just pieces in here that refer to the board chairman's obligations, how you do motions, how you're in control. These rules of procedure almost never come into play until there's a problem, but it's nice to have a set of rules to solve those problems. And this is not a bad document for that purpose. I'm not going to go through all of it right now.
One thing that I saw, being the chair of this board, I'm also chair of the PSPRS board, and there is a
That's
difference.
required by law, but okay.
Right, and there's a difference in the definition of who can be the chair
Yes.
from the PSPRS point of view or the procedures manual here.
Yeah, and that's governed by statute. The rules of procedure govern how you control the meeting, but the statute says you must elect a chairperson and you must elect a clerk. Statute doesn't give you any choice there, but this document tells then the chair what his jobs are, what his duties are, he or she. Divider 9 then is a definition of fiduciary. This is important because common law says that even if you have the power under the statute, the mays and the shalls, you cannot breach your fiduciary duty to the taxpayers and survive. You can have personal liability for that. The good news is, even though you breached your fiduciary duty, you still have coverage as long as it's within the scope of your authority. But it does mean the district might get sued successfully. You personally may not be exposed, but it doesn't help the district. And so in the fiduciary world is almost all common law. It's judge-made law, very few statutes that talk about it. And really what it boils, if I don't know, were any of you stockbrokers or investment agents in your prior life? Those guys live this world every day. I have a fiduciary duty to my clients. It's an obligation to hold your client, in this case, your client's the public, hold their interest above your own. And this is what forces board members who come on the board with one agenda, get rid of the chief, or whatever it is, that cannot be their only agenda. And they quickly learn that their fiduciary duty is so expansive, they have to think about 1,000 things. The biggest, of course, is the budget. The least important thing is whether or not you like the chief or, Gabe or anybody else. Because your obligation to the taxpayer is so much more broad than that. And so this is a definition of what fiduciary means. And, go to sleep reading it if you want. I won't drag you through it right now. 10 is the fun stuff. I picked out the top 22 reasons you might go to jail.
If there's one page that you remember.
There are more, but these are the top ones. And so I don't want you to worry. I just want you to know. The good news is, there has been no Sedona board member who's ever gone to jail. And so, and you guys are so good at your job, you never will. But it's good to know that this stuff is out there. And some of it's fun, and some of it's not. Tampering with public records, don't destroy any public record. It's, you know, your public record rules are a little weird. They say you must keep stuff for so long. And right behind that is, you must destroy stuff that's that old.
Yeah.
Either one is a violation of the law. And that's why it's really important. Most districts violate those rules all the time because they don't know them. Once again, your staff is 10 times better than most, and there for that reason, you know, I'm sure it's under control. But it's not easy. I mean, you guys produce so much stuff. That somebody has to keep track of when it gets destroyed and when it gets kept. And
Well,
there
what
is some
about-
stuff you have to keep forever.
What about digitally?
Yeah, same
So
rule.
you destroy the digital as well?
Yeah, or you submit it to the Department of Library and Archives in Phoenix, and they hold it for you. But yeah, you can, for years, people put it on the gold disc, you know, the CDs.
Oh, yeah.
And now it's MP3, and, you know, you can download on the computer down to state Department of Library and Archives. But this tells you what they are. It's good to know that if you commit perjury, it's a Class 4 felony. Bribery is a Class 4, that's bad stuff. Versus number 7, an unsworn falsification is a Class 2 misdemeanor. In other words, if you lie, there is a penalty for that. Usurpation of office, if you pretended to be a board member knowing that you weren't elected. Remember that common law rule I said that if you're not truly sitting on the board because you screwed those rules up, your vote is still protected? The good news is your vote is protected. The bad news is you're guilty of a Class 2 misdemeanor. So, you know, wear that any way you want. That's what it is. And then, so the list goes on, right?
Usurpation, what is that?
Usurpation. You have usurped
Oh.
my job. You stepped into my role and took my job as a board member and lied about the fact that you were elected or appointed. Or you went down to the County Board of Supervisors and represented yourself to be a board member and signed off on the signature card for access to the bank accounts. And the whole time knowing you're not on the board.
Yeah.
Clearly, you usurped my authority as a board member when you did that. That doesn't happen very often. It's, and then divider A is then just a quick reminder of what that all means. If you're convicted of a misdemeanor, 6 months in jail, down to Class 3, 30 days in jail. B is the felony side of things. The presumptive for a Class 2 felony is 5 years. Class 6 felony, which is the conflict of interest rules, 1 year. Now, the criminal system is fairly complex, so 1 year doesn't necessarily mean you're actually going to be behind bars for a year. You know, there's always work release and probation and all of those things that get people out of jail before they serve their whole time. But it is informative to know what types of penalties are affiliated with those kinds of violations in that list of 22 that I went through with you. Then finally, divider 11 is board member communications. There are a lot of rules around using emails. You guys have in your email thread now a paragraph that says don't respond to this as a group to prevent you from stumbling on that. There's now a rule that allows you to talk to newspapers, even though if you talk to the newspaper reporter and he prints it, every board member will know how you're going to vote. That's okay now, because the newspapers got involved because they were trying to get board members to speak their piece, and the board members saying, I can't talk about that because if I talk about it, my fellow board members will know how I'm going to vote, and I'm not supposed to do that unless it's at a board, blah, blah, blah. So those rules got modified to allow you to do some of that. But you got to be very careful about emailing each other. Phoenix got into trouble doing this. They were emailing each other heavily, and someone picked up on it. Same with letters, correspondence with each other. You guys do a good job of doing most of your business on the district website and district email, so which will protect your personal phone and your personal laptop the day that subpoena comes across. I'm involved in one right now. We just subpoenaed everybody's phones. And you can imagine how they're freaking out. They do not want us to see what's on those phones. Well, they shouldn't have been using the district's website for their personal stuff. Or the reverse, they should have been doing district business under the district website instead of their personal website. Well, but I use my personal website for everything. Get it, go ahead, do it, and eventually someone's going to want to see your phone. And so now we're gathering all the phones up.
We can bleach them.
Yeah, well, not enough. You can bleach that phone a lot, and I'll still know what you have on it. It'll take a while. It's expensive. We have an IT guy now who's trained just to do that. There's almost nothing you can get away with
Can I ask a
anymore.
quick question?
Sure. I know
So
you-
in regards to emails, we're looking at anything electronic. So
Mhm.
Jean, I like Jean, but I don't want any of the board members on my Facebook. So let's say we're all on Facebook together, which I don't feel is right.
Mhm.
How does that work? Because that's why I don't allow other board members on my Facebook.
You mean you don't friend them?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Well, right, correct.
Yeah, same problem. It's just more
Okay.
complicated. It's more sophisticated problem.
Okay.
If you're all friends on Facebook, nothing wrong with that,
Oh.
as long as you never talk about business.
Oh, okay. All right.
And since you're going to talk about business, you probably shouldn't friend each other. It's
Okay,
that
got it.
simple.
And that's
Yeah.
on, for
Yeah.
comments and so forth.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to avoid some contact with each other now because you have
Right.
Facebook and what are the others? What's the president do all the time?
Twitter.
Twitter. Yeah, it just gets wretchedly complicated.
Okay.
But the good news, if a board member communicates with you because
Right.
it's Twitter, Facebook, whatever, don't respond. And if that board member communicates with you and everybody else and says how he's going to vote,
Oh, of
that's a
course.
problem.
Okay.
And you got to try to clean that up. And sometimes that's going to require that you go back and ratify your eventual decision because of that silly mistake.
Okay.
So it can complicate your lives in unknown ways, unintended consequences.
Thank you.
Yeah, and you have to be careful about communicating with vendors. You may not. Let me put it another way. Best practice is don't. This gentleman here communicates with vendors. You communicate with him. Otherwise, you're going to get more than one board member communicating with that vendor, and it's going to cause this guy problems, and it'll cause the rest of the board problems when they spend $100,000 on something that you have inadvertently violated the open meeting law doing,
Okay.
or inadvertently violated your fiduciary duty, or inadvertently violated the mays and shalls.
Right.
And that's a good point, because as we attend the conferences and go through the vendor areas and what have you, and you exchange business cards and so on, and they send you a email or information regarding a product that
Right.
you may not have now, but in the future perhaps, and so on, that'd be problematic.
It is, and you can give the card to the chair and say, I like this, the vendor's honest, I like his price structure, whatever, here it is. But then get out and wait for him to bring it to you. And if you don't, Chief, I gave this to you a year ago, that's okay. The chairman, anyway, you can go to the chief and say, what do you think about this? Could you bring it to the table? You can get it on the agenda if you want, but then it's a group conversation. Yeah, your job, for lack of a better way of saying it, is to leave this guy alone. And you can't always, but oftentimes board members end up accidentally interfering with the chief's responsibilities or staff's responsibilities. It's easy to do because one of your jobs is to make sure the money's being spent appropriately in the right spot. So it's a hard thing to know when to stop that and go, okay, I've spoken my piece. Chief, what do you think about this, and is it something we ought to put on the agenda? Yeah. Now, your bylaws say that any two board members can ask that something be placed on the agenda. So Joy could turn to Gene and say, you know something? I want that fire truck whose card we got at the conference. I want that on the agenda. Will you sign off on this to get it on the agenda? You can do that. And then you go to the chief, and the chief goes, I'm not going to get it on the agenda. I don't like that guy. But I don't care. We got two guys. We're going to go to the chair and get it on the agenda whether you like it or not. And you can do that because you're elected officials. At the end of the day, you can call that shot. So that's kind of a summary. Any questions? Further questions?
On a personal level, being in the same space with two or more additional members of the board, so that would be three, a social at a
Super Bowl
at
party?
a picnic, Super Bowl party, thank you. A St. Pat's Day Parade, whatever, does that look to the public like we're
Yeah.
breaking the rules, even though we may not be discussing anything that has anything to do with the fire department?
Yeah, it's a best practice issue. It sure does look that way to somebody in the public. It just depends on who your friends are. But you know, now you do the
Can they
courtesy.
accuse you of something that they don't have
Oh, I can accuse you
Sure.
of
evidence
anything.
of?
Yeah, yeah, and they do. I'm involved with one right now where that very thing has happened. They reported to the AG's office that the board members were colluding. They were all three together. It turns out they were just together. They weren't talking about business, but the allegation was made, and the law says the AG's office has to show up and look into it. And they're not very happy about it because they have to look into it. And they suspect it's probably baloney, but they're going to do it. And so now I'm involved and blah, 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 off you go. So yes, anybody can complain. It's a best practice question. You guys do a nice job of posting your courtesy notices when you're going to get together.
Well,
That doesn't mean.
That was the question, and that leads to, hey, I'm hitting happy hour at Creekside, you got great mules. Do you post that too?
No.
I mean, what
I
is-
hope not.
Where's the line drawn?
Well, I think the Super Bowl thing is about as far as I've seen it. The whole mules at Creekside is, yes, if you wanted to be that careful, but I think that's
Sort of
that's over
making
the
you
top.
Paranoid.
Yeah, and you just need to know that when you do that, someone might complain. I don't think you ought to post every one of those. The law doesn't require that you post any of them. So any postings about those courtesy notices are not mandated by statute. That is just best practice.
Just not
And-
even a May.
Yeah, it's just a May. And so, you know, some of you probably traveled to AFTA together in the same car. Everybody thinks you talked about business when you did that, even though you didn't. And so I have many times recommended that you drive yourself and not drive together just to avoid it, avoid the criticism.
But if two people are together,
That doesn't,
Doesn't matter.
you could talk about anything.
Yes,
It's a free country in that regard.
sure. As long as the two of you
Don't talk to a third.
didn't
person.
get together with the chairman when you got there and say, hey, guess what we talked about? Yeah.
That-
You know, it's problematic, but I think it's just one of the things you learn to live with and be careful about. You know, the Super Bowl thing, someone probably thinks that you talked about business at the Super Bowl party, even though you didn't.
And as luck would have it, there was a former board member there that I wouldn't put it past them.
Yeah, there you go. So you gotta be careful about that
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
Pay attention.
I do have a question as far as letters from the public. Letters from the public that are addressed to individual board members in its entirety. In other words, all of us got them. All say the same
same
thing,
letter?
The same letter. And in our ability to respond, I'm looking probably too deep at this, but my point is that if we all respond, because we can't talk to each other about them other than just one other, more than likely, the person who wrote it is gonna get 5 different answers. Which gives that member an opportunity to come to the next board and say, you know, and hammer us because divide us because we're split on all these different answers.
Right.
Yet if we send a same letter, it kind of shows that we colluded behind the scenes out of an open meeting to send a response. What's, in your opinion, what do you think would be our best approach on something like that?
Best practice is clear. Everybody gives that letter, their copy of that letter to the chair, and the chair responds. Not
Is
because
it
they're legally obliged, it's best practice.
their letter without a response?
Right,
And then it's up to the chair to respond that speaks on behalf of the board.
yep.
Here I am already.
Sometimes board members can't stand themselves. They have to respond to it because it's either so personal or so important, they're gonna do it.
Okay.
The law doesn't stop them. I mean, you guys are politicians at the end of the day, but best practice is you don't do it. If you have if it has legal implications, then of course you can go into executive session and I can speak to the issue behind closed doors. But the rest of you cannot. But you could always agendize it. You could, letter from Bill Whittington, and it's on the agenda. Now, all of you now can speak your piece in front of the public, even though
At an
each
open-
piece is different.
Right,
But
okay.
if you're gonna do it, if you're gonna follow best practice and you're not gonna put it on the agenda, you're gonna turn it over to the chair and let the chair, because by your bylaws, the chair is the voice of the board.
So the ability to, now that I have, and this happened, I mean, I can't think of that kind of stuff, but it just happened. And so I got together with the chief to ensure that his chief's report for example, tackled the points that were in that letter
Good.
without the letter being mentioned.
Sure, and that's perfect. That's how it ought to happen. Now, if a member of the board doesn't like the way you've dealt with this, or you, then board member can say, get it on the agenda. I want to drill into the weeds on this one. You guys whitewash this a little too much for me. You know, this is important to me. Have at it.
Do we, as a board member, have an obligation to interact with that message at all? That letter or that email? I mean,
No legal
can we
obligation.
ignore it?
Yes. Yeah. You do so at your own peril, of course. I'm gonna vote you out of office, or I'm gonna have you recalled because I'm so offended by the fact you continue to ignore it. But you have several things in place to stop that. Your bylaws permit any board member to ask that something be placed on the agenda. And so instead of dealing with it personally, ask the chair to get it on the agenda and deal with it as a board.
And the odd thing is somebody could be communicating to all five of us or just one of us.
Right.
And you don't necessarily know what the situation is.
Yes.
You don't know if it's for some reason they're trying to use you as a funnel to get something done, or vice versa, you know.
Point well made, and it's not a violation of the open meeting law for you to respond to that letter. It's just not best practice. Best practice is, I don't know whether these guys got the same letter. Doesn't matter to me. I'm going to turn it over to the chair, and he's going to deal with this. And if he doesn't deal with it in the way I prefer, I'm going to ask it to get on the agenda.
Well, how would you know how he deals with it?
Because he'll let you know. It's
How can he?
well, he gave it to the chief, and the chief made it as part of his chief's report, or the
Yeah.
chairman made it part of his chairman's report. I just want you to know I got a letter from Bill Whittington last month, had some concerns. I turned it over to the chief, asked the chief to deal with it. Well, you know, Mr. Chairman, I haven't seen that letter, and I'd like to see it. Okay, I can make copies of this letter available to the board, because it doesn't have my opinion in it. it's
That's
a
a key
member of the
distinction,
Right.
isn't it?
Yeah.
What
it's a
I'm
huge
talking about,
distinction.
if we all get a letter, which did happen from a citizen,
Mm-hmm.
and only our chair responds, how would we know that response? Because he can't give his response to all of us unless it's in an open meeting. He can't email his response to us.
Right, and so, yeah, and I don't want to gloss over the process completely, but
Yes.
I would normally expect best practice to be that the chairman then sends a copy to this letter to everybody. It's nothing wrong with that. Whittington sent a letter, I gave a copy to every board member, and oh, by the way, because I follow best practice, I sent it to the chief and asked him to deal with it. I can do this, and I can announce that I did this at the upcoming meeting. Now, that's best practice. Oftentimes, chairmen don't follow best practice, and he may be the only one that knows that he got that letter, and you learned about it just by chance. You know, the chief mentioned it 4 months later, and you went, what are you talking about? Let me see this letter. And then you find out about it, and now you've just learned that the chairman did not follow best practice, and that's why you're 4 months delayed in even hearing about this thing. Now you're unhappy. Now you ask that it be placed on the agenda for some fleshing out.
Well, I think what concerns me is the fact that if all these letters come to me and I respond, how can it truly be the voice of the board? Because it isn't, it's the board chair that may be contrary to what their belief or response could be.
Sometimes you know the answer easily, and
Yeah.
sometimes it's not obvious how the board feels about it. So the letter says, I'm not sure how the rest of the board feels about this,
This is just.
but
from-
I've asked the chief to be in touch with you.
Okay,
And if you're not happy with that, let me know, and I'll get it on the agenda for a thorough discussion.
gotcha, okay.
Yeah.
So an overriding.
That's the art form of it.
Yeah.
So overriding issue is the general public has the right to say anything. It's a free country. If they make demands and actually think that they have some right to be answered or to be taken serious, you know, this demand that they're making that the fire district do something in a certain way, do they have any preference to be,
No.
no?
And it's always a surprise for the public to learn that you have no obligation to even let them talk. All they can do is listen. And I'm not real sure that's a great idea, but that's the law. And there are some states where they have mandated by statute your obligation to let the public speak their piece, but not in Arizona. And you may want to argue that they should, and you guys have dealt with this by placing a call to the public on your agenda. But you don't have to.
Thank you.
Bill, if I could, back about the open, or about the conflict of interest. So we have a form that everyone that works for the agency is required to fill out. And it asks at the end of it, the fire chief determine whether or not this presents a real or presents a potential conflict of interest. But there's really limited criteria that is provided, or information that's provided by the individual for you to make that judgment on. I didn't know if you'd seen that, or if that aligns with best practice, or if there's something we should do more robust to make sure that we're making sure that we're not engaging in a conflict of interest. You know, like if
Yeah, what you're just describing is very common and does reflect best practice.
Okay.
There's a piece of best practice that you haven't mentioned, but I'm sure you do, which is if the information on this list is still a little confusing or vague, you drill into it and satisfy yourself that now that you have the additional detail, there's no conflict.
okay, yeah, that's true. That does occur. I just want to make sure the way we started it was good. So thank you.
Yeah. Anything else, folks? This took a little longer than I expected. My apologies for that.
No, it was really good information.
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate everything, all the time you put into this. It was extremely helpful and informative. So again, thank you. Let's take 5 minutes before the next speaker, which would be Gabe, I believe. You're next up for financial. It's take 5 minutes. Let's take 5 minutes. Which is on finances. Much of the presentation is on the large screen behind us, so I'd invite the board, if you'd like to relocate out to the audience and look this way. I'm going to do that. And do we need a mic out there?
Well, we can launch that right there.
Every one of us is going to have a PowerPoint.
Okay.
So if there's anything you want to do, like logistically right now to make it easier for everybody, other than just sit out there.
Well, we got Gabe up until about lunchtime, and then we'll break for lunch, and then we'll reconvene, and maybe we'll kind of reshuffle some stuff around. Thanks. Good point. Okay, so with that said, I'm going to relocate out to the audience, so watch this screen, and invite everybody to do that if you'd like. And we'll start with Katie. You can. You're welcome to watch that. Gives me a chance to roam around a little bit. Matter of fact, I'm going to take this with me. Did you guys have any questions? Thank you. Read off if you have any questions.
Oh, good, yeah.
Too close to yours, that's on them.
Do we have to?
I'll just grab it if we need it.
Okay.
Gabe, it's all yours.
Should we wait for Joy to come back in? She'll grab her glasses.
Sure.
Perfect.
I mean,
The glasses? Oh, look at that. All right. Mr. Chair, members of the board, want to go over a couple items on financial updates for the board. Some of the things I want to go over is kind of Bill.com, how that process works, the board's role. I appreciate everybody's working through it, and I understand we've not done a formal training on it with the board, and so I think this is going to be helpful to you, so you can see kind of where things are at and what's going on with that process. We're going to do kind of an overview of financial reports and how those financial reports, as Bill mentioned, you are a fiduciary board, and how those reports help you execute your fiduciary duty, as well as the role of those reports within the internal controls of the district and how they help mitigate and reduce our fraud risk. We're going to do a high level kind of just status of Sedona Fire finances, kind of where we're at, where, some of what our goals are as we go into the end of this fiscal year and into the budget cycle. We also want to talk about the CAFR, which is the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, which you'll see next week. And then finally on spending authorities and kind of discuss what our purchasing thresholds are, both for purchase order requirements as well as bidding requirements, and then purchase authority for chiefs and program managers and such throughout the district. We're going to go over a capital improvement plan overview again. Kind of some of the board members were here as we adopted it. We've got 2 new board members that weren't part of that process. So I do want to kind of explain what the capital improvement plan is. And kind of some of the importance for that is this year with the budget process, I'd like to roll out our end leave liability funding. And so a similar concept will be utilized to start that funding as was utilized for the capital improvement plan. And then finally, we'll just talk about the FY 19-20 budget process. Again, we do have 2 new board members on the board, and we have a new chief. So I'd kind of like to discuss what the process, what my recommended process is, and get the board's guidance, direction, and input on that. So with that, we'll get right into Bill.com. So, and as I'm going through this, just like with any questions, just stop me and ask away. So starting with Bill.com. So understand what Bill.com is. Bill.com, it's an online software, and that's what it is. And what it does is it facilitates our accounts payable process, and actually accounts receivable process as well. And some of the things it does is, one, it ensures financial controls are adhered to, which reduces our risk of fraud. In a normal AP system, there's always opportunities for someone to circumvent the system. There's always an opportunity for your finance clerk to put in their own bill and print the check and get that in front of a board member to sign. There's that opportunity for a bill that has not been seen by all the proper individuals to be approved and then paid by and signed by a board member. And maybe, for whatever reason, it's a bill that the chief didn't want to pay right now because he's dealing with an issue with the vendor and is holding back payment. However, under a normal payable process, that can get circumvented through that system. Bill.com does not allow for that to happen. There's protocols and policies built in place into Bill.com, which restricts the ability for an invoice to be paid until it's received, at a minimum, the approval of someone at my level. And I say someone at my level because sometimes other people in my staff may approve that bill at the finance director level, and then at the chief level. So no bill can get paid. Board members can log in and pay bills, but only the bills that are approved. And so that's kind of some of those internal controls that it gives us. It allows for that electronic document retention. One thing that we had kind of an unknown advantage of the Bill.com when we switched to it for some of our clients that have been on it now for a couple of years is the auditors. We give the auditors a login to Bill.com, and they're able to, instead of having to pull files and pull all these invoices, they're able to log in and do their testing and see, yep, that bill has gone through the approval process. Yes, there is a purchase order attached, a packing slip attached, and so they can see all of that, on demand versus here's a list of checks we want to test. Now you go get them and bring them to us and bring us all these files. And then one of the biggest things is it provides greater transparency to the board and to the staff. I think that, usually under a previous way of doing bills, the board gets a stack of bills and, a stack of checks. And obviously we've gone to electronic printing, so that's changed a little bit, but you get a stack of bills and you look through that stack and you sign the bills that you sign and you sign the checks that you sign. And that's your snapshot of the payables, of what's coming out of the district funds. With Bill.com, you have the ability and the access to go in there and look up any bill that we've paid through Bill.com. If you're looking at a vendor bill and you're going, wait a second, Bill Whittington, I've seen 3 or 4 bills this month come through for him. Are we overpaying him? He's not here and give him crap. I know. you can actually go into that vendor profile for his law firm and see which bills have been approved and which bills have been paid, and even get down to the level of seeing if the check has cleared. And so from that standpoint too, it's been a benefit to the organizations that we've implemented it in. One of the biggest things is the savings, and the savings isn't specific to Bill.com. The savings is because of a multitude of changes that have been made in the financial operations of the district, and that savings is about $75,000 a year, and we anticipate that to obviously continue to grow, because the increases that you'll see year over year, the inflationary increases, are less than that of a full-time staff member. So whereas a full-time staff member, their costs will increase an average of 4 to 5% a year based on benefits and pay raises, our fees are relatively fixed. Bill.com fees relatively don't increase a very high percentage, if any, year over year. And software costs aren't increasing for the type of software we're moving to that drastically either. Yes,
Could we go back just a little bit?
yes.
With regard to the vendors, is there an ability to look at averages from previous, let's see, a previous budget period of what we've expended on with a particular vendor?
Not in Bill.com, because again, Bill.com is only storing the information. It doesn't produce any reports of that type. But we do have the ability to produce those types of reports.
Okay, so if there's an outlier, as compared to a previous budget period, that would kind of intrigue me
Right.
as to why.
Right. Right.
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay. Yeah, so we can do that if we did want to look, if we did need to look at that stuff. So,
Gabe, this is Bill.com. I'm sure there's a handful of automatic online bill paying apps. Why them?
Frankly, we were looking at a solution for one of our clients in southern Arizona. And at the time we were looking for the solution, we had auditors from Beach Fleshman on site. And it was actually by their recommendation that they recommended this program. We took a look at it. From the pricing and the functionality and the capabilities, it had everything that was needed, and more. And so that's why we went with this system. The nice thing about it too is it's one of the systems that actually integrate with the accounting software, which it doesn't integrate with Tyler, because nothing really integrated with Tyler. But it does, now that we switched over to QuickBooks, integrate with QuickBooks and now sync everything up there. So now we have the detail of the bills and the payments and everything within the accounting system as well. So that's why we went with
So
it.
through QuickBooks, then we could probably answer Gene's question.
Correct. Yeah. And like I said, the other reason, as I said, the payment side we needed, but the actual accounts receivable module within Bill.com is are utilizing here as well. And allows us to do a multitude of things, allows us to create reoccurring invoices that automatically get sent out. So we have a lot of tower rentals and invoices of that nature that are regularly reoccurring, and the amounts don't change from month to month. So we can automate that process, and then now the vendor automatically gets either a bill or paper statement that an email or a paper statement that we send to them. And they could even then pay directly through Bill.com. The money hits our account electronically, and then there's a traceable record of that coming in as well. So it's some of the things that are, again, some of those added enhancements. The process, the Bill.com process. So there's a number of people that are involved in getting a bill that comes into the mail or comes in through email into Bill.com and process. So really it starts here at the district. And every day, Sedona Fire staff, primarily Jody, is opening the mail, separating out bills from other items that need to be distributed throughout the district. And she takes those bills and she sorts them to a certain degree, and takes them and scans them into Bill.com, which is a simple matter of scanning them in and sending them to Sedona Fire at Bill.com email address. From there, and all that, she does it throughout the week. But Thursday of every week is our cutoff, and I include that in here so the board understands, and everybody understands that if a bill is scanned into Bill.com by Thursday of the week, it will be processed and paid the following week. Minus, documentation missing, if it's not a bill we want to pay right now for whatever reason. But for the most part, everything in by Thursday will be paid and processed the following Thursday. So as Jody scans everything in, I have bookkeeping staff at my office that log into Bill.com, and they go into the inbox in Bill.com, and they start sorting the bills. So they open up a document that is a multitude of invoices, and they start coding the individual pages of that document to different bills. They code it to a vendor, invoice number, date, amount, and they also put it to the proper expense code. And then, as I said, automatically, Bill.com requires a finance director level, and I'll talk about that a little more in a second, approval on Bill.com, and it requires the chief. So at a minimum, every bill will have that occur. But they'll also look at bills, and maybe this is an IT bill, and so we'll want Bob to approve it as well. And so what that does, so that person, that bookkeeper in my office will assign Bob, this is an IT bill, they'll assign Bob to it as well. So after they process, they're required to have all that done by Tuesday of every week. So everything that was scanned in all of last week and cut off by Thursday is coded and ready for my approval by Tuesday of each week. I say JVG finance director staff because we have our bookkeeping staff, which are not CPAs. They're really just bookkeepers. Some of them sometimes are interns. We then have that finance director level staff, which is usually myself or Christy Atchison. I don't know if any of the board members have met her, but she's in the office fairly regularly now, coming up here. And sometimes, if you guys remember, Melissa, or even in Melissa's absence, Stephen, and I think you guys have met Stephen before too. So those are our higher level staff members that are CPAs. They operate at the higher consulting level, that go in and look at these bills that are assigned to them. 9 times out of 10, it's going to be Christy or myself. But for example, right now Christy's on vacation, and so everything's going to me. But sometimes, and now for whatever reason I was on vacation right now, bills would go to Melissa or Stephen if Christy and I were gone. So at that point, when I get a bill assigned to me, I look at it. Okay, is everything set up right? I'm looking at a bill to Motorola. In the vendor on Bill.com, it says Motorola. We've got the invoice number, the dates are correct. I'm looking at the coding. If we have any special projects we're doing, I'll look to see if the special project is in there. I'll look to see if we've got purchase orders, if it's necessary to have a purchase order in there. And then I'll also look to see who are the other approvers on there. I mean, so right now maybe our bookkeeping staff missed to add Bob on there. And obviously, again, Chief's automatically going to be on there. So I'll look, Bob needs to be on there as well because this is an IT related purchase. I'll assign Bob to there. And then once I hit approve, that invoice now goes to Bob. And it's recorded in the system, the date and time I approved it. If I made any changes, it records and tracks the changes. And then it goes to Bob. Bob reviews it. He makes sure that, yep, I did order this from Motorola and I've got it. He's supposed to look at it as well and go, are we pulling this from the right budget code? Because we know from an accounting standpoint where things should go, but sometimes program managers are utilizing things from different budget codes. So he's going to make sure as well that budget code is being pulled from the proper place. And that's, I think, one of the other biggest advantages that Bill.com gives us over the old method is once Bob signed that invoice to Motorola, he had no verification of where that money actually came out of, other than looking at a detailed report and requesting that. Now, Bob's looking at it before it even gets paid to know that it's coming out of the right spot. And then finally, that after he hits approve, then it goes to the chief's inbox, or the chief's list of to-dos. And now the chief reviews it, makes sure that, again, yes, it's a valid purchase. We have the necessary approvals that we need on here, and I am authorizing this to now be paid by the board. And both the program manager, Sedona Fire program manager, and the chief level is supposed to occur by Wednesday of every week. So then when we hit Thursday, it's now your turn. And so this is really where we get into what the board's role is in this process. And then that's where the board will log in and review, have a list of bills that are ready, have been approved and are ready to be paid. And again, they could only pay a bill if it's been fully approved. And then they will release for payment on that Thursday of each week.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
So, to that point, I was looking yesterday when I got my email saying these bills are ready to be paid. None of them were fully approved.
Okay.
So what's the situation on that? Like, why would I receive that if they're not approved?
You received an email from bill.com?
Correct.
Okay, yeah. So, unfortunately, there are some notifications I cannot turn off in bill.com. And the reason is that is because of your level on there. It's gonna send you those notifications, but understand that it's probably, these bills are to be paid, but they're still probably going through the approval process. And I don't know why that it's doing it that way. It used to only show the ones that were approved, but now it's showing every bill that's been entered now, but before it's been approved. But when you go to pay it, it won't let you pay it.
Right.
So I don't know why that email is occurring that way. But again, it's one of those things that I cannot turn off to so it doesn't bother you, so to speak.
Oh, it's not bothering me.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that, there wasn't something that was missing or that was mishandled, not mishandled, but like misinputted or something.
Okay, yeah. No, unfortunately, it's just
The
a build-up, yeah.
notification should-
So as I understand it, it's approved, we're gonna see approved, pending, denied.
Right.
Those are the three,
Approved, approving,
approving.
and denied.
So
Correct.
the approving is pending. really.
Correct, yes.
All right,
Right.
all right.
So the board, again, going back to the board's role, the board, its job is to go in there on the Thursday and pay what has been approved. Theoretically, everything that was, again, scanned into the prior Thursday should be ready to be approved unless there's an issue at another level. At that point, the board's role is kind of done, but again, you can look through there, you could actually see the invoice, you could see who's approved it, and once you release for payment, then again, that role is kind of done. Yes.
Is there a number of board members that need to have approved the bill for it to be processed?
No, it allows one.
Okay, once
Yeah.
one person has done it, then that bill is moves on.
Correct. And so, unfortunately, going back to kind of the board's role, I understand that the board gets emails about return payments or uncashed checks. Again, that's because of your level. You get the notification. What happens when those occur is our staff gets in there, figures out what has happened, and takes care of the reissuing of everything of that. So I could tell you from this point forward, you will still get them, but you can disregard them.
So we don't need to advise the chief to advise admin to,
No.
okay.
Yep, that's all handled automatically. Yep. And then I think the next big thing is to discuss board member scheduling as far as who's going in to pay. I recommend a few different things. We do a few different things depending on the client. I think one of the best ways is to go through and just do a weekly rotation. So, starting tomorrow, Joy's gonna approve. Then next Thursday, Al's gonna approve. The following Thursday, Corey's gonna approve. And we can put together a schedule and send that out. And then it'll just be a matter of if it's your week, to approve, and for whatever reason you're gonna be unable to, we just move to the next person and keep the schedule kind of going. Thoughts on that, concerns with that?
That works for me. Whether we can do it, whether we're on vacation or we're traveling or wherever, it's just, that's a beauty with our cell
Right,
phones.
and I think that's a good point, or a point I want to make about it is, it's no different than you coming in and signing the physical check.
Right.
As far as paying bills, the difference is you're able to do it from wherever. You don't have to come in to physically sign that check. So,
I think it's a good idea. Works
Okay.
well for me.
all right,
Gabe, one of the things that I've noticed is that there may be 20, 30 approved checks for us to sign. And inevitably, we'll go through the list, and whether we check them all off at once or do them in groupings. But once you hit pay, if just one of them is a bad address or something wrong with it, it kicks them all out.
yeah.
And you have to go back and and write down the one that was bad, and then repay or recheck the ones that you want to repay again. Is that something, how could we either get around to that or improve that, or pay them off in smaller groups so we have a better handle?
So that's on my end, and I've taken steps on my end to address that with my staff to make sure that they're going through and they're checking the addresses on these vendors as part of the process, that step one JVG bookkeeping process. At that level, they're going through and making sure those addresses are accurate. I will say though, I've noticed the app is glitchy sometimes, and will say that whether or not there's an issue with the address or not. The website though is good with it though.
One of the things that Bill brought up was the legality of using your phone. And it seems as though that the app on a PC versus an iPad versus an iPhone, or it's all just slightly different. But it seems to work best on your personal phone,
Right.
yet it's our personal phone. Is that okay? Or, I mean, is that gonna open us up to that phone being potentially an item to be subpoenaed for fraud in the financial end type of thing, or?
So it's an app that none of the data stays on their phone. It's all accessing the Bill.com server. So that helps you answer.
If it's just software, no. And if you do get data on your phone, but it's also located in Sedona's system,
Uh-huh.
then it's not gonna be a problem.
Oh, okay,
It's when your electronic device becomes the only place that stuff is.
gotcha, okay,
Private email server.
okay, thanks.
Okay. So, again, because it's a workshop, there's no, you can't take formal action, but it sounds like we've got good direction here from the board that developing that weekly rotating schedule will be beneficial for everybody.
We could bring it up at the meeting to direct staff to create that schedule, if that comes to that,
Yeah.
at a board meeting.
I think we're okay with the direction here, right, Bill? Or,
No.
no?
We had
Messing
it,
with you.
we had intended to put that on the agenda, to bring that sample
Perfect.
for you to approve.
Oh,
Okay,
Okay?
great, thank
And then we would have
There's no
then
action.
provided it.
No actions? Okay, all right, perfect. All right, good.
Okay, thank you.
Questions on that so far?
I think we're pretty good with a weekly rotation.
Does that feel,
or-
I mean, does it
or-
answer people's questions, concerns, interests?
Actually, it's perfect timing. I know that I struggled with it because I was afraid to go in and I was gonna mess something up. And so I was reluctant,
Right.
but it's really simple. It's quite simple to accomplish.
Well, I'd say the one thing that should help reduce that concern is if you think you messed something up, we have the ability to go in and see everything that everybody's done in there. It keeps a very detailed audit trail, so we can go in and go, oh, yep, Gene did that, and he shouldn't have done that, so we can fix that now. So it allows that ability to go in and, if you're calling me in a panic going, Gabe, I logged in there and I think I messed this up, we can go in and look and see what happened and go, yep, nope, it worked just fine, or yeah, there was an issue, and fix it, so.
Okay.
Well, because I did make a mistake in my second or third time, because it said, oh, you want to pay this bill faster, so I clicked yes, not realizing it was gonna cost $20 to send it FedEx.
Oh, yeah,
When I did that on
yeah.
the vendor, I was like, oh my god. So like, I don't mind paying $20, but
Yeah, yeah.
I'll do it if I have to.
Well,
Yes.
One point too is that I've had an opportunity to work with the auditing firm, and they're well aware of bill pay, and especially the ability to reduce even the idea of fraud. And it's kind of a big ease of mind or comforting thing, knowing that it's another checkpoint.
Right, exactly. All right. So I guess my next question is, and the reason I'm asking this, I was actually gonna go through a Bill.com demo with you, is show you how the little how a bill becomes a law, do how a bill gets paid. But one thing I realized is let me see if this will work. I think I'm gonna have to plug in up here to be able to do it. Oh, yep, yep. Let me, I'm gonna have to switch up real quick here.
I'm gonna get my glasses.
I think it's good to do it.
Yeah, kind of, make sure everybody gets the same information.
Sorry.
Now I'm gonna get my
Yeah, you gotta,
glasses.
yeah.
I need to be able to see. Well,
Just getting picky now.
I know.
Are you guys down south using an auto pay like this type of thing?
No, the city of Glendale uses Tyler. It's a nightmare. They just switched over to it.
We'll be talking about that too.
They're dug in though.
Okay.
And then the district is so small, we can do by hand all of those.
Everything's cash and carry.
Yeah, pretty much. No. Just
So
quick
we
books.
are migrating away from,
It's very robust, so
Yeah.
with robust is complicated, and it's just not. If you have a dedicated team to manage that, then it's useful and it's incredibly trackable, but we don't, small districts just don't.
Yeah, our city's not.
It's overwhelming.
it's where there's like one of the things just to have it send you a notification when you had a requisition approved. You know, what they ask is like, we don't have a person that's standing in front of you, just looking to see the ready. No, you have to go to a different program. They can't just send me an email if there's a requisition approved. Yeah. Where, like I said, if you had somebody, a dedicated person that was the approved requisitions person, already was doing that.
And it takes an act of Congress to
This is kind of
update the,
this bill.
Absolutely, that's good.
I hope this comes with the same music as the old cartoon or the old commercial.
There's the JV part of the JVG.
All right. Okay.
Are those your kids?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, Devil's Bridge.
I know.
Oh,
Shocking,
that's what
huh?
I say instead of saying a curse.
oh no, I'm sorry, I was talking to you.
Okay. Thank you. All right, I apologize for a little technology glitch there. So when you're connected to the wireless, doing the wireless thing, it doesn't connect to the internet. So here's Bill.com. Everybody should be familiar with that, except Alan will get you signed up today.
Yeah, I just downloaded the app.
Okay, perfect. So, you log in. And I'm going to sign in. So, obviously, when you guys sign in, you see Sedona Fire. This, because my account is associated with multiple clients. We'll go here to Sedona Fire. And here is kind of the home page. So, this is typically where you'll log in. You'll have, yours will pop up with the review through any return checks. You'll have your pay bills. And then you'll also have review on cash checks. And that should predominantly be about it in your to-do list. Again, understanding that your primary function is to go in there and pay those bills that are ready to be paid. But so let's go through how kind of a bill comes into the system and kind of visualize that process. So as I mentioned before, Jody is scanning documents in. So here's the inbox. So in this inbox are all the bills that have been scanned in this week. So let's find an easy one for me. Here we go, Walker Armstrong. We're talking about the audit. So here's a bill from our auditors, Walker Armstrong. Invoice or statement. Well, it's a statement, so it's not a good example. Because we don't pay off statements. So we only pay off invoices. So I will not use that one as an example. We'll go with Verizon. So here's our Verizon bill. So there's 96 pages in this document. And so what I need to do, though, first on this 96 pages is find out how much of it is actually the bill. And typically what we'll do is we'll start right now and put down the vendor. So this is for Verizon. So there's our Verizon Wireless. Invoice number. A lot of vendor, like reoccurring bills like this don't come with invoice numbers. So our policy is to put it for the period it is covering. So we're gonna go January through February. And then our payment terms, we always do upon receipt on the payment terms. And the reason for that is if we say net 30, Bill.com will wait 30 days before, 30 days from the invoice date before it'll actually release for payment. Even though you said pay now, it will hold it for that till that due date. So
So I think the important part of that is that that's why you see those things that say overdue.
correct.
So it's not necessarily that they're,
If you remember sometimes on the homepage when you sign it says there's 30 bills ready to be paid and 25 are overdue.
Yes.
Well, they're saying they're overdue because we're entering this bill today on on February 3rd. We're going to say is the bill date because that's when the statement ended, and we're going to say it's due on February 3rd. So the system's automatically going to think it's overdue when actuality the due date is February 20th. So that's why you'll see that. Thank you. So our invoice date on this is February 3rd, right? Is that what we decided? Yep, February 3rd. Due date February 3rd, and then our amount. And can't see that.
708,
708.90. Okay.
is it an 8 or a 6?
Is that an 8 or a 6? Looks like an 8.
It looks like a B, to be honest, but.
Yeah.
708.90.
708.90? Okay. Bill description, we're just going to put in the cell for January 04 to February 03. So put our bill description. Any notes? Here's where I could put in, Chief Coyle, there was an iPhone purchase on this invoice. Please look at it. So things like that, things that are to notate to whoever's going in to then approve it later, what if there's something specifically that they need to look at that's out of whack. In this case, we don't have anything. So here we're going to go until I don't do this very often. Come on.
So he has staff on his team that, in a clerical role, that just kind of sit and process it through. So just imagine, kind of without the speed of going through it, you've experienced Tyler, that's not a speedy process doing that. And this just becomes routine. The more familiar they are with our vendors, our codes, our bill, our budget line items, the faster this process goes. We scan the mail in every day, so every day we get bills, they get scanned in immediately and put into the inbox. And a member of his team is processing it, usually daily.
Yep.
So that code number, like 6,300,
Right.
coincides with the line item on the budget
Correct. Correct.
account? Okay.
Correct. So yeah, so that's so kind of explain these here real quick. So this is our essentially our line item budget code, all right? Obviously, this is the bill amount, so we could split it. Let's say let's say there was a purchase of an iPhone on here as well on this bill. So maybe I want, $500 going to our actual communications expense, and then the other $208 going to an equipment purchase. So that's how these splits work out. Our department, telecommunications, and then customer job actually allows us to then break it down to like a project code if we needed to do that as well. So, for example, if this was a bill related to a wildland fire, we'd actually have the code for that wildland fire in here, so we can code this expense directly to that job, and be able to track all of our revenue and expenses by job. So after that's in there, we've got our budget code, our amount, and our department. Right off the bat, you see I'm not on it, so it will go to Christy, and then you can see Jason and Bob, and then we just want to order this because we really don't want the chief approving something until he knows his program manager or his battalion chief has already said, yes, this is valid. Because if it comes to him and he's not involved in that project or in whatever they're doing, he may not know if it's already ready to be paid. They could be still working on something.
So why
No, it just depends on the certain bill. Some of them,
it remembers?
yeah,
Okay.
it does, so.
So based on that right there, we don't see any board members, so it'd have to get through all three of those before it would be approved to be signed by a board member.
Correct.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna remove Christie and then add myself. And then I'm gonna move me up, okay? So now what I wanna do is, because this document is so big, I wanna make sure that this is just the Verizon bill. So I'm gonna scroll through each page here, and that's associated, so I'm gonna select that. And actually, here's something that works a little quicker, is I can open the document. Yeah, I'm not gonna scroll through 96 pages here. But I could download the document and scroll through it much faster. And for ease of time, I'm just gonna scroll to the bottom here. And the entire 96 pages is the Verizon bill. So now that I know that, I can just select all here. And now, if I click to the next one, this little checkbox that's up here saying that page is associated. So now we know all the pages, all 96 pages are associated to this Verizon bill. So now, I will.
So if you had a, like, so if you had a purchase order and then a received invoice or anything else, then you would just, same thing, that's how you associate them all.
Correct, correct. And the nice thing is now that I've created this bill, I could hit save and next item, and it's gonna take me to the next item in the inbox. And now let's say, you can see here, it's process items by, and it gives me this little window here. So now let's say this is the packing slip for that iPhone that was ordered on there. I can now say this document here, I wanna add to an existing bill, and I can go to my Verizon bill and search. And here's the Verizon bill I just entered, and I could say I wanted it, or no, here it is. I want it associated with that bill there. And then now it'll attach that page to that other bill and complete that document.
I can see why the auditors like it.
Yeah,
They go in there and just check some from start to finish.
exactly. So now when I go to my home page, I clicked inbox, home page, on my dashboard, it's got, well, there's more bills in here now, but approved 6 bills. So that's an important one. We want to do that one right away. So now here's this bill that we just created for Verizon. So I'll now review it for approval. Now I can come in. So this is why I don't do this. So there's no attachment here. So let's actually use this as an example. I'm going to deny this bill. Just say no documents attached. And I'm going to deny it. So now our bookkeeper is going to get that denial in their inbox and go in and fix it. And then be like, what would you do, Gabe? So let's go to the one that, let's look at this Village Hardware one. So here's a Village Hardware. So now that I'm reviewing it for approval, I'm looking invoice number 42700-2. I could click here and see the last 5 bills. It's like, maybe I saw that bill. No, looks like this is the only one with that invoice number. Invoice date 2/12. And then right here, I've noticed that we didn't put in the proper due date. You see how it's defaulting to 2/27. So now I can go in and edit that and fix that. So these are all things that we're doing at our level. And then save it. And so now again, looking through it, it's for building maintenance and repairs. Looks like we got compression tees. And then like Payson. So on this one, what I would do is I would actually add our logistics person to this invoice. So he can take a look at it and make sure that from a station repairs, building repairs standpoint, that this is something that he wants to go ahead and approve. So we'll add Dave to that and then save it. and then now I'll approve it, and it'll go to him next.
On the approvers 1, 2, and 3, which is the higher, how is it progressing from 3 to 1 or from 1 to 3?
1 to 3.
1 to 3.
Yeah, so chief is always the last approver. So we'll approve that, and then now Jason will get that, or I'm sorry, Buzz will get that, review it, and then either approve it, deny it, send a question, and then send that off. So now we've got, let's look at a bill that's been fully approved. So we got pay 12 bills here. So, and this goes back to what Gene was talking about earlier. We've got approving, meaning it's going through the approval process. Denied, meaning it's denied. Assigned means it's finished at that first initial level where everything's been coded, but nobody has approved it yet. So once I approve it or Christy approves it, then it'll go through, say it's in the approving process. It looks like we don't have any that are approved right now. So we'll actually select, let's say it was approved. So the board members that obviously review here, at any point you can click on any bill to view it. So this is the Tyler Technology invoice for $32,000. And again, there's a reason we're not paying this one because we're leaving Tyler and we're dealing with them on the cancellation still. But let's say it was approved, you could review it. At this point, you could ask questions, or you could say, you know what, I'm not paying this right now because I've got a serious question about this.
So then who are we gonna, who are we gonna address the questions to? Would that be you or for the chief?
So I guess my chief step in here too on this one. My standpoint, if it's a question about why we're making a purchase or an expense, I would address that with the chief. If it's a question about the system or the accounting piece behind it, something like that, I would say address it towards me.
So
But
if it was denied, then I'd go straight to the chief?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think that's a good flow for anything that's other than like a systems maintenance, if you will, kind of thing.
So the ability to filter to the approved ones, I don't know if that's coming up or,
Yes, yep, right now. So right up here, you have approval status on this pay screen. If you click this little drop down and select approved, and then, oh, yep.
I find that this part is infinitely better to do on a computer, you know, personally.
Yeah.
What other people do it. Yeah, it's so much easier, formats right, and everything, and do it on iPad.
Yeah,
you mean a PC rather than iPad?
yeah. So right here, you could, on the top of the pay screen, there's approval status. You select approved and then go. And then obviously we saw none of them were approved right now. Questions so far?
An area where you go to, let's say a check is written to Dave for reimbursement for whatever, and he doesn't cash it.
Right,
There's a period of time, 90 days or something like that, I believe.
right.
And we don't have any involvement with that, correct? Just ignore it.
Right, right. We'll review all the uncashed or return items and figure out what happened and get it redirected.
Okay.
Another piece is what I kind of mentioned earlier in the presentation is the research ability. And so you can, on the top, you can click on vendors and it takes you a list of vendors, or you could always search a vendor. So let's look at our legal bills. So Boyle, right here, and you can click on this vendor. And you have all the information on as far as billing address and everything else. And then down here it keeps a record of the bills and payments, and you can see checks cleared. You got the payment confirmation. We could always look back at the invoice and see the detail on it. And so all that is in there. And even to the point where, like if I want to look at this payment here for $954, must have been a slow month for him. Must have been traveling. That's probably what happened there. You could see the process date of January 10th, check date of January 10th. It estimated to arrive on the 15th, and it actually cleared though. So they got it obviously before the 15th and got it cleared by the 16th. Yes.
Is the in the system,
Yes, it is.
even if it's,
If it's part of
If
the
there's
same-
something that needs to be redacted, we could redact it.
Oh, wow.
who,
Yeah. And
who would do
That's probably a good question.
this? Where does it go?
It goes to bill.com, and then so I've got a bookkeeping staff.
In the cloud?
Yeah,
So technically, the people at bill.com can now see my invoices.
yeah.
Good, bad, or indifferent, Bill?
well, would some of that be confidential?
Yes.
So,
Okay, we should talk.
We should talk about that. Okay,
yeah.
Nothing we can solve right now, just curious.
okay, perfect. That's a good point, Bill. I didn't even think of that. Good thing you're here. So then again, we could see that, and we could actually see a copy of the check, as well as the endorsement, which is always nice when people say, "I never got my check." We're able to go in and pull that up and look at it relatively quickly. Yes.
Along those lines, can anybody on staff see it then?
No, it's still restricted based on, so the way the users are restricted is, the chief can, Heidi can, but let's say, let's stick on the Bob example. Bob can only see invoices and bills that he's been assigned to approve. So, all right. Questions? Nope. Okay. Moving on, I'll just stay up here. That way we don't have to go back through the process of cutting everything down. So with that, I think we've got some clear direction. We'll bring back the schedule for Bill.com to the board meeting. Bill and I will meet offline to discuss legal services invoices, and well, covers it. Unless there's any other questions on it before we move on.
I think we're good, huh?
All right.
Just one thing. For example, I need to direct my question to you as opposed to the chief. Is there anywhere on bill.com where there's a little contact Gabe? There's a little note box there and so on, as opposed to, because frankly, I don't have your phone number.
That's a good question. And there is. So, oops.
Include that on the payment schedule.
Yeah, we could include that on the payment schedule.
I'll put that on there, Dave's contact information.
But one thing, we could do that, and then one thing I want to show you is, let's say you're looking at this bill right here, which is, again, an important bill. So you're looking at this, Gene, and you're like, everybody's approved it, it looks good, but didn't we pay this already, or what is this for? So at any time, you can go to this note section. You see where I'm at in that note section there? And if you type in @ and then Gabriel Boldra, if I could spell my name, Gabriel Boldra, right there it pops up, and you can ask away.
Got it.
And then whatever you put in here, so we could say, what do you do? Perfect. What do you do? Question mark. You hit add, and now not only does it store your comment here for me to see it there, it actually will now automatically send me an email saying there's a note on this bill from Gene.
Do you have to click to make visible to vendor?
No, none of our vendors are tied in that way to be able to see our invoices and stuff that way. Okay, all right. Thank you, good question. All right, back to the PowerPoint. All right, so now going on to the monthly financial reporting. So we actually do a class at the AFTA conference, which none of you were in. I'm just gonna point it out. None of you guys were there. Could have gone to my class. What? Heidi was there. But it's okay, I'll get over it. And I'm actually taking a part of this from that class. So in what we talk about in the class is mainly fraud. And one of the components of the class is how that financial report and interpretation of the financial report, as well as how that financial report helps reduce the risk of fraud. So first of all, monthly reports, one of the things, as Bill covered earlier, is by law we're required to produce a monthly report. And that monthly report is required to include a number of items. It's required to include a balance sheet, a listing of all assets and liabilities. It's required to show your income and expenses relative to budget, not only for the month, but for the year to date. It's required to show disbursements of all cash receipts, all disbursements, and it's required to show a cash flow. Those are the minimum requirements. As you know, we add in some more reports. We add a fixed asset addition and disposal log. We add in graphs that support the numbers. And so that's kind of the minimum, and then what the reports entail. It allows you as a board member to have that oversight of all the transactions without having to come in daily or come in weekly and look at everything. It allows you to know every month you're going to get a summary of what's going on in the district and at a high level. And then obviously there are some detail in there, but then also cues you if there's questions about something at a more detailed level. Like Gene asked earlier about, can we look at what we spent on for this vendor on a historical average? Then by all means, we can dig in and get that information and look that up. It gives basically the current trends in district financial performance. Again, monitors those transactions like I mentioned. And one of the key things to understand about financial reports is they're only good as the internal controls within the organization. Because if they're not good internal controls, the financial reports cannot be relied upon, because one, you could have fraudulent transactions in there. You could have improperly recorded transactions. And so these reports are important in that whole process. And so I felt the best way to really cover this section was to go through a monthly report. And you'll actually see this report next month, or next week, I'm sorry, but I won't dive in too much into the whys or the reasons in here, but more or less just a generic analysis of. So as all of you are aware, our reports always start off with a cover page, which summarizes what you're gonna have included in this financial report. In addition, we always include, in addition, we cover any key points, anything that we feel is important to notate for the board, positive variances that are of significance, negative variances that are of significance. All those things are items we want to bring forward that we feel need to be kind of on that front snapshot cover page. Then we get into the actual financial statements. And so the first financial statement you have is a balance sheet. And the purpose of the balance sheet is to give you that listing of assets, liabilities of the district. And you can see all the financial statements start off with, balance sheet start off with your cash on hand, and a listing of the accounts. Then we have our receivables, meaning this is all the money that's due to us. And you can see we have a number of different receivables. Other current assets, so undeposited funds are essentially monies in transit, meaning the money's been received in-house, but it hasn't hit the bank yet. We haven't actually taken the check to the bank. Prepaid expenses are all those expenses that we've paid for a year of service with something, but haven't obviously utilized it, so we only expense out the portion that we've utilized. We have our accumulation of assets. These deferred outflows, PSPRS and ASRS, if you remember a couple of years ago, for those of you who were on the board, GASB 68 came out and required a listing of all of the assets and liabilities of pensions. And so that requires us now to record our pension liability on our financial statements, and that's what these numbers, part of these numbers that make up. Our accounts payable, so at the end of January, we had all of our bills paid. And then again, this number fluctuates. You could see last year at the same time, we had $1 million in payables. And it's typically a function of timing on payment of bills. It's nothing to do with issues, although you will want to watch trends. If you continually see accounts payable rising and rising and rising, you may want to ask, what's going on? We have adequate cash in the bank to pay these. Is it a matter of, we got a lot of bills in at the end of the month and that's what before the cutoff? Or is it an issue bills aren't getting paid? Or is it an issue of funding? Do we not have the money to pay the bills? And then we've got our credit card balances at the time of the statements. And then we come down, we've got our current liabilities and Some of these are longer term, like our accrued employee leave. We've got our lease purchases, some of those deferred inflows on the pension liabilities. And then down here, we've got our longer term liabilities. You can see there's the recording of those pension liabilities. We've got almost just over 19 million in liability due to the pension on our financial statements. And then finally, we come down to our equity position, and you can see out of all of our assets and all of our liabilities, we're still kind of in the positive by 6.9 million. If we're in the negative, it's important to ask, why are we in the negative? Unfortunately, I have some clients that are in the negative because of that pension liability and solely because of that pension liability. So it's not a large concern. If it's not because of the pension liability, those are the questions you want to ask. Why do our liabilities exceed our assets? Is it, are we too much in debt and not enough cash on hand, and not enough assets to stand behind that debt? Or, what's going on? These are cues for board members to ask questions. And then that covers the balance sheet. Then we go into the income statement. Or I'm sorry, before that, the summary of reconciled cash balances. And this is a good checkpoint here from a board member's perspective as far as our bank reconciliations being done. The statute requires the bank reconciliations be done every month. And this summary of reconciled cash balances shows that these reconciliations have occurred. And what it does here is, if you look, so we've got our beginning balances for the month on each account, summarize all the checks that have come out, all the deposits that have gone in. And this first part here is what has actually hit the bank. And then what that bank's cleared balance is. So out of the bank's saying, if I look at the bank statement, this number here must match up with the bank statement number. Then what we have is our uncleared transactions, and these are transactions in transit, meaning they've occurred on our financial records but haven't cleared the bank's records yet. And then you get to basically the register balance of what these numbers here at the bottom should and actually must tie in with the balance sheet. If these numbers don't tie in with the balance sheet, then there's an issue somewhere else. So if we look, 7,790,000 for the county fund, I come up here and I've got 7,790,000 in the county fund. So that's another one of those kind of checkpoints as a board member to see, do these numbers match up? Because if they don't, there's something going on. And that's, again, time and point to ask questions. Yes.
I have a question on that. Now, there's a lot of numbers on that sheet.
Yes.
And until you train your eye as to that 7.7 million on page 1 is down here on page 3, is there a way to perhaps highlight that so that we as a board at a glance can see those key points that need to be
Color code.
color coded, or is this something that maybe we could do on a short term until we're accustomed to this? Or, hey, Dave, just learn how to read a statement,
I would never say that to a client.
Because, I mean, there's a lot of things that, is the county general fund, as we just pointed out, it is here, it is down here, and how does that reflect? And it shows up down here again, but maybe somewhere else it has a different number. Wait a minute, why is this, Gabe? Why is these two numbers not the same? Now, the thing that I'm concerned with is that I tend to lean more on the graphs than these.
Right.
Yet nowhere in the statute does it say we're here to approve the graphs. We're here to approve the statements.
Well, I think that, so in your kind of defense on that is the graphs are part of the financial report as a whole, and you're approving it in its entirety. So everything is in there. I think we could look at doing some things to help kind of cue you in maybe on some of these things. And like I said, I always make sure that you point out if there's issues. One advantage, again, coming back to our relationship, and it's obviously more of a concern when it's not a similar relationship, is we have a professional responsibility to the board and the district. Sure. And we also don't have the ability to disperse funds. So for our ability is, or should I say, our role is protected in that fact that we're here to make sure that they don't disperse funds inappropriately. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'll do some things to kind of help cue you in as we go forward.
And I say this because I'm just the average Joe when it comes to something like this, and I don't know if the rest of my fellow board members are in the same boat or not, or maybe they know how to read them all, and I'm just lacking. But, you know, if it's just a matter of me coming more up to speed, then fine. But if it's not, and we all are on the same page as far as what am I looking at?
Right.
Is there those things that we could do to assist us?
I have to agree with Dave. For me, sometimes it's just like a monkey looking at a wristwatch, you know? And keep scrolling down, what have you. You've lost me.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. We'll work on that then.
And I think we have, I mean, obviously the fiduciary responsibility of this, but we got a community out there is keen on this stuff, and if they call me to the mat on that figure on that page, and I'm used to looking at graphs, then I can't talk the same language.
Yep.
So,
Okay. Perfect.
Gabe,
Yeah.
I think, the way that they do like lab values, because the values are always different,
Yeah.
but you know what right looks like and you know what's outside. I don't know.
Yeah, it'd be hard
I
because,
don't know how you do that. but
yeah.
whatever. It'd be cool to do it easier, right?
Benchmark. Yeah. Yeah.
well, let me ask, Bill, from a legal standpoint, I mean, we're responsible obviously for the financial report as a whole. We get comfortable with the graphs as I just stated, but it's the documents that traditionally have been what we're approving, even though it's all part of the whole package. Is what I'm leaning towards as far as, you know, the ability to highlight things. Is that, do you see that at all, or is that something that's not legally, we're wasting our time, or what?
No,
I mean, I don't even know if that's a legal I'm not really, maybe that's not even a legal question, but it's more maybe Gabe, I just,
it's a matter, it's a due diligence question.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you have access to it, that's all the law requires.
yeah.
I think it's, I mean, I wouldn't expect as a board member to learn the ins and outs of accounting to fulfill your role as a board member.
Right, I want to stop short of that.
But I think there are some of those baselines of things to look at and key in on, and I think that we could do some stuff to help facilitate that for sure.
And you do that for anybody else? I mean, that's
No,
sort of thing?
you'd be special, but
Oh.
but you are. You're a special client. So, no, yeah, I think we could definitely do something like that for sure. So,
Maybe it'd help another district
Yeah.
also, I don't know.
yeah. I'll be honest. I mean, most board members look at our. I mean, Bill kind of jokingly said, you know, the snore guy or whatever. You know, most people when we come on the financials aren't paying as much attention as they should. Most boards are, you know, yep, okay, and not paying the attention they should. So I appreciate these questions. I appreciate this level of involvement, and we can do more to help. Like I said, we can do more to help facilitate your understanding.
Thank you, I appreciate
Yep.
that.
Okay, going down to the, and I'm going to probably go up to lunch, by the way, and after lunch. But all good stuff. So this is, you notice this is a little different than what you've seen in the past. This is a result of the QuickBooks conversion, and I hope when you look at this, this is easier to see and understand. Although, fortunately, one of the few good things about Tyler is actually did do okay on this report. But here's your profit and loss budget performance. And what we've done here is we've broken up the revenue by our two major revenue sources, tax levy and non-tax levy, which we've done up historically. And then we've broken up our expenses by major categories, our personnel-related costs, buildings and land, vehicles and equipment, communications and IT support, meetings, travel and training, managerial costs, and then our other expenses. And so, as you can see, you've got a listing of you've got a reporting of what our January actuals are, what the budget was for January, any variances, and then you're also given a year to date on where we're at from July through January, and then that's also compared to the total budget. And so you can see at a snapshot here, you know, we've received 10 million of our whole 14 million in tax revenue. And it's probably hard to see on the screen here. It'll be easier to see on Tuesday when it's in front of you. And again, the value of that is if we're sitting here at January and I'm looking and we've got, you know, 10 million in personnel expenses and our budget's only 12 million for the year, that should be a red flag. That should be, whoa, what's going on? And so that's why all that information is important as a board member to be able to see where are we at just from a purely, where are we at on the month? Oh, you know what, we're looking pretty good. We're 169,000 under budget for the month on total expenses. Look at the year to date. Yep, we're doing good year to date. And then also I've got the ability to look at each item as if there's any other outliers. So we give this report, and again, on our summary, we give a high level, or actually bullet pointed any issues. And then the other thing is obviously when we give the verbal report, we also include any other additional information. Coming down to our graphs. And again, this is not required, but we include the graphs. And again, you want to make sure one thing that's probably good to do is another spot check is make sure the graphs tie in. You know, all right, Gabe, you said we've got 922,000 in tax revenue for the month of January, and you know, 922,000. Okay, they tie in. If they didn't, then you say, well, wait a second, these numbers don't tie in. And you know, I've been caught on typos before. I try to do it, have somebody in my office review it, and vice versa. But sometimes we miss stuff, and so, yep, Jeeton, good catch there, Mr. Chairman. That was a mistake. We'll make sure it's corrected. Or, you know what? Let me look into that. There's something else going on there.
So
So
wouldn't the numerical data that you input generate the graph, the bar?
that would be nice.
so-
That would be nice, but it doesn't. We got to type it. We have to type it in. Yeah. So it'd be awesome if there was some program I could hit, create graph, and do all kinds of fun stuff. But well,
I mean, you know like Excel does?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Financial.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. QuickBooks does generate like a couple graphs, and they're useless. They're terrible. So here's our January, and then we've got our year to date. We give a comparison of percentage of budget. So, you know, we're in our 7th month of the budget cycle, and you can see we've only expended 52% of the budget. So that's another good thing to look at. Understand though, some of our costs are not necessarily equally divided over the 12-month period. So we could have a big expense come up that causes us to expend a higher percentage, or in the case of excessive wildland deployments, we could have something that causes us to expend a higher percentage. And that's again though, that's a good, as a board member, good question standpoint. Wait a second, Gabe, we're in the 6th month and it's saying we've expended, or 7th month and it's saying we've expended 75% of our budget. You know, what's going on there? Well, yes, Mr. Chair, we have expended 75% of the budget, but that's due to the 800,000 in wildland revenue that we're receiving this year that we didn't budget the expenses for those deployments. So, our breakdown on where our costs are going between personnel, operations, and management, and then the cash position. And the cash position is again the summary of your balance sheet. So another good number to look at is, okay, Gabe's saying we have 9.2 million in cash. When I go back up here to the balance sheet, he said the QuickBooks, our accounting software, says we have 9.2 million in cash. So, here's those that fixed asset report that I mentioned before. So these are items that we are going to capitalize, and that will end up on the balance sheet at year end. And then here's really that other checkpoint for the board standpoint to see everything that's gone on through our accounts. So this disbursement listing shows every transaction, both ins and outs of all of our accounts. And so you can look through this, and you should look through this, especially because you're not signing every single check. You're not authorizing every single bill for payment. This allows you to be able to have that high level overview and go through and look at what's gone out. And again, ask those questions when something doesn't seem right to you. And then finally, the last page of the report is our cash flow. And as you can see, we have a 12-month rolling cash flow. We always start with our beginning cash balance. Here's another checkpoint. You know, you say we have 9.2 million in cash at the end of January. We don't need to go back up and look because we've confirmed that a couple times. But go back and look. Does that tie into the first page? Do all these pages tie in? and look at our revenue numbers. Now, on a cash flow is going to be a little different on matching up total revenue on both ends, because understand our financial statement is recorded on an accrual basis. So the income I say we have on the financial statement, we may not have actually received payment for, but we've invoiced for it. Whereas our cash flow on our non-levy revenue is going to actually be money that's actually come into our bank account, and not what's been invoiced, only what's been actually paid. So there will be some variance there, and the same thing on the disbursement side. The disbursements will be everything that's gone out of the bank account, whereas again, the profit and loss is showing it based on an accrual standpoint. So it's showing the expenses based on what we've billed, not necessarily have paid yet. So you might see some variances there, or you will see some variances there. But it's important to make sure that your property tax revenue matches up, because we don't have an ability to track that on an accrual basis. And our ending cash balances match up.
Yeah, I'm just grinning because we do accrual accounting on some days, we do cash accounting, and then the way we receive stuff is like towards year end, and what makes that legal and all that is like a half and half.
Right, so we maintain the books on a full accrual basis. The books and records are maintained on a full accrual basis, with the exception of our county revenue. Because we don't have control over that, so we don't know what that is. But as Chief mentioned, we then, at year end, there are some additional full accrual adjustments we make. Some things we don't make an adjustment for every month. We don't make an adjustment for our end leave liability every month. We don't make an adjustment for our like accrued interest expense. There's some little things that we don't make the adjustment for on a monthly basis. But then, we do, though, at year end, turn around and prepare financial statements on the full accrual basis for audit, and then also the modified accrual basis, which is kind of the cash in, cash out, kind of the fund balance basis in there. So we do it as a governmental entity. We do have to report on both bases of accounting. And when we do our budget on kind of that modified accrual, or that fund-based approach of all money coming in and all money going out. Although from an income and expense standpoint, it may not come out that way.
Can I ask a quick question, just
Yes.
very briefly? So in regards to ambulance billing, so I used to run a doctor's office and we would write off X amount.
Yes.
Does that come into play with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yep. So on that ambulance billing, so the ambulance billing is one of those items that we do track and record on a monthly basis. And so we do record our write-offs and our statutory adjustments on a monthly basis.
If you had to say, when you look at those year-long looks, like how, so 7 months into the year, does that tend to be like a 6.5-month look? Does that tend to be a 6-month look? Is it not anything you
I think,
could
you
put a rule in place on?
the half-year rule, so looking at it from a half-year, I mean, you are 6-7 months in, you are getting a good picture of where the district's going for the rest of the year. The outliers are a lot of districts wait on large purchases till the end of the fiscal year. And so I'm looking here right now, and we started total cash at 6.7, and right now, according to our cash flow, we're going to end at 7.4. The problem with that, though, is what I just kind of mentioned, is if we've got some larger items that we're pushing down to here, that might throw off our monthly disbursement amounts. And so, yes, it gives you a good idea, but you need to ask the question of what large purchases were we planning on doing this year that we haven't done yet? Because that needs to factor in. But, yeah.
That kind of happened to us last year, maybe the year before, when within the last 2 months of the fiscal year, Bob in his department decided to put in a lot of technology purchases in there that were hundreds of thousands of dollars. And it's
Right.
like, well, why now? Well, why didn't we just kind of get these gradually? And they're budgeted for, I mean, they're in
Right.
there, but all of a sudden, it gave us a false sense of, hey, we could,
trending.
Yeah.
we're trending.
And a lot of that culture comes from periods of time where there's not enough cash on hand to carry a district through the first half of taxes.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's that, well, we got to wait till we get first half taxes before we can do anything. And that's one of the reasons, that's some of the reasons why I've I've pushed so hard to continue to grow our fund balance, so we don't have to operate in that world. We have a healthy cash balance, so we can operate the organization and make capital purchases that are needed for the organization when they come up and when they're scheduled to be done, not based on what our bank balance is, when we get paid. We shouldn't, most of us hopefully don't live at home paycheck to paycheck, and we shouldn't run a multi-million-dollar organization on a paycheck to paycheck basis. So,
Yeah, when we go around, when we have our budget meetings and we talk to people about, what contingencies for and all that, and try to get everybody on the same page there, I think we should really hit on this as well, because for years, for the first 10 years of being here, it was like, you didn't spend until October, you better be done spending in February
right.
and or March, and so you had to have it in hand by Q1, and I'm sure that culture pretty ingrained with some other folks too.
Yep. All right. Questions?
Nope.
Did this help? Did it confuse you more?
No, quite good. It just, for me, it confirms that, and I've been doing it for just a little bit, there's still a lot more to learn, and tailor it to how my brain processes it, so.
Right. All
I
right.
just wondered, why are we doing a cash method for one piece and accrual for the other? That seemed, even though at the end of the year you report both kinds, but why is it that way?
It's kind of those nuances of government. From a budgeting standpoint, because of our revenue source and our transparency to the public, we have to budget on a fund balance, on a fund basis. The public are obligated to see all the money we're bringing in for the year and all the money we have planned on going out. But from a financial reporting basis and understanding how the district's actually doing from a performance standpoint, it's important to do it on an accrual basis because, I could sit there and say we've got 9.2 million in the bank and we're gonna clear, another $1 million. But if we have $1 million liability at the end that's gonna go to that and you don't see that, it gives you a false sense of security in the financial performance. And so that's why we want to show, we have to do one because that's how we have to do it because we're a governmental entity. And then the other side is we do it on the accrual basis because it gives the best indicator of the actual financial performance at any given time. And the outlook of revenues coming in or payables that are due out. So.
It just,
Yeah,
it
no.
sticks in my,
Yeah.
I appreciate, that was the best example, the best explanation I've heard, but it does just. Just wanna do it.
Well, just as a side note, in regards to like IT purchases and so forth, sometimes when Bob will come in at the end of the year with X amount of dollars needed for whatever, sometimes it's a software issue, sometimes things aren't available till the end of the year, sometimes the need just comes at the last minute, and I just happen to know that from my last run and from being involved with IT. So that's why that occurs. It's not like, oh, we're just gonna throw it in. It's a necessity that comes at the end without choice and almost without provocation. It kind of happens that way because of the way technology advances.
Yeah, no, and I can appreciate that. What Gabe and I were talking about before when we met was just making sure that baseline education was out there to everybody because there's things that have changed and not rely on the stuff that, make sure that we're not depending on any assumptions in what is known when we're expecting, certain things in the budget process. So we're just kind of trying to drill down some different points to make sure we bring everybody up to speed on.
All right. I think with that, we're probably good to,
Great flash, good to go? Okay, well,
I mean-
thank you, Gabe, for your presentation, I appreciate it, I think the rest of the board appreciates that and gives us a clearer understanding. Or
Thank you.
maybe not, maybe it just bothers us even more. But nonetheless, at least we have the ability to ask the questions that arise from what we've seen. But with that said, we'll break for lunch. What do you guys want to work on, a 30-minute lunch?
Yeah.
That we can get back or do you need longer?
looks like,
30's good.
30's good? All right, we'll reconvene at 12:40. Number four on the agenda that you still have yet to do, or
we have got left to do,
are we still stuck on one?
we're still on one.
Oh, no.
No, we're, I've got a little bit more to finish up on 2.
Okay.
I'll try to run through pretty quickly here. And then 3 and 4.
Okay,
And 3 and 4 should be really quick,
okay.
so. All right.
I think everybody's here. Okay, with that said, we'll reconvene in our board meeting for our workshop. And to continue with financial updates, Gabe, continue on, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, as I said, I'll try to kind of get through the rest of these relatively quickly. So kind of on a more high-level overview of Sedona finances and kind of where we're at. First, just from a financial planning standpoint, looking at the outlook of the district, we're continuing to look at our long-term planning. As Mr. Whittington mentioned before, you're required to project 2 years out. We project actually out 10 years. And so we're going a little further than in exceeding the statute. Frankly, I think much beyond 5 years is kind of a lot can happen in that period of time. But we are looking at a ways down the road and assuming various growth factors.
Do you look the same distance back to establish your historical data?
We do some from an expense standpoint, and one thing that'll be covered a little, you'll see a little bit more on my next slide, is the one problem we have with looking back is some of the decisions made in the back were just to cut expenses arbitrarily, as well as cut revenues arbitrarily, and so the issue with that is it's not a good indicator of future performance.
But that is part of the.
But it is part of the analysis. So we have our capital improvement plan, which I'm not going to talk about too much right now because we're going to have an area to focus just on that. But I do want us to continue our focus on growing our financial reserves. And then this year with the budget cycle, I really want us to establish an end leave liability fund and work on not only addressing it from this perspective as far as funding that plan, but then also, from an MOU standpoint, from a labor management standpoint, look at ways that we control that growth of the liability, I should say. So we'll work on, from this angle, controlling how to fund the liability and then looking at other ways to kind of limit the liability going forward. Just on kind of the financial operations kind of process where we're at, obviously with the finance clerk leaving back in August, there has been some transition, there has been some changes over the last couple months. We're at a point now where we have fully implemented the QuickBooks conversion. In fact, we're waiting on our hosted server to be completed with the setup, and then all the district that need access to QuickBooks will have access to QuickBooks through the remote connection, which is very similar to how they accessed Tyler in the past. We're currently working on finishing a purchase order system that actually operates and functions that actually meets the needs of what everybody needed from a purchasing order system. Unfortunately, Tyler's, while it had an online purchase order requisition system, its functionality wasn't one that really gave users the ability to put in the information they need, as well as approvers to know to approve. And then the other big thing is when POs were approved, there was no stamp on the purchase order of who approved it and when. And so the new system we're moving to does all of that stuff and meets those needs. And then I think kind of the last piece that we wanted to bring in on the whole financial system update was the credit cards. And actually, I'll be bringing that to you guys at the Tuesday board meeting for potential action on switching all of our credit cards from, we have a Chase card, or not a Chase, we have a Wells Fargo and a Bank of America card, and switching those all over to one National Bank of Arizona card. That's actually a card they developed for fire districts specifically. And not only does it allow us, one, to have our own branding on there, so it'll actually have the Sedona Fire logo on the credit card, which helps reduce the, oops, I grabbed the wrong card, that occurs at times. But more importantly, it comes with an app that ties into the card that allows people at point of sale to take a picture of their receipt, code it, and then send it off for their expense report for approvals. And it could even have the approval per transaction on there if need be as well. So we'll probably set it up and use it more of a, if you, obviously I'm being presumptuous, but if you approve that transition next week, we'll probably set it up to where they just submit their expense report and then that gets approved on a monthly basis instead of individual card basis. So
So this would
There-
be, oh, go ahead.
Is there a branch here, or obviously it's all done online, but?
It's all done, yeah, I don't know if there's a National Bank branch in Arizona, in Sedona,
Yeah.
but I know the credit cards don't get run through the branches either way, so.
Is this to say that those people who are already issued a card will continue to be issued their card? So it's not like everybody's gonna get a new card. I mean, not everybody's gonna get a card.
No, not everybody's going to get a card, but people that are current card holders are going to be issued cards, and it's going to give us from I'd say of us from a management, but chief from a management standpoint, more ability to enforce the policies when it relates to credit cards, and ensure that now we've got the receipts in and everything else, and be able to hold people a little bit more accountable when it comes to the expense reporting on credit cards.
And there is a National Bank of Arizona here in Sedona.
Oh, there's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there is, okay. And also on your point as far as,
Over there by Whole Foods, right?
is that where it's at? Okay. So that within a given district, a department head, if you will, can they at any time look to see where they're at in their budgetary, amount of how much they've spent year to date, or, can they go and say, hey, do I have enough money to buy this or that?
So the purchase order system does have that ability within it. From the computer, from the actual accounting software, we don't do that because with your accounting system, you definitely want to limit access to only necessary individuals that need access to the accounting software. But by all means, anybody can request a financial report and get that. So.
Okay.
And we can.
And Gabe, correct me if I'm wrong, but when we get migrated over, we can just send out monthly
Correct.
budget reports in PDF, so everybody doesn't have to ask for them, but monthly they're made, people that have budgetary responsibility are made aware of where they stand.
Yep. Exactly. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions on kind of the overall finance office, so to speak? Actually, there is one last piece I didn't put a bullet point on there, is the last piece to kind of the conversion, and our last thing that we're still connected to Tyler on is our payroll. We're going through some, not to get too far in, but they're going through some telestaff upgrades and want to get that kind of set up and figured out and make sure that's working before we add in another system change. So once that's completed, which should be beginning of April, we'll start the conversion on payroll and move payroll out of Tyler and actually run it through Paychecks. And so,
Sorry.
and so that'll kind of be that last piece of change. You can run payroll through QuickBooks. However, the internal controls within QuickBooks payroll module is not there. It'll allow somebody to go in and change something whenever they want. And there's no record of who did what, when, and where. And so I highly advise against that. But maybe we need to talk about Paychecks. But we've used it for a lot of other fire districts and have been happy with their process. We've had a lot of issues with ADP, unfortunately, with fire districts. But we're working with a team at Paychex specifically with fire districts, and they've been doing a good job for us.
Okay.
So, yeah. So that's the last piece on that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. The other thing I want to talk about is the CAFR. The Comprehensive Annual Financial Report is what CAFR stands for. And what the CAFR is it's a document that goes beyond our annual audit. The annual audit is part of the CAFR, so it meets the statutory requirement, but actually exceeds it. And it provides kind of that greater transparency and full disclosure of the organization. If you remember from reading audits and seeing audits just give you the financial snapshot. They don't talk anything about the operation. They really don't talk about anything about the local economy or anything like that. Whereas a CAFR gives a full overview of the operations, the financial outlook, and then it includes the basic financial statements that you see as part of the normal audit. And then it also includes a very extensive statistical section that gives histories, back to 10 years of statistical history on assessed values, budgets and levies. It gives information on who the top 10 taxpayers are, and gives a lot more statistical information about the economy and the area that supports the district. And so we're happy to be nearing completion on it. Bless you. As you know, it's on the agenda next month, or I keep saying next month, it's on Tuesday. And I'm hoping to get drafts back from the auditors here relatively quickly so I can get that out. So we prepared the CAFR, and the auditors still prepared the audited financial statements within that. But ultimately, because the audit is part of the CAFR, it's the responsibility of the audit firm to compile it all. That way they ensure the what's the word I'm looking for, but the validity of the audit itself. So.
Where do you get the data to determine what the area in the future may hold for us?
So there's not a lot on future projections in there. It's more historical. But some of the information we put in there, we relied on the economic study that we had done last year.
Okay.
We rely some on the tourism impact study that was done, as well as we pull a large number of public records from the county, and also just looking in the district's files. So our plan with that is once we get that approved next month, or I really want to come back next month, okay? On Tuesday, did you say we do too?
We'll get to you.
Oh, okay. We'll submit it to the Government Finance Officers Association for an award for financial excellence. And so we, as a firm, my firm, we've only done 4 CAFRs now. The first one we did was last year for Timber Mesa. And not that past performance is a sign of future performance, but we were awarded that award for that CAFR. And so we're hopeful that the work we've done on the Sedona CAFR will be successful as well on that award. But it's not common to get it on the first submission, so I will give that caveat, just in case.
Question for you. And I'm sure you guys are doing a ton of work to get that report completed, but it sounds to me like it's a nice to have.
Correct.
Why do we want it? Why do we need it? How does it benefit us down the road, fiduciary, money-wise, fiducially? I mean, it sounds like a great report, but we don't need it. Or do we?
Well, you're right. You don't need it. It's not required. I think where it comes back to is it's a governmental organization deciding that we want to have greater transparency in our finances and our organization, and this is just one of those ways of doing it. Besides, going for accreditation, producing the annual report, open board meetings, all of those things.
So it does assist in the process of getting accredited.
Correct.
And perhaps also it would be a positive in the eyes of the public, I think.
Well, without
Yes,
a doubt,
very much so.
Without a doubt, transparency would be huge. But again, we were so used to seeing something that is required by law, and this isn't.
Right.
And we've got enough things to do. But if this is to our advantage, then by all means.
What will the public, for example, know from these reports that they wouldn't know now? What would they have insight on?
One, they would actually have numbers behind the district's financial performance in the past. I think that if one thing, not that I want to bring it up, but I think it's a good example here, the bond process taught us is there's a lot of misinformation out there about the district's financial past. And this compiles that financial past into one document that is certified to be a true and factual document of the district. And I think just the other thing is it talks about, there are other areas where you can get some of the operational information about the district, but it kind of combines it with the financial. So you have the operational piece actually connected to that financial piece. So when you're talking about a $17 million budget, but you see that, okay, it's a $17 million budget, you see that right here, but then over here, you have to look at a different document to talk about what area the district covers and how many calls for service they respond to and what's their staffing makeup. They're 2 separate documents, whereas now it's being combined into one. So, again, I think the biggest thing is the disclosure and the transparency to the public. So.
And from a Limer perspective, if we were a city, Gabe, if we were a city that had the same budget as we would that we do as a fire district right now, we would have to do a CAFR, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Is there a cost to us for that report?
Yes. So I'd have to look back, but I believe you're paying, so the audit firm, it's no more work on the audit firm side, so their fees don't change. Our fees, and don't quote me on this, I can have an exact number for you on Tuesday. But I believe we are charging, it's either an extra $2,000 or $3,000 for the audit prep for the CAFR. And that will go down in future years because the first year it's getting all the historical information. So, okay,
That it?
all right. No, I'm not done yet.
Oh, okay. I didn't want to
Really
assume.
want this done?
One,
There's so many more numbers.
one of the big things is just kind of talk about kind of the past performance and historical performance. And I didn't go back too far on here, but one of the things I wanted to kind of point out, especially as we go into budget season and we talk about kind of that historical trending, is if you look here, this yellow bar represents our total expenses. And we go back to 2013, and we go all the way into our projected 2020 budget. And as you can see, we're kind of, we've been a little bit all over the map here. There's no steady increases, declines, anything like that till we get to about here. And then we have this period of time where we've got, right here is our fund balance, this kind of grayish black line. And you can see this is where it's talking about we basically, in this year here, you can see we slowly increased revenues by a small amount, but then expenses jump considerably, and we see our drop in our fund balance. And then that's where that fund balance just stayed low for these years until really 2016, there was a little bit of a spike. 17, we had a drop, and then we had our we started coming back up again in 18 and 19. And really, you see 2020 just kind of level off or even decrease a little bit because we haven't projected all what we're putting in there yet. But what we want to try to do is grow our fund balance so we can have our capital plan funded, have our end leave liability funded, have financial reserves to be able to operate. And then from a planning standpoint and a budgeting standpoint, be able to level out our need for revenues on taxation and our spending. Obviously, there are still things that are going to impact the district and cause spikes and expenses. You know, we know we've all experienced the PSPRS impact a couple of years ago. Health insurance is always another one of those big items that can have a large impact on the budget. But be able to kind of always stay focused on that and understand that there is a need for an organization like Sedona Fire to have a good, healthy fund balance and cash on hand. And how we plan and how we operate and how we run, you know, we need to always have that in our mind as we're developing our budgets and developing our plans, our operational plans going forward. So just want to kind of throw that in there as a little reminder, especially as we're starting to get back into budget season again.
It makes it a little bit tough in that in order to accomplish those things, we have to be mindful of what the taxpayer is contributing.
Correct.
And their contributions continually go up.
Right.
And that is, you know, what we're watching and keeping an eye on all the time, so.
Yep. Not done yet. Okay. You guys gave me a healthy agenda for today. Purchasing thresholds and spending authority. So I just wanted to kind of touch on, and obviously there's no action today, but I think this is something we do need to address as our purchasing thresholds and policies limit the ability for the district to do regular business sometimes, and our levels are extremely low in comparison. And so right here, our purchasing authority, a program manager, you know, is authorized to spend up to $500. The administrative services manager, which I copied this directly out of our policy, which I understand that position has been retitled, but can spend $2,000. Battalion chiefs, division chief, and fire marshal, $2,000. The assistant chief, $2,000. And the fire chief, $5,000. On our purchase order and bid requirements, you can see purchase over $500 require a PO. Then, which we did increase from what we had before, which has helped out a lot. But as an organization with a $17 million budget, there's a lot of day-to-day purchases that meet the threshold for a purchase order. And then the other issue that's starting to come up, especially in the Sedona area with a small vendor pool, is the 3 quotes rule. And so what's starting to occur, and Chief, if you want to kind of elaborate more on this, is we're not getting quotes back because people are like, well, all you're doing is asking for quotes to fill your file, and so.
Yeah, so what brought this to light for me was I was giving Buzz a hard time about some of the repairs not getting done around the station, and started kind of drilling down into why that was. And, you know, in an attempt to follow the policy as it stands, had gone out multiple times for requests for vendors to get work done, some, you know, specific even to the stucco and stuff. And then after a while, people quit calling back, and he couldn't get anybody to bid. And it made him uncomfortable, even though it met the intent of the policy, to request bids from 3 people and only go with a bid from 1 person if they were the only responder, even though he could document that I, you know, requested bids from these people. And so I was like, well, we should look at this, because I don't want to have a policy that doesn't align with what makes sense for the organization. And I also don't want to put somebody that's managing that budget in a position where they feel like while they're following the letter, they're not following the intent of the competitive process. And I would submit that it may be more fiscally appropriate for us if we find some vendors that agree to, you know, like certain per unit pricing, kind of like the way a blanket purchase order works. And so we know we have those people to go to, especially when, as a detail in my presentation, that the battalion chiefs are doing this as a tertiary duty. And so them being here every day and being able to manage this stuff, if it starts taking a lot more time to do it, there's other consequences as well. So those are some of the different things for your consideration, and I'll kind of drill down in those in more detail when I do mine. And then as we more likely will bring this up at a future date for more formal action. So.
Thank you. And so, yeah, I mean, I guess is what I'm looking for from you guys is, yes, you know, Gabe, we're interested and we want to see, you know, what you suggest, or no, we like these limits where they're at, you know, leave it be. But I mean, I would say the recommendation from myself, and, you know, not speaking for the chief, but what he just said, is we would like to address these and bring some options up to you, to bring these up into a more reasonable threshold to allow for, you know, still ensuring, you know, proper pricing and selection of vendors, but allow business to operate a little bit smoother.
We've been talking about modernizing these figures for some time. Also, the fire chief's expenditure abilities without board consent. So it should get agendized.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because we have been talking about it for quite a while now. How
Okay.
does that happen?
So we can, obviously it's too late probably for Tuesday.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Thank you. But we'll bring it to the board in March.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. And just real quick, you guys have seen this before, but up there's kind of some comparative spending authorities. You can see some are kind of low, like, well, Fire District's at 10,000 with a $6 million budget. But you've got, you know, Green Valley, which is a smaller budget at 10 million, and the chief's threshold 65,000. And I think it's important to note that on there, to note some things, is some of these, and that's not identified in this spreadsheet here, but that authority is for budgeted items. Okay, so what the whole point of that is, you know, what we're doing today is you're approving a budget, and you're saying we're approving this budget of 17 million to fund all these various things. But then anytime we buy an individual item that's over $5,000, we're coming back to you again saying, oh, can we buy this now? And I think there is value in those larger purchases and having that secondary authority of the board. But I think there is also from your standpoint of approving a budget and taking the monthly reporting to ensure that we're following in lines with those budgets and allowing the chief to make the determination to make the purchases within the realms of the budget. But
Makes sense.
And I think at one point when we talked about this a month or 2 or 3 ago, you thought that 25,000 for our chief might be reasonable given our quite active community
yes.
involvement.
Yeah. So, okay. All right. I'm trying to hurry up through. second to last bit, and I'm not, unless you guys want me to go into the detail, I'm not gonna go into the detail. But here's our capital improvement plan, and just kind of retouch on this.
We're gonna get copies of this, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. Sorry, I was making some changes up until we started, so that's why I didn't have it for you ahead of time. So the way the capital improvement plan works is we started off with a seeded funding to it, and actually we haven't transferred the money because of one of the big reasons being that waiting for the first half taxes to come in and get our funding set up for the year. But at the end of this year, and I'm gonna kind of step up here real quick so I can show you. So at the end of this, because my mouse isn't moving very fast. So basically, here's the end of last fiscal year. We started with basically saying we're gonna have 2.8 million in our capital fund, all right? Then in this fiscal year, we have total projected capital expenditures of 1.8 million is our plan. Again, it's a plan. It's not, although it's part of the budget, the plan's adopted, but it's not an actual, we are purchasing X, Y, and Z. Of that 1.8 million, we are taking our debt service out of our operating fund. So that's not actually coming out of the capital dollars. So the actual capital fund expense is gonna be 1.4 million. But this budget year and every future year, you see, we just have a level funding to the capital plan. So this year, we're gonna fund 1.2 million to that capital fund, which is gonna actually decrease our balance from 2.8 million to 2.6 million. But what we've done here is we've projected out all of our capital expenditures till 28, 29. And the chief and I and chief with staff through this budget process are gonna work on refining these plans and getting a little bit more analytics behind when things need to be replaced. And what we'll do is we'll again continue to make sure that if we continue with a level funding source, and you see we had to increase it slowly, so we go 1.2 this year, 1.2 next year, 1,000,025, 1,000,035, 1,000,045, then finally up to 1,000,005, and then steady for the rest of the plan. We keep enough fund balance in there to be able to cover all these expenditures in here, and also have a balance left in that fund. And so that's how that plan works. And what we'll do is, we'll do a similar plan with the end liability fund. We'll create, this is how much we have to pay over the next 10 years in employee leave. This is when we project these people will leave and how much they'll take out. And so this is how much we need to seed the fund and how much we need to add to it every year to make sure those monies are always there to pay out, to make those payouts without impacting operating dollars.
Help me, the debt service was the lease, the Station 6?
Yes,
That's paying off that debt.
correct.
And the capital plan as to what is being bought on all those successive years, when will we see or hear the concept, or is that already done?
That was already approved as last year's budget.
Okay.
And I'll make sure that when I send this out to you guys, that I include a copy of that capital plan again. And then it'll be a part of this budget year again as well. So it'll always be included as part of the budget going forward. It was last year and will continue. Because that plan's gonna be changed. Every year, there's gonna be changes to that plan.
And so as it changed, then you would alter this based on a new model?
Correct.
So why
Correct.
do we want a capital plan and not just have a big budget?
The biggest reason, so really the biggest reason why you want this is so you are levying the dollars you need for, and having a level funding, and so you're not jacking taxes up one year to pay for something and then lowering them the next year, because you do want to spread the cost of the assets over not only the life of the assets, but over the taxpayers that are using those assets. Whereas, we could turn around, we've got the capacity to increase our levy, 1.4 million this year to pay for those line items. But is it fair for those taxpayers today to pay for something that's going to benefit the organization and the community for the next 5 or 10 years?
Well, if it's already been done for 5 or 10 years prior to, and it seems to be a trend, I say yes. Sorry.
And there's certainly an opportunity for a lot of philosophical differences here, but there's that, the other side of what Gabe's talking about is the save all the way until you can buy that big thing and then pay cash. And the the negative to that, in my view, is that the people then right now that are giving us the money to save don't reap the benefit of that, of the utilization of that piece of equipment or that added staffing or whatever that concept is. So I knew Gabe would answer it well. I wouldn't have just like kicked that to him, but I think it's important to remember those parts, for me at least, because it helps me to keep that strategic look far enough out that we're smoothing things over time. And I think you'll see that the budget, individual budget folks from facilities and stuff are trying to do that as well when I go through that.
I
But-
think when we were, using the bond for that reason, we called it, I believe we called it intergenerational funding, I think. But the idea of people getting to get the benefit of what they pay for. Yeah.
But at the same time, I didn't speak eloquently. What I really meant to say is we've been benefiting from what was occurring 5 years ago in this instance, in this type of a situation. So I wasn't really saying it as a joke. I was saying it, as we go forward, we're benefiting from what occurred 5 years ago, and then our current public will benefit, or will pay X amount of dollars. And if they're still around, great, they'll benefit in 5 years, but it just kind of goes forward. That's how I feel.
Right.
Well, and I mean, like SCBA's, radios, those things, even if we hose that we buy every 20 years for the rubber large diameter hose, if we spread that expense over 6 budget years so we can get all the hose we need, you're right, people are going to benefit from that down the road. The idea of the capital plan is that we'll stagger those individual amounts enough that when we aggregate them all, that trend will stay the same over that period of time. But you're right, there's certain things that people bought 5 years ago that we use now, and it will continue that way.
For my edification, when will the Station 6 be paid for? What year does that end? We'll save the discussion.
I'll show you.
Just,
Station 6 ends in 22-23.
So hypothetically.
2023?
Yeah.
22.
So
Budget year 22-23.
Oh.
So hypothetically, the debt service past that was to pay for something else.
Yeah, so in the plan, there's a debt service on Station 4 and 5.
That's what I'm
So,
assuming. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yes.
That's how it just keeps parlaying and.
No, that was logical to me.
Yeah.
But you never see when you're putting away the 1.5s every year, they don't ever add up to the 3, the 4.5, the 6.
Right.
But we're purchasing things all along,
Right.
so.
Yeah.
As far as rolling stock goes.
Yes.
We have a window where we're gonna be, depreciation, it's losing value up to the point we're gonna buy a new one.
Well, as it is right now, we're keeping things longer. I mean, their value's probably already down to
And to-
0 and we're
and-
still using them.
Yeah, so I tell you what, Lance had to go get shoulder surgery, or and I believe he'd be all right with you guys knowing that, since if not, I just violated HIPAA, but on the radio. But anyhow, but as we went through all the RMS stuff for fleet, by this next year, by the end of this year, we should have some pretty good numbers for what you're talking about. What was really interesting is that you talk about how do you know if you're doing good, because it's always going downhill, like you said. And what we arrived at is if we can get between 30 and 35 cents on the dollar of utilization out of an asset for the amount of money it takes to maintain it and to purchase it, then we're doing really good. And so he'll have those numbers, and of course he could bracket it with industry standards and everything that talked about why that was really good. But I'm really excited about the fact that we're starting to gather that data now, because then we can make better informed decisions about that, and instead of just trying to intuitively judge something that we have no experience, which is kind of how it's happened in the past. So.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions on capital plan? Okay.
Oh, real quick, Gabe, I don't know if it was Joy who asked or not, but or maybe it was L. But those purchases that are scheduled out, is that part of what we were gonna get to, that was gonna be distributed, or just this type of document?
Yeah, so I'm gonna send this attachment, whoops. I'm gonna send this attachment with my PowerPoint, which is that capital that detailed budget as far as what's set to be purchased, how much is allocated for that item and when. But as Chief Coyle just mentioned, that's one of the things that he really wants to do, and I'm excited and support, is actually having some more analytics behind when we replace something and when we project out the need to replace it versus engine's gonna last us, 10 years. Well, you know what, not enough money there, so let's make it last 12 years. And so,
The capital plan that was adopted in last year.
Yes.
That's been available for public view if they so chose, is that true?
correct, yes,
So there's nothing that's a secret here, that if somebody wanted to find out the information, it was there.
correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, my last slide. Sorry, I know you're gonna miss it. So proposed budget schedule, and kind of start off with, so, Bill touched on our legal, or the board's legal requirements regarding adopting a budget. Some of the things we have to be cognizant of when we develop the budget is after the budget development is you're required to tentatively adopt the budget. We have to then post it for 20 days. Then you have to hold a public hearing on the budget, and then a final adoption or ratification of that budget. So we have to have our budget adopted by August 1st. Typically, we do it in June, so it's adopted by July 1, so we know what to do for the month of July. But by law, it has to be adopted by August 1st. So what I'm proposing, and again, this is a proposal. So basically, starting after this meeting, we will start working with program managers and vendors to start working on getting what the budget needs are for this year. We will hold actually a budget workshop itself with the employees to kind of disseminate some of that information that we've talked about today and some of the culture changes and things of that we want to kind of get across to the program managers as they go through and develop their budget requests. On March 19th, which is not obviously the next board meeting because that's Tuesday. I got it. I'm getting it. I'm still working on it. We will have a formal board workshop. At that time, I will kind of give you an overview on where we're at in the budget process, any known numbers that we have as far as county numbers and the budgetary impact. I have our PSPS numbers, so we'll have that budgetary impact. We have the COLA, the Social Security COLA, so we'll have that impact. And so we can kind of talk about some of these high level numbers as far as where we're at, what the impacts of those are. And so that would be kind of that time to get some real good board direction on where you want to see this budget going this year. Obviously, we're in a bit of a transition this year with Chief Coyle being an interim chief. I have done budgets like this before where we're in an interim position with the chief. Unfortunately, I've done budgets where we didn't have a chief at all. And so we'll try to kind of keep things going. We will keep things going, but I don't anticipate much large things coming from our standpoint. So really, it's going to be that kind of board input to make sure whatever chief you decide to take that position has a good solid budget when they are hired on. By March 28th, we'll require all of the program managers to have all their budget requests submitted to finance. So we'll have from basically March 28th to the April board meeting to compile all that data. And then on April 16th, bring you a budget that has all of that information in it as far as where we're at from total revenue numbers, total expense numbers, and chief will go through and vet with program managers as far as the necessity of items. Any board input we get from the prior workshop, we'll incorporate that into the budget. And then it will continue from that March board meeting till May. Again, meeting with vendors, some numbers like workers' comp and health insurance, we don't really get up until that last minute standpoint. And then my plan is for the May board meeting to have a workshop again where we overview the budget. If there's any items that are, you remember last year we had A, B, or C on the COLA. We looked at different options. If that's the case, we'll have those different options laid out for the board to then tentatively adopt a budget. At that point, we'll go into our 20-day posting, and then at the June 18th meeting, hold the public hearing and the formal adoption of the budget. Does
Gabe,
that,
Gabe, when you say workshop, is this part of our monthly board meeting, or is this a separate meeting altogether?
I would like to meet before the regularly scheduled board meeting. So if we can meet like 3:30 or 3 o'clock on before the regular scheduled board meeting, if that works for the board. If we need to find another day because of scheduling for the board, we can do that too. So.
Right.
Just before?
Yeah, just before, and it's fresh in your mind, too.
Yep. Seeing head nods to the yes.
Yes.
Perfect.
Well,
All right.
Not that we're making a decision or anything.
No,
But
I'm
it's
just direction.
We agree with what you're saying. So, Chief, when you have your budget workshops for your given units within the district, are they starting from a 0 point? And, well, like last year I used 10 cases of pencils, and I think this year I'm gonna need 12 cases of pencils. Or do they just add on based on what the cost of living adjustments are going to be, or what's the inner workings there?
Yeah, so so the personnel cost part, I've never touched before. So I don't know exactly how that works, but I imagine we anticipate based on those different the modifiers that we get and where people I don't know how much we go into like step increases and anticipations of that. But when it comes to the equipment, because everyone provides a 3-year budget, at least a 3-year budget.
Yeah, two, really,
Two,
yeah.
okay. Why come I provide a 3-year budget.
You do
I
a
thought everybody
3-year,
did. Anyways, so as looking for those trend line, that's really helped to get people to where they're looking forward and seeing things. So, and it depends. So in facilities, a lot of it is experiential costs and then you look at APS, what they're thinking they might go up, and you add a modifier, how close you were years before, and you kind of drill that down. And with utilities and things like that, so that's pretty much how that goes. When it comes to equipment, a lot of it is either capital or replacement cycles, even for stuff outside of capital, for end of life that will have built in, whether it's wildland packs, wetsuits, and then they'll start trending those out with the goal of reducing those spikes over time. And so we'll have those conversations about that. Even with training, so there's certain training regiments, and Chief Missoula's has been doing a great job about improving the way we look at our training, to look at it with a eye towards a needs analysis base. And I'll talk about it a little bit in my thing too. But and by doing that, then we identify those needs and the how periodic we have to do certain things, how frequently we have to do certain things to meet the requirements of say our Rescue 3 certifications for swift water last for 3 years. So before, we used to once every 3 years send everybody to the Kern, or send everybody to this training that was technicians. With wildland fire season starting earlier and going later, one of the adjustments that we're making is now 2 out of 3 years we're going to send 50% of the technicians, and so then that's going to be a change in the budget. So we're going to have to normalize it, smooth that out over those 2 years, and then know that the swift water part's going to drop off in that 3rd year. So if that 3rd year then will be the year that we will do the recertification for the high angle, because that's closer and less and so changing all those things to keep it where it's kind of balanced out in between. And if everybody does that well on the budget level, which is what those meetings encourage them to do, then when we get up to the higher level, there's not so many peaks and valleys to have to, not so much cutting and filling to have to do. So that's pretty much in non-financial terms the approach.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And just to speak to the personnel budget is rather detailed. We line item out all of the positions and the step in grade that everybody is at. And we actually project their step increases when they occur. And so we do look at what is our actual cost for every individual. And then we program in step increases as well as COLAs by individual, as well as our benefit costs by individual. So we really kind of dial that in. And now overtime, we typically look at historical usage of overtime. But yeah, so we do look at that budget relatively detailed.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
right.
I get just add a little something to that.
Okay.
So we're continuing to look at the overtime thing, because there's a lot of questions about that I have. You hire somebody, and philosophically you own them. And for me, from my perspective at least, if we're going to hire a firefighter, I'm not going to hire a firefighter and think in 2 or 3 years we may decide to rift that person. So figuring out what right looks like with, we lost, when we staffed Station 6, one of the ways we got that staffing is we reduced our drops by 1. And so there's a lot of different numbers that Gabe and I are continuing to try to put together with Heidi's help to see, what right looks like there. Not talking about increasing staffing, but are we doing it the most cost-effective way and the way that's going to reduce, not cost-effective just in the near term, but in the long term. And I still don't know. So
Perfect.
Thanks.
All right.
All right.
All right. I'm done.
Does that conclude your presentation?
It does. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was informative, to say the least, and very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, as we flip the page on the agenda, we get to more of the administration and operation updates with questions and answers as we continue. Because of scheduling of the presenters, I'd like to move some of these around if I can, beginning with number 8 on the list here, a presentation and discussion of Administrative Services Department, including staff changes, projects, goals, community relations, and support from Heidi. So if you were ready,
Yeah, I was gonna.
you ready? Okay, let's do that.
Thank you, Chief.
I'll be able to speak more clearly if I.
Yeah.
Okay, you got 5.
I'm gonna make sure I'm not tired.
We have a quorum, so.
We have a quorum. Who's Miss? Oh, Joy's not here yet. Oh, wait for her.
I'm gonna go sit up front.
She must be in the restroom.
You wanna sit here?
All right, folks, arrows are the things. Okay, good. So this is all about administration, more than you ever wanted to know. This will be a refresher for Chairman Soto and our continuing board members. Not that the rest of you, our new members, don't know us, but this will kind of help get you a little bit more familiar.
Yes.
Remind what the administrative department does, who contacts are, and just kind of keep you up to date on things that we're working on. So what we're trying to accomplish for you. So I am Heidi Robinson, definitely. We've all met before. So I would be your first contact for administrative needs. So generally, you're going to be communicating through the chief. Kind of already talked about that communication program through Bill's presentation. But if you can't reach the chief, if you have a question about administration, if you have a need from administration, certainly come to me first, and that way we can get you directed to the right thing. I can either answer your question or get it for you or send you to the right department, depending on what your need might be. So the administrative division, what that would kind of maybe obviously or not obviously entail is going to be human resources, everything non-operations, human resources, payroll and benefits, clerical, and finance. So it's the link to our finance firm with some of that ground level work, as Gabe described, happening on site. That's where the bills come, so we need to process them, finish out the cycle with the filing of it also on our premises. So we take care of those things. Technology falls under operations because of the fact that it's so closely in tune with operational needs. And then with the fire marshal being his own department. So all of those things are kind of separated. So we're kind of working all together to coordinate the efforts to serve the district and to serve you. So here we go. Oh, this is the only thing that is kind of close-up work, but we'll get you the new copy of it. So something that Chief Kazian had mentioned in his kind of his outgoing memo, his memorandum as he was leaving, of things that we're working on and things that he had discussed and wanted to suggest. One of those things, Chief Coyle then as he came in kind of looked at that alignment and said, let's make a few really just clarifications in the organizational chart to kind of describe more clearly where things fall on a line of responsibilities and reporting structure. And he felt that there were some clarifications that could be made in titles, not only of departments, but in people. None of this affects anything budgetarily. It has nothing to do with salary or anything. It's just describing the services we provide. So one of those pieces, and we've alluded to it already, is a change in the title of my position from an administrative manager to the director of administrative services. kind of more just really reflecting that broader reach. So instead of ground level managing the actual duties of people, it's along the lines of directing and giving direction to each area that have fully capable people managing their day-to-day affairs. And then showing that correlation between the Assistant Chief of Operations, that Director of Administrative Services, and then the Fire Marshal, who is in fact then a director of his department. It's just reflected with the abbreviation there, the letters CRR. We've been referring to that department as CRM, or Community Risk Management. And that's, as I understand it from Chief Coyle, is an antiquated term that really we're not trying to manage risk, but reduce it. And that's the new way going forward. Is that right?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, so
Yay.
this just came in my mail today.
Oh, how fun.
And it's from IAFC, and it's their Community Risk Reduction Conference, so. So I was like,
Risk
oh, look, you
reduction.
just changed the name right before the conference came out. with the
Absolutely.
new title.
How timely. So
So
the
it's
fire-
CRR.
So CRR, Community Risk Reduction, with the Fire Marshal retaining that title of Fire Marshal as the director of the Office of CRR. And so the, all the rest of the chart is exactly as you've seen it in its prior iterations, and it's just really showing that those three positions, four if you include the illustrious Gabe Boldra as our finance director, are on that same tier level of reporting directly to the fire chief. So that kind of shows that alignment. And Jean, hello.
Just in addition to this, what the public sees, so on. And it's, in some organizations, they actually put the photograph of the people who hold those positions.
Oh. Well,
So that
Cause I forget.
it's
let's
FaceTime.
make that happen.
And when we come to
There's a photo
visit
coming
you, we
later.
know you by your name.
You bet. We were thinking of doing a wall of fame somewhere in the admin office or somewhere along here, so that's is something that you could see who are the players are. Since you asked, there's a photo of us all. So we didn't spread it apart, and I was at a leadership conference, and so I kind of rushed my presentation, so I apologize, but I'd hoped to kind of get a page for every individual, but instead we're just gonna talk about us. We had, if you don't know, we kind of do, I guess we'll call it team building. It's a long-standing tradition that on the last Thursday of the month, the administrative staff wears jeans with their little uniform shirts, and it's just our casual Friday, but it's on a Thursday. And we missed the photo opportunity of Chief Coyle participating in Jeans Thursday with us, so we staged one. And this is the photo representing that. So for us, we considered it team building. It's a way of seeing the personality of our new and interim chief, and it was a lot of fun. So here's our team, and we kind of talk about it in these terms of what the administrative team does for us. Obviously, our front line is accepting visitors, taking phone calls, and directing those calls. Carrie, she kind of falls on our second line there, the special projects, the board liaison, and acting as a clerical support to the chief, or chiefs, as we've discussed going forward. Then we have our billing and revenue, which is going to encompass really our cash revenues coming in, donations, and then obviously our biggest internal revenue being ambulance billing. The human resources, all of the human resources responsibilities, payroll and benefits, and then of course that kind of ground level accounts payable and receivable that we process here. So let's go into detail of who they are. If you know Jody Fowler, she is our administrative clerk. She runs our front desk. She's going to take almost all incoming phone calls for the district and direct them or answer those questions herself. So she's been with us for about 3 years. She's very knowledgeable about all aspects and who's in charge of what program. As Gabe mentioned, she's really stepped up to the plate for us in kind of helping fill that void of she's always received the mail, she's always sorted the mail, but it by and large then went to finance, and that specialist position used to take care of all of that billing.
What's her title?
Her title is administrative clerk, and I can provide this to you if you like. So you don't have to write it all down if you don't want to. But you can. Save you a hand of crown. So she's taken that extra step, so now beyond just opening the mail and sorting it, she's really worked through, with, Christy, who Gabe mentioned before, and me, trying to figure out exactly which ones go, how we can hold certain documents to process them together, and then scanning them in so that we can get them into bill.com. She has recently also taken over working very closely with the operational personnel in charge of uniform disbursement. So she is the point of contact with our uniform store provider so that she can clarify all these orders, make sure the invoicing and receiving is correct when we get a product that's wrong. She's really that front support that's helping them get all of their uniforms so they look nice, right? Guys look nice, uniforms, super, yes.
Who is Jody's backup?
Jody's backup at the front desk is all of the team. Primarily, it's
So-
going to be Carla.
So they would know how to process and scan in everything as it comes in.
Oh, no, that would be me.
Okay.
So for that
That's
bill.com
important.
process, absolutely. So for the bill.com process, I'm her backup. For that, she's taking that duty off of me. So where it used to come, it would go to finance, and I was going through all of the pieces of mail, scanning them and forward them to the mailbox. She's taking that clerical responsibility from me. So if she were out for an extended period of time, then I would just take that backup. Yeah, thank you for asking that. As far as backup to the front desk, if she's out, if she needs to run an errand, sick, vacation, those kind of things, we take care of that as a team. We'll generally schedule it. Or Carla, if you've met her in the fire marshal's office, she's not showing up in this list, though she is in the picture. She's that initial backup to answering those phone calls. So that's Jody. She's also one of our CPR instructors, and she is at this time conducting most of those classes, so those monthly classes that are happening here at Station 1. Jody is by and large teaching those at this time. So, that's Jody. I don't have to forward that because everybody's next. Carrie Tarver, the amazing Carrie Tarver. She is an administrative specialist by title, but we all know her as the right hand of the chief. So eventually we will get Chief Coyle to admit that she is there to help him. But I think he just doesn't want to get used to having an administrative assistant when it goes away. I think if he gets too used to it, he'll be sad. So he's doing a lot of his own work that she could help, that does actually help her be available. I know, we're excited. It doesn't open it up, though, that at this time of the year, it's really useful for her to not have a lot of extra demands and special requests to work on things that have to get done in a timely manner, or that we hope to get done in a timely manner. So working on our strategic plan updates, she's really the one that coordinates that effort, so we can give those quarterly updates. Working on the annual report, so we're heading into that time period where we really want to get that annual report out. And then helping me work on all of our community and employee engagement projects that we have planned coming forward, so that that we can make those things fun. So right now, coming up, we have an open house that we're planning. We'll talk about that in a minute. But the fun things that we've done, like the No Shave November, the breast cancer awareness, helping to coordinate those pieces that we're doing. Working on some fitness initiatives that the operational personnel want to do, and trying to find a way to make that a little bit more creative than just how many pull-ups they can do.
Can I add a suggestion for that?
Sure.
Local Red Rock News should have input and photographs of you and of the group involved in these projects and so
You
on.
bet. You bet they do.
And, in pink or whatever it might be. Good PR.
It is good PR. So we like to handle, we do that kind of internally, right? So we post those on social media. We do embed press to our open houses to try to take some group shots, and as a project that we work towards and for, we want to get them more involved. And the more they see us doing, the more they're likely to cover it. So we're kind of excited about it. I think you all know Carrie to be organized and responsive. So if you have needs, if you have things that she can help you with, definitely reach out, and she'll be sure to help you with all of those things. The next one to talk about is our ambulance billing team. So 2 members of our ambulance billing team, Chris Ahern and Amy Hedman. They're towards the back of the picture there next to the chief. Chris has been with the department for a long time, so she's been here over 12 years and kind of is the resident expert on ambulance billing. She takes the lead in that department on compliance issues, regulations, ways to make sure that we're compliant, HIPAA, record keeping, all sorts of things, everything having to do with ambulance billing in that regard. She works really closely with Chief Mizoulis and the EMS team, so working on the reports that come in directly from every call, helping to correct them, working with our new system that Ed will talk about in a little bit, and just trying to be as organized as possible to get those billing statements out and recover as much funding as we can from insurance or individually. So she is just really passionate about serving the people of Sedona and trying to correct process errors and things of that nature so that we're on top of things. Amy is kind of our energy ball. I don't know what else to call her. She just won a customer service award for 2018 because of her dedication not only to the customers, to the Sedona residents and visitors, but to the team, so to the staff here. She's always there to lend an ear, so if somebody has an issue, a personal problem, a work problem, you will often find them talking to Amy to work out those problems, and she really gives really great direction. She is on our peer support team for Northern Arizona, so she works with Ed and the other members of that team to offer peer support in times of crisis and after incidents. And then she's our administrative side expert in the Arbinger program that we adopted. So she's kind of passionate about that and can answer really any questions someone might have about that. Kiona Freeman, another long-term employee, has been here through thick and thin. She started in dispatch, went through ambulance billing, payroll, and benefits, and now she serves us as our human resource specialist. So kind of went through the entire chain. She's had her fingerprints on just about everything, and I think everyone agrees we're in really, really good hands in that regard because of her history and her knowledge. The operational personnel trust her. They know that she has the organization and the individual's best interests at heart, and she serves from that respect. She is working on getting her certification in human resources management, so we're excited to support her through that journey. And just working through not only all of the compliance issues with PSPRS and workers' comp and just your general reporting, but making sure knowing what the trends are, making sure that she's making herself knowledgeable in recruitment, in retention, and job satisfaction. So she is really working hard and is working right now with the training division on our very, very closely upcoming captain's testing, which is
And
Exciting.
how,
right upon us.
how long of a process is it for her to get that certification?
It can take years. Again, she's just kind of beginning, but she's starting with a conference this summer. She is, I think, a couple areas in her coursework, but they help plot out the whole thing. So this summer, she's going to know exactly what she has that qualifies, what she needs to take, and we'll be able to plot out her plan. So we're excited to see her progress in that piece. The next is Branda Brothers. She is our new payroll and benefits specialist. Not new, it's been nearly a year. And so she's taken over that position from Kiona. So while she still has that backup, Kiona has turned over largely everything that she used to manage and kind of hold on to. Branda has shown that she's ready to do all of it. So she's taking care of all of the payroll and all of our health and ancillary benefits. So your medical program, but also the other pieces that come with it. She's taken over workers' compensation, so we're kind of slowly taking that while Kiona is following the law of it. She's turning over the actual work of it and processing to Branda. And Branda also took over wildland billing, so that is something that used to fall under the finance specialist. Branda has taken that on. She's working really closely with the wildland team to try to simplify that process and ask them what makes sense in reporting, in record keeping, and making sure that all that documentation comes through, getting reimbursement, and reporting all set, and she's really tried to help clean up that process and make it simpler. So she has a really good instinct for that, for innovating, for seeing a process that's broken and trying to make it more efficient. And so we're already reaping the rewards of that. So fewer frustrations, and we think with time and energy, it's saving a whole lot for us. We discussed in the finance segment, we talked about it at several board meetings, that we have, with the resignation of our finance specialist, we decided not to fill that internally, push off those higher level finance specialist positions as an outsource to the JVG firm. And then it's really just clerical needs that are being handled at the district level. So I work closely with Gabe and his team to answer their questions, to make sure that we provide documentation and answers when somebody has a question about where their PO is. How do I enter a requisition? What's happened with my reimbursement? Those questions are coming to me, and then I'm either able to answer it, or if I need help with research, I'm just going directly to one of the members of the JVG team to get that done. So we've kind of looked at that. We've dispersed a little bit of the clerical pieces of it, and are kind of figuring out where to fine tune when we can. But that kind of is the end of the team. So kind of just a look at some of the things that we do. I don't think it's lost on anyone what admin and the administrative staff does, that it's a full support of the system. It's not glamorous. We're not rock stars like these guys, but but as I've been told, we carry our end of the log, right? We do.
That's what you've been told.
You know, so I just want to say, because I'm new in this.
Sure.
I remember my first conversations with Chris Casey, and he said, 75 firemen and 25 people involved in administration. I couldn't figure out, how could there be that much stuff for 25 people to do? Now, the more I'm around here, the more I realize there's a lot of moving parts that I wasn't even thinking about.
There are.
Okay, I mean, you said wildland billing. Okay, well, I didn't even know it existed, much less it needed somebody to do it. I wonder how much the general public is also in the dark about understanding how complex a fire district, as big as this is, with as many roles as it has, how many balls are in the air at any one point
At
in
any
time?
given time, there are quite a few, and it's the documentation and the record keeping and the policy and procedure, and it's all of the best practices and knowing what right looks like, trying to figure out what right looks like, and then documenting it and then making sure that it happens. Yes, that creates a lot of planning, and it's a lot of making sure that we are accomplishing tasks that nobody else thinks of, to make something, sometimes to make the simplest thing happen, there's a lot of planning, months of planning go into any event, and if you think that every day we have several events, that's what we're looking at.
And do you think the website, I don't know the answer to this. So do you think that the website gives the public an opportunity to explore this complexity and understand this complexity?
It's
And
funny that you should mention that, Al. We are currently in review of our website and talking about it a little bit going forward, that as part of our fire chief search, we're updating some things, trying to modernize and make sure that we have everything kind of matching. We want to, not to call it a brand, but make sure that we have our brand well identified and that we're putting it all out in the same way. So as we look to update our LinkedIn, really be active on social media, we want to also look at our webpage and make sure that we're putting out good information, clean information, and making it easier for the community or people who are looking at our district as a possible job opportunity, that they can see the culture, they can see the dynamics, they can see the balance of work. Not that we would ever think that anyone is interested in us glorifying the position of administration.
no, but you did,
We
but you
would
did
definitely
use the
like
right
people
word,
to understand.
culture.
Mhm.
The more I'm around here, the more I realize it's kind of like you're all one big family, but you all found each other by coming into this environment. And I don't know that the public, I can see they drive by and they see a fire engine, that, Well, that's my fire department,
Yep.
you know?
Good,
And,
yeah.
That's good.
But they don't necessarily understand that actually it's an organization of people that just happens to have equipment and apparatus and stuff.
Interesting. I kind of like that.
Yeah, I want to add one thing about the website, because one of the things I asked Heidi to do is I said, get someone to look at this, and Al, you and I talked about this before, but the website from a user perspective, because here I look at it from as someone in the organization, and it's been fascinating so far having people that what's the top 5 things that you would go to our website for? Could you find those? And so I think that kind of stuff aligns with what you said about figuring out how people are using it as the public and making it where it fits that instead of Jason's notion of what a website should be when you have that biased internal view.
I think that's critical that you can see things from their perspective. And that includes an 80-year-old living in Sedona that's retired, or a 25-year-old. Either way, do they really understand what you are and what you're not?
And do they want to understand?
Yes,
Because a
it's-
lot of them choose not to.
That's true,
Which is
but
unfortunate.
you can only lead a horse to
Water.
drink.
Right. So if we use all of those tools to make sure that we're at least to the best of our ability controlling our own message and making sure that we're in front of the information we're putting out so that it's clear and understandable, that it's positive, that it talks about our team first, and that all of that will help bring people around, or at least prevent
Is
the
the
criticism of some.
annual report,
Mhm.
is that just all a bunch of numbers?
No,
or-
it's not
or
all
does
just a
it-
bunch of
pretty.
numbers. So last year's is posted on the website. You can look for it there and archived ones.
Yeah, that's
And we're updating this year's, obviously. Our focus this past year, as we were kind of going through the materials that we have as a year in review, we're really seeing a community focus, that we really focused on the community. It was an election cycle, and it maybe has started from that, but it really became obvious that was the focus of the district, and the personnel was connecting with the community again. So you'll see that reflected in this year's annual report, both visually with stories and with our numbers. So our CPR numbers and classes, our rates of effectiveness in cardiac arrest. All of those pieces, I think, are going to reflect that dedication. We've tried to make it more visual so that it's not just a bunch of numbers. Obviously, there's numbers. Gabe provides those. I know, we keep bagging on the numbers.
Why does nobody like the numbers?
Well, you need the numbers to quantify.
We like the numbers, but we put the numbers in a chart, and then we want to explain them. So our annual report has those compliant pieces in them, but for us, it's a little bit more of a narrative
Is
and
it put
pictograph.
together by your, internally in your
Yes.
department?
Oh, boy, she's busy.
She's very busy.
Yeah.
We get contributions from each area, just like we are for this meeting. We've gotten input from each general area, asking for not only their numbers and their insights and their points of interest, and then we pull from it the things that we've seen throughout the
And
year.
once it's done, what do you do with it?
It gets published. It will be presented at the board meeting for your approval when it's ready, and then it will be published and made public.
Published as in printed or just digital?
It will just be published digitally, and we can, that is something
How
that
many
the board
pages
can
is it?
discuss.
How many pages is it usually?
This last one was,
Last year,
I'm just guessing, I mean,
26 pages?
I think it was a little more than that. I mean, it's been from very slender, more like a newsletter,
Right.
to this last year's was fairly robust with our new, because we had a lot of imagery in there.
Right.
You know, I want to say it was 50 or,
Oh,
I
Really?
don't think it was
you don't think it was 50?
50, but there were some, pages with photos in there, so it wasn't all reading. There was 22 pages last year.
34 pages.
No, I'm sorry.
34.
This is 2018. 34 in 2017. So
and,
far,
and back in the day, in
22.
2004, it used to be like 2 pages.
Yeah.
Yeah, back in the day.
Yeah. So,
okay.
we want to share a little bit more with the community, and so that's what it is. And so when we have it, we'll be ready. We'll be an agenda item for a board meeting, and then we'll have it there for your review in printed and
Is that a
digital form.
spring project, or is that what that is?
It is a now project. Current and happening. So that's why I kind of put it up there on the board of things that we're doing. Other things that are more visible than answering phones and making payroll and things that aren't in any way very exciting. Our primary focus is an administrative team on it's encompassing everything. Is there obviously our fire chief search? So the committee, as we're setting it up, is comprised of members kind of representing both sides of labor, representing the board, representing operations, and representing the administrative staff. So that we can come together, really dive in deep to that job description, the competencies, the tasks oriented with those competencies, and making sure that we get not only an accurate but an appealing job announcement that we can put out, and that we have really good tools in place to help evaluate the candidates coming in. So that's it's underway. Chief Coyle will have an update for you at the board meeting on Tuesday, but that's something that is on all of our minds. Part of that process, kind of as we talked about, was that consulting with anyone. We happen to have a very well qualified volunteer who's gone through these initial phases of interviewing members of the public to find out what they would go to our website for, have they ever, what was the result of that, and kind of taking that look on the outside of, this is what I see at your website, this is how I think we can clean it up and make it really accessible. And so that's our goal, and we're focusing on that for that piece. Something that really is kind of near and dear, and it's been an ongoing program that we've been focusing on, is working on our peer support program. House Bill 2502, the Craig Tiger Act for traumatic events counseling. It is a requirement. It's a bill that was signed by the governor in April 2018. It actually went into effect on August 3rd of 2018, and then it has a reporting and posting requirement coming up in September of 19. This has been Kiona's major focus right now, besides really just kind of cleaning up in HR and getting ahead of the game, is really focusing on this requirement and making sure that we're serving our first responders as intended and as we desire to do, showing that focus to our members. There are several qualifying events that is very specific about what qualifies, and basically the intent of this bill is that if you are a first responder and you experience any one of these traumatic events, that you can get treatment from a provider of your choice, one that's recommended, however that works for you, at no cost, so that the district will take care of that. It is an unfunded mandate, as many things are, and it's something that we're working with budget. It's something that will be part of our budget process going forward. Right now, we're kind of attacking it under wellness, and but really making sure that personnel is aware of it, knows that we're with them, knows that there's multiple avenues for them to access support, and that they shouldn't have to consider cost as any kind of an inhibitant for them getting the help that they need and letting them know that they're supported in that.
What about
And is it-
families? Oh, I'm sorry, Corey. Go ahead.
Well, since you had said that, so families, our peer support group is there to assist with families. This act does not, it doesn't address
Okay.
that. It's talking about the first responders
All right.
specifically. But the peer support team, and maybe Ed can throw that in at the end of his conversation later. He is one of the leaders of that peer support group, and how they do help family members of our operational personnel, because it carries on. It is definitely a cascade, for sure. Corey?
Yes, in terms of being mandated, is it also mandated not only that we need to provide it, but that people who've been exposed to a traumatic event, are they mandated to go get help?
No, they are not mandated to get help. No one is ever mandated to get help. But the mandate is that we make it as public as possible to them, that they know that it's available, that it's acknowledged, that it's encouraged. And we take that as our personal responsibility.
And prior to this, was there something similar to this in place anyhow? Or is this sort of like a new feature?
Do you want to address, that's more of Ed thing. So we've had programs before,
But
more
not formal,
recently.
more informal?
More recently, if we, SISM,
Ed, Ed, no, I mean, Ed's been involved with it for so long that I don't want to misspeak. But yes, we have had programs. Here you go. You can use this.
Yeah. Here you go, sir.
I don't want to take your mic. So, specific to your question, let me get to the kids' table.
That's going in the paper.
This one won't collapse on me like the last time. Specific to your question, at and around 2007, under the direction of Chief Schobert, we developed the Sedona Fire CISM team, which is Critical Incident Stress Management Team. And the team was specifically designed to follow the guidelines of the International Association of International Critical Incident Stress Foundation guidelines. And specifically, there's the Mitchell model is what it's called, and it's a specific way to debrief and defuse members that have been through a crisis. And that was kind of the standard in fire and EMS and police for a long time. Over the years, with more attention to mental health and more dollars allocated, they've discovered that the peer support model and some of the other modeling has been more beneficial for outcomes with mental health. And so a couple of years ago, we got together with the Verde Valley agencies, and today where we're at is we have the Northern Arizona Public Safety Peer Support Team. And the intent of that is we now have members from all but one of the fire departments and districts in the Verde Valley, and members from dispatch, from administration, and from operations wrapped into the team. So we have a better group of peer supporters. And then our hope and desire is we're in talks with some folks in Flagstaff and the Prescott Basin and on the fire side, and we're starting to loop in some ideas with them. And then we hope as the tornado, if you will, starts swirling, we're going to draw in the local police departments. And the struggle with the police departments and getting them involved is a lot of changes to management regionally over the last few years. So you get 10 steps down the road and then you get a new person to deal with. And so we're working through all that stuff. But specific to family members, we kind of have three legs right now. We're attacking some programs for our retirees. We're obviously attacking some programs for our members, peer support and counseling services. And specifically with that, we're reaching out to local providers, Spectrum, and determining if they have providers that specifically can deal with first responders. Because one of the things they found is when sending first responders to counseling, the providers get fired by the counselor because they're not prepared to deal with the mental health struggles that specific to first responders. Like they'll go to somebody they're having a problem with their marriage, so they go to the best marriage counselor in Northern Arizona, and then the problem isn't the marriage, the problem's the stress from work, and then that counselor's not prepared to deal with the horror that the member's bringing up. So we're vetting specific counselors for our members. And then the third leg's family services, and regionally that's been not a struggle, but a lot of opportunities that presented themselves. And a lot of folks, that's with kids and wives and lives, everybody's very busy. I don't know the numbers, but a large percentage of our population, their spouses work full-time as well. So coordinated efforts, we're looking at some social media platforms, some mailers, annual opportunities that the district puts on to afford our spouses the opportunity to understand better what it is that's available, and some more stuff on the front end with new hire. And we've already started some of that with our last hires, and so it's growing. Yes, sir.
So this is sort of a regional effort with leadership from the Sedona Fire District? Is that what I'm picking up on?
Essentially, the Verde Valley Chiefs had made mention about a year and a half ago that we need to do more. And being that Sedona Fire had the established CISM team, we took on with our experience, because for years, although it's been Sedona Fire's team, we've done CISM, or the incident debriefings and diffusings, for most of the law enforcement agencies and fire agencies in the Verde Valley over the past dozen years. So we've established a reputation, and it's a good one. But we wanted to expand on that because under the auspice of peer support, I'm not necessarily the guy that's going to be the best guy to go talk to somebody at Copper Canyon Fire because I may not know them. But if we build this web of peer supporters from the different agencies, and it's kind of organic, the people that have gotten involved with peer support are the guys and gals that people already go to about stuff anyway. And if you've been in, regardless of what work environment you've been in, there's always that guy or gal that people go to, we call it the firehouse lawyers, the firehouse counselors, the firehouse financial advisors. And so we've sought those people out at different agencies, and then we provide the advanced training so that they know what the right thing is to say if somebody approaches them.
Having visited the central dispatch system in Cottonwood with the chief some 6, 7, 8 months ago, in talking to the people who work there, they have some similar system because they are living with trauma all the time, and they have to be cool under the most scary times for people. So I don't think the general public understands that side of emergency services at all.
No, and they are the first responders, and that was a big piece of our puzzle is getting dispatch involved, and they've been all in. We've got a couple folks getting involved, and so it's been great.
Thank you, Ed. Does any of that, or did it ever fall under EPA or EPR?
EAP?
EAP, I'm sorry, EAP, Employee Assistance Program.
So to digress real far, EAP's some mandate that somebody put out a long time ago that you'll provide these programs. And what they found, and this is just fact, is a lot of agencies, it's a box you check, and you get, oh, do we have an EAP program? Which one's the cheapest? Let's do it. And it's hit or miss, and it's further complicated in our environment because as with all things healthcare, that EAP-A contracts with these 5 providers, and one of them might be usable for a first responder to counsel with. And so while we have a pretty darn good EAP program here, one thing to add to our NAPS program is we're collecting data on all the EAPs that the regional agencies use, and then we're going to leverage our collective might to, once we identify good providers for our members, to say, hey, we want you to have them in your network, is one of the actions we want to take.
All right, thank you.
So that concludes the HB 2502 portion of my presentation. Thanks, Ed. And then the last piece that's really a high visibility is working really closely with Gabe and JVG to update all of our financial software implementations. So we've taken a tiered approach to that, I think, as he's kind of described, not doing it all at once, which could be really overwhelming. We have an overwhelming financial system in place right now with Tyler. We're using segments of it. We will continue to use one segment of it longer than we will anything else, and that is payroll, just to make sure that that remains consistent and it works. And so that is excellent, and until we know that the next product is set and ready to go, we won't transition off of it. So just piece by piece, we started with bill.com and was the easiest one to implement, the most what do you want to say? The most necessary to do. So we took care of that one first. The next thing that we'll be doing is our purchase order system. So getting away from Tyler for the purchase orders onto a much more user-friendly and more trackable piece of software. And we've already moved over, actually, the general ledger has already been moved. And then finally, we'll follow it up with payroll. So just making sure we're gathering all the information that each vendor needs. They'll all work together through the financial general ledger system, which is lovely. So even though they're all different platforms, they're all accessible, and from anywhere. You don't have to, no longer does someone have to come into the office to make sure that something gets done in a timely manner. Which really just improves efficiencies when a lot of us are remote, when a lot of us travel to come to work. So those are our projects, and we're very excited. Now we get to talk about, after we really broke our hearts open for our peer support program, Our fun events that are coming up, so just to kind of give you a little thing, these are the things that admin works on that, you know, obviously either begrudges or really gets excited about. But St. Patrick's Day is coming. You may have been aware the city has a little parade downtown, and everyone delights in seeing a fire engine in that parade. So Ed is working with the team, make sure that we have not only an engine, but our board members participating in that parade as we've done in the past. This year we're in conjunction adding an open house at Station 4. So as we've been rotating our open houses over the last year, we did one at Station 1. Last year we did a spring one at Station 3, and so now we're going to do Station 4 to kind of finish off that parade, have some water and things like that, and really showcase our participation in these community events. So look for that. We'll announce it at the board meeting, and we'll get some more information as we continue. So everyone come on out. And then, of course, everyone's favorite team building event is the chili cook-off with, I had to do it, the hashtag not my chief's chili recipe needs to be replaced. So
It's a winner, though.
get out your recipe books. It is a winner, but I don't know about you. I feel a little awkward in presenting that recipe at the thing. So I don't know if you have an award-winning recipe there, Chief Coyle. I understand that someone's wife is a chef. Perhaps we should talk to her. But if you have one, let's do some sampling. Maybe we ought to do that at one of our budget sessions, have some chili sampling. And we'd be looking forward to any volunteers and anybody wanting to come out to that event in May, and we'll get more information as we go along. That really does actually conclude my presentation, unless you have more questions you've been asking throughout. If there's anything else you'd like to know, I'm happy to answer those for you now or later.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank
Very
you.
comprehensive.
I'd like to point out that, as you describe staff, administrative staff, there isn't any one of you people that have less than 4 responsibilities. I wrote them all down. And what it shows is that our staff literally could be 4 to 5 times larger to get the same job done.
Yeah, and we feel we are, I mean, in the staffing chart that comes a little later, we do discuss that we're down several people.
Yep.
And it is felt, and I think it's shown, and I think we're recovering from it showing. I think I kind of glossed over when I was talking about not replacing that financial specialist. While we don't think that our need now is completely finance related, it is spread throughout all of the team members who have a lot of things to do, that if Carrie had some support in record keeping, perhaps she could focus more on some of the special projects that we do. If I had help filing the financial paperwork, then I could focus more on this employee relations piece and communication and PR, and getting that prepared. If Kiona had more assistance in HR, to get really our records really straight and organized, then she could really be out there getting these wellness programs together and making sure that research is done, that we have excellent resources available. We've talked about what that position might look like, and I think that soon we'll be presenting something that we'd like to.
What about finding a volunteer for a position like that?
We've used volunteers before, and we talked a little bit about it earlier, of vetting the volunteer program. Part of our volunteer working on the website, when she moved to town, looked at our website to see how can I volunteer, and we don't have anything on our website. So she wants to help us. That's part of her recommendation, is that we get that information out there. Finding qualified, dedicated volunteers. The police department has a lot of them. Is there room, and will we find the right fit? We'd love that. That would be something wonderful. But do we want to rely on those core job functions on volunteers?
Right.
Probably not.
Well, just
Yeah.
perhaps as a support,
Mhm.
because when I was with the Raleigh Police Department, I did a lot of, I was a volunteer, police officer, but the programs for volunteers are so large with PD, I feel like they can kind of be generous and give us a
Yeah.
little bit of
Yeah.
help with that. And I actually
We
wouldn't
could
mind
beg.
helping with the peer support, because I was heavily involved with my chief doing that.
Oh, that's
So just
excellent.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
Now, so kind of where we're at right now with that is that Kiona, I asked Kiona, and I think she's already reached out to do this, but to look at through the person that we use for our HR work to do different degrees of audits, see what that would cost, have them look at everything, because we need to make sure our job descriptions are lined up with the work that we're actually having people do, and then we need to identify the gaps, prioritize those gaps, and then determine what's best fit to fill those. And because you're right, people do a lot of different things, and sometimes I won't say the rest of what Ed says, but we start looking for a unicorn, and then we even want more special things beyond that. And so going through these job analysis, getting them lined up with their tasks lined up with what's realistic, making sure that they're reflective of what they're really doing, and then trying to fill those gaps. But there most definitely is gaps, but we're just trying to make sure we're being deliberate about it.
Well, just know that we appreciate the job the whole staff does, and it doesn't go unnoticed that you guys are juggling all the time, and somehow the work gets done. So thank you guys, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else on that? Okay, next up, we have item number 3, which is a presentation and discussion from the Community Integrated Paramedic Program, Emergency Medical Services, Equipment Needs, and Overview of the 2019-2020 goals from Division Chief Ed Mazulis.
All right. Tagging on to the previous presentation real quickly, just to align some of what's been going on, specific to our training division, we're doing a training needs assessment. And what it is an update of state, local, and federal mandates. How, if the feds mandate asbestos awareness, for example, how long does that take? How long does it take us? And really getting an alignment of what our training needs are going forward, so we can have a better idea of how it looks. And the reason I bring that up is Training Officer Duran, one of the mandates I said, find out, review OSHA and figure out where we're at. And he looked at the whole organization, and it's a federal website. Navigating it was difficult, so he started making some phone calls. And turns out, what turns out to be one of the top Arizona OSHA folks recently retired, and guess what? She retired to Sedona. And Mike called her up, and she volunteered to come in and did a complete non-official audit with him on our training. So speaking to the specifics of volunteers, I know Chief Coyle's been working on a lot of stuff with admin to align the potential use of volunteers, but sometimes they just happen. And sometimes it's for a specific time-sensitive need, and then there's not that need. So I can assure you that everybody's, at least that I work with, is working for better ways to do things. So that's training. But on to community health and EMS specifically. So Eric Walter, one of our firefighters, tested and took the position of our community risk reduction specialist, our community paramedic, a little over a year ago. Lots happened in that year. Most of it was not anticipated. To highlight his current status, he's getting a couple dozen referrals a month from the hospital, and then a few from crews. And those referrals will translate to phone calls, no contacts, or about 8 to 10 patients that he physically visits a month, and that fluctuates a little bit. Specific to the hospital referrals, the community care network that manages those referrals has changed their management a few times over the past year and restructured how they're operating. So we've been working with them to realign the mission. And also with that, we went without medical direction for a while because our doctor quit. We didn't go without medical direction. We went without a defined director. It defaulted to our emergency or our pre-hospital medical director, but he wasn't really the guy for it. NIH since found a specific community health, our community paramedic medical director for us that's focusing on that. And then so mid Eric's term, we realigned philosophies, and she put an all stop to some growth while we looked at our current policies, procedures, and made sure her vision of community health aligned with ours, which is understandable as a physician having control of that medic, and for those of you that have been in healthcare. So we had some growth moments with that. It's all been good. Dr. Hart, Regina Hart is her name. She's out of Flagstaff. She's born and raised in Flagstaff, and she's really excited about community paramedicine, and she's been helping us grow a lot with that. Specific to growing the patient population and those served, really opened up more doors with the Joint Replacement Center, and we do patient visits with them. She's also aggressively seeking out training opportunities for our community paramedics. We just completed 2 weeks ago a wound management and ostomy class, which is way out of the medic scope. And but it was interesting. It took the mystery away. And then she's setting up some dietary classes and things that we see specifically with our community health patients that where they need improvement and where we can avoid hospitalization. So Eric's been working on that. In addition to that, him and I got certified with the Arizona Fall Coalition. Yes, there is such a thing as Matter of Balance coaches, and we're working with some community centers to set up a class. And essentially, what it is, it's 2 hours a week for 8 weeks, and it teaches the elderly population some simple exercises and functional movement things to or reduce the risk of falling, and it teaches them some balance techniques. And reason we identified that is, by and large, a huge amount of our return visitors to the hospital were secondary to fall injuries, and that's our demographic, is people that fall. And so he's working on setting those up. Also, with the increase in active shooter incidents around the United States and the national mandate, if you guys haven't heard of the Stop the Bleed campaign, it's a campaign to teach schools and community centers how to apply tourniquets and do battlefield wound dressing, essentially. And so with that, there's a curriculum, and Eric's been rolling out that out to the community. We've been working with the high school and the elementaries and getting that rolled out to the students. And then since then, we've had churches and community groups requesting us come and do the Stop the Bleed training for them. So we had an increase in the public's desire for training, and we've had the capacity to fulfill that increase. He's also done a bunch of stuff with our CPR. He took over as our training center coordinator for American Heart Association, and is doing a lot of hands-only CPR classes for different community groups. And because there are those folks out there that their HOA or their club wants to get CPR trained, but they don't want to do the full card. They don't want to be a carded carrying member of CPR. They just want to have the knowledge. And so there's some mechanism with hands-only CPR in the SHARE program through the state, and Eric teaches that. In addition to that, he's also doing a lot of work with John in fire prevention and doing a lot of the inspection stuff and taking up some slack because John's been overwhelmed with quite a workload. We describe it as 5-gallon buckets, and they just walk in the office that day and just decide which 5-gallon bucket they're going to pick up that day. And so Eric's been helping alleviate a lot of that stuff. And we've also tasked him, now rolling into the current state of EMS. January 1st, we rolled out a new software program for patient care reporting. And this new program is ESO, and it aligns with the national NEMSIS mandates on reporting on demographics and things like that. And it's a national standard for reporting. It also, with our new program, it auto reports to the state their criteria for trauma and cardiac arrest, the data the state wants. And so far, we're almost 2 months in, and our operational personnel are doing really well with the software, and it's been a pretty smooth rollout. We're working through some changes on how we capture billing information, but because with this program, we have a bridge that automatically pushes our reports to the hospital system instead of having to print paper and hand it to the nurse. And with that, they also feed us back outcomes, and the hospital's working on figuring out what outcomes are going to get pushed back. And there's the usual software things that you go through when you get two different softwares that talk to each other. But the ESO implementation is going really well, and with ESO going forward to 1920, state reporting was our big hang-up for filing with the state and petitioning for premier EMS agency status. So that I expect to get rolling in March. I was I had grand expectations in doing it in January, but I'd never rolled out a new software, and I didn't know what I didn't know. And so we're getting past that bump now. And the reason for Premier EMS agency status is twofold. It's bragging rights. You know, there are not all agencies are Premier EMS agencies in the state, but what it also does is the state has a set criteria, and it's to simplify it, it's accrediting our EMS process. And so not only does it give us those pieces, it aligns with setting our system up for eventual organizational accreditation. So it's just another step moving towards that. Premier EMS agency also opens the door for us to file a petition to become a treat and refer agency for the state of Arizona. And what that means is, if accepted as a treat and refer agency, we'll then be able to dive into getting some reimbursement. Right now only for Medicaid patients, but we can get reimbursement for sending somebody to an urgent care instead of taking them to the hospital, or calling a mental health provider out to the house. We'll get reimbursement for that. And it gives our medics the authority to help choose an alternate destination instead of just the ER. And it's a big deal. There's not a lot of agencies in the states that have filed treat and refer. I think we're the right environment for it for a lot of reasons. Like I said, we don't have a lot of Medicaid patients. Most of ours are Medicare patients. But I think with NIH is putting $10 million a year into the Verde Valley for the next 3 years. And out in the village, they're building an immediate care and consolidating facilities. So that'll be somewhere where we can take patients in the village. They're building another one in Camp Verde, and quite honestly, with traffic, sometimes Camp Verde might be closer for us to take a patient than Cottonwood. And so we're trying to align with the potential growth, the increase in call volume, and the opportunity to better serve our customers and our patients and get them to appropriate care instead of just the ER. And with treat and refer, and this is timely, about 2 hours ago, the federal government, the Human Health Services Division, and the Center for Medicare, CMS, Center for Medicare and Medicaid, just announced today that they are pushing out a treat and refer type program federally. And this is very premature, and I haven't spoke with management or presented to board yet, but there's a potential that we could petition and become a pilot group to do the treat and refer process for Medicare patients, which is huge for Sedona because that's our population. And it would allow us an ambulance to go to a call, and yeah, you don't need the ER, we're going to take you to your doctor's office, and we'd get compensated for it. And that's, like I said, that came out today. So I'm not going there yet. So there's the reason for bringing it up is everything we're working on this coming year leads to something else, or at the very least puts us in a position to be available to do more for our customers. And also aligns, all our strategies and all of our programs are aligning with right sizing and identifying what it is we do, so that as we move towards accreditation in the next few years, we have those pieces in place and we're not reworking the system to fit that model. So some of the stuff we're doing equipment wise, we're in really good shape. Thanks to the work that our folks and the board has done in the past few years. If I'm not mistaken, Gabe, our capital outlay for our cardiac monitors and the new cots we got a few years ago is done this year. So we're going to free up. We won't have any EMS capital needs hanging out there. We have an ambulance currently in the build process right now, and over the next 5 years, I would imagine our only needs are going to be a couple remounts. So there'll be a cost savings there. But equipment-wise, we're in really good shape. We're having great success with the auto pulse. There may be a potential for a budget request for another. I don't know yet. We don't have enough data. But our EMS division is in really good shape. We've got good training and good equipment, and things are going really well.
Good.
Proud of you guys.
Thank you.
I gotta say, it just makes you feel good to say, I don't know yet, I don't have enough data. I just like,
Yeah. Well, I have to be careful because I get excited and,
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
Get excited. You can
it's
do
like,
it.
putting the cart before the board. Yeah, you can't, the horse before the cart, or the something of that nature. But there's good stuff happening.
There's a lot of irons in the fire, that's for sure. There's a lot of stuff going on, so.
Thanks for staying on top of all of that, Ed. Appreciate it, and a good report. Any other questions? Any other points? No. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
You were done, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, that side of the table is about ready to collapse, so there you go.
There you go.
Just pop it up a little bit.
Oh, no.
Now you gotta
No,
kick
no,
up
no, you gotta put your hand down
the
there.
bar.
The bar is,
We are not
Pull up.
having Ed
I think
adjust the
upfolds
table.
that's it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's
He's
locked.
looking for a
Okay.
work.
I appreciate,
It's just been.
For those in the audience that
Just
don't know
trying
what
to
we're talking
save your
about, last
bacon.
time I presented, the table collapsed and dropped everything on the floor.
Thanks again, Ed. Okay, is everybody good to go on to the next speaker? Okay. Next up on the agenda is item number 7, which is the presentation and discussion of community risk reduction activities, including occupancy, inspection, plan reviews, and compliance by Fire Marshal John Davis. John?
Good afternoon.
Good
How are
afternoon.
you guys
Hi, John.
and gals? Yes, I'm here to speak of everything involving fire prevention, community risk reduction. We've had this discussion a little bit about, you sounded kind of like you tripped up a little bit over the community risk reduction versus community risk management. When I came here, of course, it was the community risk management division. For the past, quite a few years, all of the terminology references community risk reduction. Our goal is to reduce risk, not just simply manage it, but at every step of the way that we can reduce it, we do. So we've kind of talked about maybe going that direction and falling in with the terminology that everybody else is using. So it doesn't sound so confusing. Internally, we know what we're talking about, but when we talk to people outside the department, they're like, what's your community risk management division? Well, it's your community risk reduction division. So a small change there, but I think it's a worthwhile change. So for the new board members, in case you don't know, I'll give you just kind of a brief overview of the Community Risk Reduction Division. We do fire inspections, plan reviews, fire investigations, public education, public information, all of that good stuff. So we've got almost 3,000 commercial occupancies in our district. We have probably at any one time 30 construction projects going on, anything from small little tenant occupancy or tenant improvement all the way up to the Element Hotel out in the village right now. Those all require multiple inspections, plans reviews. Some of those can be quite in-depth. It's not unusual to spend upwards of 30 hours for a plan review for something like the Element. Most of them are an hour or two, but they can become quite involved. We have multiple special events in our district. Multiple temporary use permits come across my desk every week for special events. We've got the gate maintenance, key box maintenance, car seat installs, all the other public education stuff that you could possibly think of. So that's a very quick overview of what we do. You know, we have, I'd mentioned in the past that we were trying to focus our efforts on the high-risk occupancies, the hotels, motels, where there's a high potential or elevated potential for high loss of life, the places that are large economic engines within the community, Tlaquepaque, Uptown, those types of areas. We've got the engine company inspection program is up and running, and we've just completed our first full cycle of getting the stuff back from the engine companies and basically, I don't want to say checking their work, but looking at all of the stuff that they found, making sure it's entered in the record management system correctly, and then seeing what issues that we have to follow up on. And to be honest with you, I thought that was probably going to be challenging and it turned out to probably be the easiest part of the whole thing. So it went very smoothly. That part of it went great. So for all intents and purposes, it is up and operating as it should be. I don't, I'm sure we'll uncover some challenges, but it's up and running. It's working. So I'm happy to announce that to you. You know, one of our big things with the plans reviews, I think our biggest challenge is, like Ed talked about, we have multiple 5-gallon buckets of projects and things sitting in the office, and there's only so many hands, and we got to decide which bucket are we going to pick up today, as Ed put it. So one of the big things that our number one goal is to keep the contractors working. If we hold them up, it slows everything down. So typically they're our number one priority. When contractors call and they need an inspection or have a question about plans, or that's our number one focus. All of the other stuff, maintaining the gates, doing the follow-up fire inspections, those all become secondary issues for us. And especially with Eric, the community CIP, the community integrated paramedic that Ed just spoke about, he spends about half of his time helping us. So with myself and Fire Inspector Evans and Carla and Eric half-time, we've got essentially 3.5 full-time equivalencies devoted to fire prevention and inspection programs. So there are so many other things that we're not getting done. We haven't even started to touch on the vacation, the VRBOs, the Airbnbs. We estimate that we've probably got somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,000 of those. And your typical Airbnb doesn't really bother me, but we estimate that somewhere, we've got somewhere in the vicinity of 70 to 90 Airbnbs that essentially cater to 10 or more people. So they are essentially an R1 occupancy, a hotel or a motel. And we haven't even begun to try to ferret those out and make sure that they have all the required life safety systems. There are multiple plans reviews that come through that we don't have. We've told the county that until we have more staffing, we're not even accepting any solar installations on homes, home solar installations for photovoltaic cells and those sorts of things. Underground fire lines, we're relying heavily on the contractors to supply us with the underground piping certification forms. So there's a lot of stuff that is out there that we would love to focus on. We've got a lot of 5-gallon buckets that we're carrying.
Can I ask a quick question on that?
Sure.
So, because it sounds like there's quite a bit that is affecting the incoming public, you know, the visitors as well as the residents.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like not being able to like accept solar and inspect VRBOs and so forth, that might impact our, what's financial, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling so hot, but,
money's
it's
coming in?
affecting, yeah, our incoming monies, I'm sorry, I'm not eloquent right now, but, so is there a way that we can look into perhaps budgeting assistance for you so we can at least get to our bare minimum to
Sure.
serve the public that's here?
And that's was kind of what I was leading up to.
Oh,
Is last year?
sorry.
No, it's okay. It's all good. You weren't here. You didn't know. So last year the board asked, "Do I have enough personnel, or could I use more personnel?" And I answered affirmatively, yes, I could use more personnel. Since that time, I went to the National Fire Academy and took a class on managing an effective fire prevention bureau. One of the things that they had us do was look at the number of occupancies that we have, the number of what we're able to accomplish, what we should be accomplishing, and essentially estimate the number of FTEs that we should have, and we're well below that. That we would, again, this isn't a problem that got created overnight. I don't expect it to be handled overnight, but at some point in time, the board needs to know that it's something that we should look at, and at some point in time, you're gonna have to say, we've got we've got the money, we don't have the money, but these are issues that we're only getting further behind, is what I'm trying to say. So that's something that you should be aware of.
So John, the analysis that you talked about that you learned how to do, how long would it take to conduct that analysis and then make the board aware of its outcome?
I ran the numbers through the analysis that we went through at the class, and it estimated for our district we should have 8 FTEs, and we're currently at 3.5. Now, I know that getting another 4.5 FTEs is probably not realistic. And to be honest with you, I don't know that I want 4.5 new people all at once. I don't want to grow super fast, but those are things that we should be looking at moving towards.
So we'll work together to make sure that during the budget process that we at least have that analysis so you guys can review it. And then, whether or not it fits in the big scheme of things as far as one of the priorities we address this year or not. But at least that way you'll all be able to have access to it so we can see how that goes.
Let's see.
Hey, John, can you, since you brought it up, and the solar, does that mean if somebody wants to put solar on their home, that we're preventing them from doing that?
No, they are doing it. We're not offering any oversight. So we're relying on the county, the county and the city, which they're looking at it from a building codes perspective, but not from a fire codes perspective. And there are some specific issues that pertain to solar installations in the fire code. So we don't know if those are being followed. We're not preventing anybody from doing that. We're just saying, don't even send us those plans because we don't have the bandwidth to get to them. And one thing I should make clear is that I am certainly happy to direct my efforts wherever the fire chief wants me to direct them. We're just at a point where if we're going to expand services in one place, we're going to have to narrow them in another. So it's a matter of determining what the priorities are. I think we're pretty solid right now. Like I said, there are a lot of other things that we should be doing, but bandwidth is an issue, and we can certainly do a lot of other things. We're just going to have to do less of what we're currently doing. So
I would just might add is that we've got growth on both ends of the district. And Patel with the, out there in the village, what have you, with the new additional Hilton that is in the works, in the process. And then, of course, here on the west end with building and so on and so forth. Anticipating your needs, the district's needs, what have you, is something we need to address.
yeah, it's just something that you guys need to be aware of. It's certainly an option.
Relative to events that take place here in Sedona, or in the district, in the village too, are there needs not being met relative to events? I'm involved with a lot of the events in the community, and we have an organization called the Sedona Events Alliance that could be an outlet for communicating to all of the event community at one time. And I don't know if that would be of any value to the making people aware of issues that the fire department has on the table whenever you put in the plans for an event together.
Sure, and we get all of the temporary use permits and special event permits come through from the county and the city, and we do review those, and we issue our comments back to the planner. But we typically, I probably get out on a weekend a couple times a year to get into some of these events and run inspections. My inspectors get out there a couple times a year, but there's so many special events going on that we don't always have a chance to get an inspector there, which the special events present a challenge because people in our district, the business owners in our district that we deal with every day, they know what's expected of them. We have a relationship with them. A lot of these special events, it's vendors coming from outside the district.
Well, I know that when you deal with the tent companies, you know, that how, the spacing of emergency exits and the fire extinguishers and signage and.
Sure.
Sometimes we've been, surprised with, expectations that we weren't meeting. We've had to actually
Sure.
alter tents that were already erected to fulfill those requirements. I was just curious whether or not there's loose ends that need to be tied down.
Well,
Because
and
we're really working to actually encourage more events to take place at Possum Ground.
sure.
And
And we have, to that end, that was one of the things that we identified as well with the tents and tent companies. And so there are two major tent companies that do probably 85+% of the tent installations that occur in our district. So we reached out to them, and we've had multiple meetings with them. We've given them copies of the fire code and what we expect. So it is much better than it was in the past. A lot of times they'll spot a problem and call us that otherwise we would have never known about. And essentially we've made them our partner, and they're helping us solve those problems because we don't always get out to see those tents. So there are things like that are going on, but it's still, especially with the number of out-of-town visitors that come to these events, the number of out-of-town vendors that come to these events, it's always preferable to get eyes on when we can.
More questions? You got it.
I'm happy to answer any more questions. If you want to talk about public education stuff.
I do have a couple points here. First of all, I'm happy that the company fire prevention program is well underway. It's getting our firefighters back in these occupancies so they can see what they have inside of them, and they're better informed before they go into these buildings under an emergency situation. And it may be too early, but as a result of that, have you noticed a work reduction to that extent? As far as you guys as the inspectors no longer have to go into these, or?
Well, again, talking about, so many buckets to pick up. I could probably go to our records management system right now and pull up some of these B&M, business and mercantile occupancies, that we have not been in 10 plus years. So those are something that's just sitting. That's a bucket that's sitting there that's not getting picked up, and by getting our guys in there, that number is going to start coming down.
Right.
As far as, so yeah, that it is helping us because those are numbers that we're not going to have to deal with.
Good.
And they know that if they walk in there and somebody's building bombs in the basement, they're going to pick up the phone and call us. But for the most part, it's is your address visible? Hey, the fire marshal, when he comes in, he's going to be looking at those extension cords. You might want to get rid of that. Hey, you probably better put your fire extinguishers out of date. So they're taking care of all those typical little things that we find in those B&M occupancies that have lingered for years. That's going to be one less bucket that we have to deal with. Yeah.
Okay. And then the overall cost, perhaps maybe at a board meeting, we'll agendize an item that would indicate what the savings were, what it cost us to put this program on board. I think the word we were looking for earlier was revenue. With the inability to inspect or to plan check these solar panels, are we losing revenue by not being able to do those?
We're probably, I'm guessing each solar installation would probably take an hour, a 1 hour plan review, which would be $125. So, and at 160, 180 of those a year, yeah, there's some revenue. I mean, it's not, oh my gosh, look at all the money that we found. It is costing us some revenue to not be able to do that. However, when you look at the cost of another fire inspector, it certainly goes to paying some of their wage, but not all of it.
Okay.
Hey, John, so the other side of this is that when you get triage out what falls off the plate, like in this case, the solar inspections, how does the risk to the firefighters that those whichever ones aren't compared to what's going to occur to the fire code? How does that weigh into the process that you engage in to determine what goes off the plate?
To be honest with you, up until this point in time, the solar installations were something that we just identified. They hadn't been getting done in the past. They're still not getting done. It was one of those things that came to the forefront about, hey, we've identified something that wasn't getting done in the past. We haven't been able to take it on yet. But yes, there is a risk to our firefighters for that. Solar installations, that poses a very real danger to our firefighters in a fire. Not if it's not wired correctly, if it doesn't give them the proper room to work on the roof for ventilation. So yes, those are issues that they can negatively affect our firefighters.
All right, so we'll talk about this more offline, but I just want to make sure that if there's things that we're choosing to not do, which it sounds like this wasn't a choice to not do, we just realized we
Discovered it,
were not
yes.
doing it, and
Correct.
the choice was to continue not doing it, but that we're making sure that we engage in, that we assess the risk of that versus other things
Sure.
as we're pushing things off the plate.
And that was, in fact, we were having a discussion about this just earlier this week in community risk reduction about that very issue. What do we move to the side to be able to take those on? And we're looking at, sprinkler systems, single-family residence sprinkler systems. Do we cut back on those? So would we focus on a risk that can more likely impact our firefighters versus something that can impact our citizens? They both have merit. Where do you draw that line? Where do you go? They're both valid programs, or both valid plans reviews that need to be done. How do you make that balancing act? And for the time being, we've elected just to go with the status quo until we kind of figure that out.
I personally feel the need that we should try and get additional help so we don't put our first responders at risk. Because that really just popped my attention right. As soon as the chief said that, it woke me up. Not that I was sleeping, but because perhaps we can put everything from a 911 down to a 311. What's the most important down to what's least important in every aspect.
Mhm.
So I don't know if that's going to be an agenda item or if we talk about it offline or whatever it may be. But I feel it's very, very important.
Yeah, I'm not going to ask the board for direction because that would be a trap. But what I'm going to tell you I'm going to do is that John and I are going to work on this, and then at a later date I'm going to come with you some more information about a process that we've identified. And then at that time, if you wish, we can agendize something.
And that's the whole essence of this workshop, is to create those items that may generate further discussion down the road at a regular board meeting. So,
I have a question for John.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not sure, I don't know.
I may not know either.
I think I know. Plan check,
Uh-huh.
is that contracted out?
We have a line item in the budget for plans reviews. We have done a few of those where we've contracted them out, a large plan review when we were busy, and it was like, this is going to be one of those 30-hour plans reviews that I talked about, and I already had 20 plans reviews lined up, so we've sent some of those out. That is not ideal. It's much easier for us to do the planned review if we can make that happen, because it's our guys that are going out there to do the inspections. We have local peculiarities, the way we do things here, for lack of a better way to put it. But we have, and our contractors are familiar with us, and then they get the plan check back from an outside party based out of Phoenix, and they go, hey, what's this? Why are they requiring us to do this? So while we do have that capability, it is not preferable to do it that way. And so we will avoid sending plans out to have them reviewed whenever possible.
Thank
It is available to us, though.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, we still doing okay?
Can we take a 5-minute break?
5-minute break?
Sir?
You got it. This is coil. All right, well, as we reconvene, we're getting down to the downhill side.
So you hope.
We hope. I'm looking at the presenters, and I'm hoping. Okay, next up on our agenda, we have the presentation and discussion of the strategic plan process, including the status and frequency of reporting from Chief Jason Coyle. Chief?
Thank you. So, I can't even read that. I ordered glasses though, so I'll have to. Is this all right? Do you guys mind if I turn around this way?
No, go ahead.
All right, so this presentation covers a lot of different things, and the first one will be the strategic plan. And so my intent here, of course, is to inform you all, cultivate questions that help us to better generate a shared understanding, and then to encourage critical assessment of any of the ideas that I present. Make sure that I'm on track. So with our strategic planning process as it currently sets, the way I see that right now is we have goal setting, which we did, some months past, and then we implement a strategy, and then we evaluate and assess the different performance measures that come out in a matrix that Carrie beats on us until we make sure that we submit our part to every quarter, which I appreciate her for. And then we benchmark the success of our strategic plan against those different performance measures. And that sounds good, except one of the areas that that keeps happening with our plan, I think, is that as we're working to address those performance measures, we lack a mechanism to tie it back into the actual goal, and to make sure that as we're working to take care of the tasks, that the tasks are actually accomplishing the goal. So, what I propose that we do is we look at the mission priorities and detail more realistic goals that can be completed within the period of time that that strategic plan is covering. Some strategic plans do different. Reach goals, they call them, is certainly one way of doing it. But if we wanted to operationalize this more, this is one approach that we could take. And we'd set near-term and long-term objectives, be it if it's a 3-year strategic plan, those near-term ones would be 1-year objectives, and those and then 2 and 3-year objectives. Reassess it on the end of the second year, so we always have some plans in perpetuity. And then identify processes in charge of or associated with each stage of implementing a larger goal, and then assign people the responsibility to accomplish certain tasks. And I think what's happened, and again, with all the stuff John talked about, everybody else being busy, is that we lose sight of what's important gets overtaken by what's urgent. And it happens all the time, and so I think if we sit there and we keep working together as board and the fire chief to make sure that we know what those really important things are, then when it comes to those trade-offs, it gives us a better mechanism to be more deliberate about sticking with what's important. And maybe that urgent thing, maybe some of that just doesn't get done. Maybe some of that we think of new and innovative ways to do it, but at least we're consciously making those trade-offs instead of passively just putting aside what we said was important because these more urgent things keep coming up, which frankly is what seems to happen. And then, these individual tasks will be commensurate with their skill sets and authority. And I think that there's opportunities within operations to better distribute the workload, and to get more people engaged with certain tasks, not big, heavy lift tasks, but with certain tasks, whether they're a firefighter, an engineer, that's commensurate with their skill set, that collectively can help put all this together. And when I talk about what the BCs are doing, I think you'll see some of the reasons why I think that. So the way I would envision this going a little bit differently is that we would complete analysis, and there's some multiple different ways that we would do that, and I'll save that for a later day. And then we formulate our strategy, we'd implement it, we'd evaluate it against our performance measures, but then we'd determine if the strategy is achieving the goal. So even if we're achieving those performance measures on those tasks, is it getting us to our goal? And that's that tie back in part that I think if we did more frequently, we may have some better success. And then if yes, then we go on to our next initiative. If no, then we look back and we repeat the process and figure out, all right, well, yeah, we made sure all the trucks were green, but we're still, people are still running into us just as much. So maybe green wasn't it, And then the other stuff will be to assess and modify the strategic planning document as needed to align with the goal-focused process, identify and complete the analysis, to develop objective measures for progress and to track these, and then build these goals around the process to achieve accreditation. So that's one of the big things that's in our strategic plan right now is to work towards accreditation, and the way it's listed in there is another. It's just I think it's not a subordinate list; it's its own goal, but it's just another thing. But we need 5 years of good data before we can ever begin the actual pitch to get accredited. And so somehow, there's other subordinate tasks, goals that need to be accomplished over time. The first one being getting to where we're gathering the right data right now so we can start that clock on the good data and then moving forward. And so aligning those so the way that they sit, temporally is also portrayed in the document. So we understand that even though there's this list of all these different things, they're not all right now things. We have to get these things done, and whether it's a Gantt chart or some other way to convey this in a way that we can have a conversation about, and everybody has a shared understanding about why we're doing these different pieces, and that's right. That's a huge part of leadership is people understanding the why, so people know why they're doing something. They're not, hotshots always call it "don't dig a line to nowhere." Is you got to understand where you're going, and so I think however we do that, that'll be key. And then develop a reporting structure that meets the goals and reduces time spent creating reports. Carrie's highly efficient, but she has to bug us so many times that I'm sure it slows things down. So what I think these changes would do is I think they'd help to strengthen the organizational alignment around the goals versus the task. So get us back onto the why instead of the what we're doing. Reduce the role ambiguity among contributors. Allow us to leverage some of the available assets in operations to take on parts of these, and also to help to build skill sets among them. Demonstrate the value of completing delegated tasks to the mission. Again, have that tie back into the why. Create and improve trust. Get a shared understanding among everybody about what their different parts are and their contributions. Talk about the trade-offs, and that's a big one, right? John talked about a bunch of it. Is that it's not zero-sum gain, because I think we can still gain efficiencies, but there's going to be trade-offs, and I'd rather be able to come to you and say that and us consciously choose to make a trade-off than to ignore that a situation or be unaware of a situation that's occurring that's leading to some consequence that occurred because of a choice we made, but that we were either unaware of or that we failed to acknowledge. And then transition from. So I'm not like anti-intuitive judgment. I like it. I think I'm good at it in certain environments, but I'm not good in this environment because I've never done this before. And if you don't have experiential learning and you try to think that you're the smartest guy in the room about something, you're going to make bad choices. And so taking us back to applying better critical thinking as we're going through this process to make sure that we're doing it well, I think is better when it comes to these kind of goals versus life according to Jason. And then, increase decision quality through improvement and continued analysis. So that is kind of some of the directions that as we move forward. I did provide Carrie with the information for this quarterly strategic plan update, but what I intend to do is at a future board meeting is to propose some different alternatives and some courses of action to communicate that information and see if the board has interest in pursuing any of those, and then if they do, then moving in that direction to make it where we again just kind of line back up with those goals. I don't think any of the stuff that we say we want to do in our strategic plan, I'm not asking that you consider, or I'm not trying to inform a choice later on where I ask you to throw something out. I feel right now that that we're more a slave to the process than we're putting our efforts towards the goals. So anyhow. All right, is there any question about the strategic plan before I go on to the next part?
No, I think I would be, or perhaps the board would be interested in seeing how that option that you're proposing would play out. And I do like the fact that with the numerous goals that we have, it actually makes them narrower, therefore probably more attainable, as opposed to fewer and so broad that am I ever going to achieve this? So, yeah, I'd like to hear what the proposals may be, or changes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and of course,
Yes, of course, it's okay. It has to be achievable and measurable, and you mentioned that. And then back to the original task
Yep.
For tweaking.
Right. No, and I do think too is that and it's hard, right? It's hard to communicate how we're making improvement on different things. It's hard for me to remember who I should be, communicating things with. After the event that occurred with the paramedics down there at the training, Buzz fortunately reminded me, hey, you might want to let everybody else know what the agency is doing to support those people. I was more worried about them, but at the same time, people are going to hear about it and they're going to wonder. So that whole communication part of getting it back around to the why, yeah, it's. I don't want to make it sound simple, like all we got to do is this, because I know it's not. But
of course, you could always incorporate the military OODA loop into this.
yeah, and that's fundamentally what that is, right? This is, this could be, this could be Boyd's plan right here. Is that, we observe the situation, we orient ourselves to what is occurring. So what we think we see, we figure out what it really is. We make a decision on how we should improve the situation to our advantage. We act on that decision, and then we reassess. That's fundamentally what we're doing in this strategic plan, just in a different term. See, Boyd did it in 4 letters, and it took me like 5,000 words to explain it. But. Any other questions, comments? All right. So the next thing I was asked to do was provide an operational overview. And now I'll provide everyone, of course, it'll be in the packet, the PowerPoint. So I want to really drill down on some of that strategic planning stuff, but I'm not going to drill down so much on the other parts because you can have the written part for awareness, and unless you ask me to. And if I'm doing too high of a look, then let me know. Which is probably not going to happen with me because that's why I'm bad at giving directions.
Just real quick, just for everyone's attention or information, we now move on to the next agenda item, which is the operational overview, right?
Yes, and I'm not certain that I'm moving on these in order, but I'll tell you when I get to the, okay. All right, thank you. So that's what the operations section looks like. There's 75 personnel, 25 per shift. There's BC, who's also like the shift commander fundamentally. 5 stations, each one of those stations is overseen by a captain. Those captains have a span of control underneath them between 1 and 5, depending on where they're at. And then the other things that fall underneath the operational part of the org chart are the telecom, GIS, I don't know why I put community risk reduction in there, and fleet. Administration is 10 personnel plus 2 contracted, and there's actually 3 vacant positions throughout the whole org chart, including the position I was in as ops chief as I moved up. And for reference, we ran 4,512 calls in 2018. So with that group of 75, I hate direct and indirect or essential and non-essential. It doesn't sound right, but so you get 75 people that are spraying water, digging dirt, taking care of people, and then you have everybody else that is necessary to support to make our force package. All the operational personnel are trained as structural firefighters, wildland firefighters, at the operations level in rope rescue, operations level in swift water, and as EMTs and paramedics. So that's the baseline for everybody. That's a high baseline for a fire department. A lot of times it's not that high, and there's good reasons for that. If you're at a place, if you're in downtown Detroit where structure fires is something that you do a lot, and you probably don't have a chance or a need to branch out into all these multiple different things. But when we are the ones that have to respond to structure fire, we have to meet all the training needs there, but we also have all these other the risks that we're expected to intervene on, or these hazards, then you develop other skill sets. And some of this, as Ed talked about before, occurs organically. And I think that process is good. There's, I think, some stutter steps we've had, like we've decided a couple times over the years that I've been here to all of a sudden stand up hazmat techs. And then we realized that the ongoing training and stuff to maintain hazmat techs it wasn't appropriate for the number of, we don't have a rail, we don't have interstates that run through our area. There's not chemical refinery, there's not a DuPont. And so, we backed away from that. But when I talk about accreditation, talk about how we make sure we are being deliberate about those choices in the future. So some of the key staffing considerations are people being utilized to the maximum advantage of the current staffing plan. And there's some different analysis tools that we're looking at to see where that is, to see, number one, what's the best way to measure that? And number two, when you're measuring it, what does right look like? What does success look like? And there's so many different variables to this, from, some of it, like when we're talking about the, right now we have 2 tiers of billeted people. So people that act up into the role above them. The first tier is those that have tested for that position successfully. And then the second tier is people that have completed a task book and other requirements, and then have gone through kind of a vetting process, if you will, to be able to move up. So the intent behind all that is to give them that experiential learning, to make them proficient in that, to support a progression plan. But now we got to figure out if it's working. Is that what we intended to get is what we're getting with that? So that's pretty much what that 1-2 build program, achieving the intended outcome, is about. And then is where we have, our chess pieces right. And right there's a political right, there's like just a strictly analytical right, and and weaving all those together. And then also, what are our core disciplines? What are those things that we need to be doing? How do we decide what those things are that we need to be doing? How do we make sure that from year to year, that as those change, that we're reacting and responding appropriately? And then, do our spouse values align with what we say our actions are regarding staffing? If we say firefighter safety is the most important thing, if we say that making sure that we have good leadership is the most important thing, are we really taking steps to accomplish that? Or are we just feeling good about the fact that we said it because it's a rare event that'll manifest itself in a bad outcome? And then we just kind of roll the dice every day. So those are some of the things that we're looking at to make sure that we're doing them right as we continue with this analysis. Ed talked quite a bit about his training, so a couple of key points about the training needs assessment that he's doing right now that I wanted to bring up, though, is that this deliberate process to determine the levels of training that's needed in the organization is a departure from the way a lot of fire departments do it. There's usually rote standards, and they just kind of roll with it. But again, we have a lot of different disciplines. We have people that are contributing in multiple different areas, and there's not a one-size-fits-all. And so Ed going through that, and I think he has a very logical, very structured way of going about it that deals with legal requirements first, best practice on industry second, and then figuring out where we need to fill, where those gaps are, and then how we fill those gaps. And some of the things that come out of that'll help us with making sure that we're making good budget decisions is, as we evaluate the training effectiveness, we're basing this. The intent is to base this on how it's applied, not how it's taught. Because how many people you go on a training and then you get an evaluation at the end of the training, and if the guy lets you out early, or maybe they had good donuts or whatever, they get good evaluations, and then whoever it is, right, they're saying, hey, I must be a good trainer because I got good evaluations by letting people out. Well, what did they learn? How could they apply it in the real world? And so that's harder. That's harder to measure. But that's what Ed's working on right now, and I think that's going to really help move us forward because, again, the goal is to get people better at things. The goal is not to sit through a class. And then, there's costs associated with it, there's considerations, there's legal requirements, the relevance, time to implement, and also, if changing from a flat hose load to a triple layer hose load is going to save us, a 0.2 on a performance scale, but we push off 3 other things, and the time to implement and to get everybody trained puts off, more important things further down the road. Should we even be doing that? So making those decisions on the front end instead of realizing, like, gosh dang, not everybody's doing the new hose load the right way. Now we're going to have to put more money into that and more time into getting them, and other things are going to get pushed off. So, and then, where we offer it, where do we send train the trainers to have them bring that information back? What type of training is it most appropriate to get everybody together for? Can we do remotely? What can you sit in front of the computer and do effectively? What it's a team-based effort. We better not sit everybody in front of the computer to do. So those are some of the different things that as we're looking at the training needs assessment with operations and everything, those some of the different outcomes that we hope to be able to take a better look at. All right, so that's the training part, and so then the next part of the operations that when I looked at what it said I was supposed to talk about was the severity and frequency of the different incidents. So without getting too much into the accreditation thing, because we're going to cover it later, right now there's there's more than two different ways to look at this, but choose to talk about two different ways to look at it. One is that we talk about the severity of an outcome, and then the other one is that we talk about the frequency of it occurring. So if we talk about the severity, I look at, okay, how do we decide what severity is? Well, if we look at the emergency operation plans, we did this thing called the DMA-2K, Disaster Mitigation Assistance 2000, where you're supposed to prioritize the biggest threats to your community, catastrophic threats. And so when you look at those, we come up with wildland fires, floods, as we may have today, you never know, and winter storms. Those are the three major ones that would impact large numbers of people. And frankly, for duration of impact and especially duration of consequence to a district that depends heavily on property taxes, wildland fires are probably nobody promised to come visit a big black spot, and when everybody's homes burn down in a certain area, they will no longer pay the same taxes. So, and then the frequency of calls, EMS hands down is above everything else. And then the other, so then we look at those for the frequency and severity, and then we look at the risk. And if we look at near-term risk, the thing that we do that is the most hazardous is probably short haul. But it's hard for me to say that because honestly, the data it's helicopters don't crash very often, but when they do crash and you're on the line on the end of it, it's a bad place to be. If they're going to crash and you're on the line on the end of it, they will jettison you. Huh, Greg? Yeah, yeah. So, but it is as far as because right. The severity of consequence if anything happens to you when you're on the end of that line is probably high. Is it likely to happen? No, not really. But the same thing when you're in an IDLH environment when you're a structure fire, right? The severity is pretty high. If your mask gets ripped off your face and you can't find it in your structure, that's a bad day. Hopefully that won't happen. We'll train so it doesn't happen, blah, blah, blah. And then the long-term stuff, which is something we're continually getting our mind wrapped around, and Ed talked about it as well, was is it cumulative fatigue? Is it that post-traumatic stress? Is it illness? Is it that needle stick that you got back in the day that all of a sudden now you have Hep C from? What is it? And those are the harder ones because the more proximal an outcome is to the event, the easier it is for us to figure it out. Let's see, firefighters, you touch something, the stove's hot, burn your finger, put your hand in a basic solution and you wait 2 hours later and your finger falls off. That's a little harder to figure out. So what I see, and this is certainly open to discussion, interpretation, and the accreditation process will provide more methodology to this, is that our core operational areas are structural fire, EMS, wildland, technical rescue, and hazmat to a certain extent. There's an awareness level there that we need to deal with certain things like we don't put people in bad environments, that we're able to safely go back in after a fire, monitor air, that kind of stuff. But where on that hazmat continuum we land, I would submit we probably, as far as core responsibilities, is lower on that. So, all right, so we got those as our base, but now the environment's changed some. The stop the bleed, the stuff, ASHER, the active shooter hostile event response training is something that we've started to do. We've invested money in that. We bought equipment for it, and we've trained our people, and we intend to continue to train our people. So that's a change in our mission. And that one's weird, right? Because statistically, we shouldn't put any money behind that. We shouldn't even never. No, I mean, if you look at the numbers of the likelihood of an incident happening here, it is not worth it. But the consequence is severe. And so we've chosen to do that. We've chosen to take the potential of a negative consequence and the severity of that consequence and place it much higher than the likelihood. And right, that's just what the analysis is. There's certain things that are just judgment. Confined space and trench rescue. So, and Greg Eberline helped me a lot, wrap my mind around this. But right now we were looking at how much it costs to train people in confined space and trench rescue to maintain that equipment and how much it makes sense for us to maintain that skill set.
What is trench rescue?
So a trench, well, Greg, tell me, what makes a trench?
So something that's deeper than wide, and something that has collapse potential. OSHA defines it as something deeper than 4 foot. So when contractors are putting pipe in the ground, things like that.
Yeah. But I knew there was like a trench, and I don't remember what the definition is, but deeper than wider, and then, yeah. So,
Some of our red rock situations,
beg your pardon?
some of our red rock situations might qualify
Uh,
as with people falling into.
Oh, like, no, it's more like a dug trench, like something that's taking place during construction. Yep, so yeah, where
Man-made disturbed soil.
where that soil can cave in and trap somebody. Yep. Yeah.
What did he say?
Oh. And then,
Man-made disturbed soil, and then he changed it or to man-made.
yeah.
Nice.
And then confined space. So if there's, really around here, the sewer treatment facility is probably the only place where they have large vaults that they go into that they have to have a confined space attendant. And, one time, we have a heavy rescue that, other than providing air, its primary purpose is to support missions like this. I don't know. Does that make sense? Does it make sense to have a heavy rescue and a light rescue? Or would one medium rescue, as those things reach end of life, make more sense and then not do this? That's some of the stuff that will come out in the analysis, but I was a little tickler. Wanted to throw that out there. And the drone and the UAS operations, that's something that we started small with that, and we've found 2 people on rescues. We've used it to identify when someone falls out of a boat during a swiftwater call. So if that that rescuer had not been grabbed by the person next to him, I was already on the radio ready to warn the downstream spotters that we had a swimmer in the water. We found a lot of utility of it so far. I think there's other ways to leverage that kind of technology moving forward to even greater effect. And then I talked about the ASHA response. So, as we look at those core things, we'll continue to assess, and I will continue to communicate with y'all about whether those core things, I think that still lines up. And then as we look at other things to do, I think it's important that you know that we want to be very thoughtful as we approach those to make sure that it's not like, I want the new, like I wanted one of those new Camaros, Exorcist, because 1,000 horsepower, black, super cool. But that's not, that's my, yeah. But not here, right? I'm not going to go buy the next super cool red fire truck because it looks cool. We're going to go through our analysis and make sure that we come to you with good information before we make any recommendation. Sure. Well, that car is super cool. All right. So your mission, should you choose to accept it, is that, in my mind, what we need to continually assess what we do. We need to assess how we should do it, the trade-offs in risk and expertise that occur with those strategic level decisions that we make, and I should be communicating those to you as I see them, and then be articulate about the gaps in my knowledge, and make sure that I'm not just glossing over those, and then the cost of doing it, not doing it, in whatever unit we choose to measure that in, because there's a whole bunch of them, and then how does it add value, and what does the public need and expect from us? So that's what I hope to continue to bring to you as we go down that conversation. But I wanted to kind of throw that out there. All right. Any questions on operations? Yeah.
No.
So that's 2 down, huh?
It's 2 down. 2 down.
My battery's still green, so we're doing good.
Any questions for the chief on his presentation there? Okay. I don't see Chief Buzz Lakowski. Is he coming, or
No, sir.
Are you going to speak on behalf?
He is down at, what's he down at?
Yeah, the ASU, the Summit Behavioral Health Summit.
He's at the Behavioral Health Summit, but he has provided me with his information.
Okay.
And am going to provide you with that information.
Okay, then the next presentation coming up would be on the presentation and discussion of the needs and status of Sedona Fire District's facilities, including repairs and maintenance demands, and that was his. So.
Yes, sir. Yep. So, as the facilities overview, I went through each one of the stations. Buzz had some great lists of the different material, but again, I'm just going to generally hit at this. Fundamentally, we had gone out for a grant that would have addressed some of our major facilities needs for this time we didn't get to. So now we're breaking it down in a more bite-sized pieces, if you will, and we're looking at which ones are the highest priorities to accomplish. So with that, one of the things, station number 1 right here is I should touch on this some more. So the purpose of station number one is it houses operational personnel. It also houses all our administration. Training facilities up here used frequently above and below. And we have that annex building over the side here that belongs to us, in case you're not aware. And that right now is just storage. It's where old office furniture goes to die. We're trying to make that not that anymore, but that's what it is right now. And then we have radio tower infrastructure out here and microwave infrastructure. That's right outside, behind the chief's office out there. The good thing about this station from a emergency response standpoint is that the generator that we purchased, I don't know, 5 years ago, maybe a little bit longer ago than that, will now power this whole thing at 125% of max load. So if we ever have to use this for an emergency operations center or for an ICP, it will, including HVAC needs and everything, so we're able to do that. So that's kind of important. So it makes it key to any large event that we may have here that's long duration.
What's the operational period?
So we have enough, we have 2 weeks, it's not quite 2 weeks, I was trying to remember how many hours it is, of propane. And then we have, then it runs off natural gas first. So if the natural gas got disrupted, then we have on-site propane to run that generator for, I want to say it's 2 weeks. But if that's not right, I'll get back with you. But I'm pretty sure it's 2 weeks.
Chief, that just runs the station proper, or does that station and admin?
Station and admin, the whole, yep.
Oh, the whole thing?
Yeah, it was a big bump on the generator when we put it in there, but we figured we had to have one place that even if it's 120 degrees out, that we can get work done, keep computers, up and everything. And so when we put the new generator in, it's large enough to do. At that time, I just went back through the historical facilities for energy usage, and then at the high peak before we got the higher efficiency HVAC units, and then I went 125% of that. So hopefully it should.
Would that include the tower?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay.
So, there's a lot of the outside stucco work. We talked about before about what we're trying to do to get that work done. And this will be in your presentation. So I'm not going to go through the small needs work. I'll just hit on the big items, especially things that may end up in capital. Station 2, if you're not aware, bottom of the lower Red Rock Loop Road. It's a garage with our sign over it. And it stores vehicles, and there's a little bit of radio equipment in there. Station 3, Village of Oak Creek. That's got a big project that is identified in the capital in it for next year. So right now that's operational, and it also has radio equipment and stuff in there. Has our tower that we use for doing our tower rescue. They practice also when they're doing their short haul trainings, especially with new certs. But it has, if you haven't been in the bay, up on the mezzanine, so as you go in the bay from I don't know what side it is, but the opposite side of the living quarters, there is some large HVAC units that are up on top of the mezzanine. Those can't get parts for them anymore. They've leaked multiple times into the rooms below, including the EMS rooms below. The cache for all of the heavy, or for the technical rescue equipment, is beside that. And so talking with contractors, find out the best way to do it. It's not to put more water above more expensive equipment. It's to put ducting out the outside and then put a large HVAC unit on a pad, so it's easy to service with a crane. And that money is identified in the capital plan, and Buzz is working right now to get that done. There's also some drainage issues around that station. And then there's a large, it's funny how things you just forget, because when I saw this on time, oh yeah, the crack's still there. But ever since it's brand new, there's a crack that runs all the way down the length of the ceiling. And they tried to fix it a couple of times, and the crack still runs all the way down the length of the ceiling. So I'll let Buzz figure out exactly why that crack is still there. But it's just right on the ridge line, just like something settled, but it continues to open up. So I don't know if there's some movement between the
temperature.
Yeah, if the tiles and stuff are up there, it gets hot on one side of that roof, and then it causes it to move some. Station 4, it's Station 4, right? There's a really long, very small list. So, yeah, and that was after I tried to cut a bunch of the stuff out. Engineers are going to look at Station 4. At the end of the day, Station 4, it's my intent that when we start looking on a budget is to ensure that there's adequate money in the budget to move forward on getting better site plans and everything for Station 4. At that time, I'll choose what to, if you want, you continue with that when I ask you direction on that. But for right now, that is my intent, because when the engineers say that the building is not structurally sound, they have more questions than they have answers based on how things were added to it, the amount, the burden that was removed on the outside of the wall when they made that into a parking lot. There's too many what if situations there, and it could be one shift away from somebody saying, all right, now it's condemned. And so I just really want to make sure that I'm doing my part to help y'all get in front of that, even though I know we're not going to get it built in the next 6 months.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Do we have anything in play in case that does happen for temporary quarters?
We have the ground, and honestly, it would be old school, like rural metro. It'd be pulling some office trailers and then set up a yurt.
Okay.
That would be it. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Anybody's been there very long. They're waiting for the shiny new station when they get moved somewhere. That seems to be the rite of passage. But yeah, it's tough. Stations 5 and 6. Station 5 is, of course, up the canyon, and they're doing a little bit of work about repainting the exterior and looking at adding some heating, cooling capacity downstairs, because there's office downstairs, and it just doesn't. It was never designed to be a staff station, so things were never really built for the loads. And then now that we added some different electronic equipment stuff down there, our computer stuff down that little office, and it gets pretty hot in there. But fundamentally, we don't. Again, Station 5 is something that we want to continue to look towards moving further up the canyon. Ideally, there's a sweet spot that pretty much starts at Slide Rock and then goes up to Banjo Bill, right in there. And there's a couple different alternatives, only literally 2 different alternatives that we could think of, the places that might work there. One is forest ground, we have to get traded, but it's underneath an area that has a lot of rock fall. So it'd be where it's an old borrow pit that's as you just cross over the bridge there by Slide Rock on the right hand side. But if you look at the slope above there, and why that's always been the second choice, is there's a lot of frangible I think it's malapai, but the gray, heavy gray stone, and you'll see the whole spoils of it coming down in there. So you build something there, you're gonna have people in an area that's prone to heavy rock fall. And then the second area which is in Slide Rock State Park. The person that Chief Casey had been dealing with there had since left the agency, so we're starting those relationships over. But Station 5 is another high priority to provide a location that provides better service up to the further end, to the northern end of our district, and also to in recognition of the fact that the agreement that we have with the Garlands for the current location is tentative. Station 6, they're continuing to work on some of the landscaping, and a buzz about putting a little piece of a sidewalk between the apron and the walkway. So we'll get that done. That's pretty much it. Yeah, a lot of landscaping work out there. Fortunately, that's all right. It's brand new. Station 7 up near Butterfly Garden Inn, the old Garlands or old Don Hole's cabins up there. That's just one garage that hangs partway over the creek on the backside. Hasn't hung any more over the creek in the last 20 years, but we'll see what happens. And right now it's just storage. And there's one of our emergency alerting sirens is located on the building. And then Station 8, which is Telecom's home down there, going out 89. And that building, there's a lot of outside work that it needs paint. It may actually need to replace some of the wood on the side of it from being UV degraded. If it doesn't need replacement, the idea was just to stucco over it, but get rid of that exposed wood down there, because it gets hammered in the sun, and it was just rough sawn that they painted dark, and it looks pretty, but it doesn't weather well. Try to make it a little bit more low maintenance, and then get some exterior window tint. Frankly, that station, the landscaping's overgrown. It's easy. It was easy when I shouldn't speak for Buzz, but when I managed facilities, it was easy to forget about that station, because you weren't visiting it to drop off the mail, you weren't getting it there, but it's just critical. That's where our staff that takes care of all the telecommunications stays. So. And then there's also the other thing we forget about, the remote tower sites. So, we have one at Schnebly, Squaw Peak, Mingus, and the Sedona Airport. And the biggest part about those are basically the on the ground part of it is a big concrete trailer home, if you will. But they have to be cooled all the time, even when it's 0 degrees out. Well, I shouldn't, that's probably exaggerating, but they have to be cooled all the time. And so, one of the things that Buzz has been working on is to, all right, so some of them just have a single HVAC unit, which is certainly not preferred. The ideal way you want to do this is called an alternating duplexing system. But one air conditioning, when it calls for air, one air conditioning unit comes on. Next time it calls for air, the other one comes on. And so one's lead and one's lag, but that changes every time. So that way they get warm the same. And then you say, all right, hey, when we get to 80% of what the end of life is for a barred air conditioning unit, we're going to replace those because it's better to replace them now than the cost of the equipment for whatever's in there. So that's what he's working towards. But they weren't all set up to be able to do that easily, especially with the 2 different units and having shared ducting and everything. And then the other thing that's being worked on, and Bob will address it in his, or when I talk about his PowerPoint, is getting remote sensing up there. So, if it's supposed to be air supposed to be conditioned to 68 degrees, the second air conditioner turns on when it gets to 70 degrees. That also should prompt us being made aware. So there's of the fact that it's 70 degrees. There is some, but it's not. Its fault state isn't to activate. And that's should be any of that kind of stuff. The fault state should always be, for fault for any reason is to activate, not that it takes power or a relay to shut or some other mechanical thing to happen to activate.
Yeah.
So that's something that they're working on. So we talked about the top 2. One of the things that's, again, that incident Cottonwood reinforced was the need to continue to improve the security and to reduce the vulnerability of our personnel and our equipment if somebody was to come into the station with a bad intent. Part of what that, I talked to Angel Morales because he's the one that runs our locks and keys. So as a captain, he's got a pretty heavy lift. He took over that project and he took over a very big box of 3x5 cards and a significant lack of accountability for the different levels of the keys. So he's working right now with, it's not best, it's whoever best is owned by, but to get the right information on the right way to triage all our keys based on best practice. Because like medics should have the keys to per DHS, medics should have a key to the drug box, but the EMT should not be able to access the drug box. Certain people, there's HR, and putting all those together and then redoing the key system so we have better accountability for that. And so Angel's working on that right now. And I know that he and Buzz have meetings scheduled next month. So there may be a PO that comes across y'all's table later on for getting all that done. I have no idea what that even entails, frankly. So I'm looking forward to talking to Angel after they meet with the people to see how you do that. Because I couldn't even tell you the scope of like the number of lock cylinders that there are that have our stuff in, but it's a lot when you think about every gate and everything else that has our stuff on it. It's a big deal, but yeah.
Just a comment, but many years ago, I worked for Safeway Stores Security,
Yes, sir.
and they used both Best and Yale core locks.
Yeah.
And he always had sets of core locks to interchange, and it took seconds.
Yeah, I've seen Angel do that. He'll pull them out.
Right.
But the thing is, we don't know where all the keys are. I mean, that's
Well,
that's
you
just
can
the
rekey that.
the truth of it. Yeah,
Well, he can.
he can, right? And that's the idea. And then, and it's crazy because you obviously know more about this than I do. But so do you say that there's a medic key and that there's a key that gets in all the offices and then there's a gate key, or do you triage the keys so that top key, like my K key, will get me in medic stuff, locks, and so you only have to have one key, and there's different approaches to this whole thing, but it's after you explained it to me, it was one of those things that you could just go like intuitive judgment, right? Oh, that's easy, just fix it all. And I was like, wow, this is confusing. Heidi's laughing at me, but yeah. All right. Any facilities questions? There's so much about it, but.
Well, I think it's great that you're gonna be looking to get some plans going for Station 4.
I don't know how we could not, frankly. I mean, it's just, it's funny, I was always trying to think about how I defend the alternate position. And if I came to y'all 6 months from now and, passing the torch to somebody else, say, yeah, here, new guy or new gal, this is what's going on. Oh, by the way, they condemned Station 4 last week, and we're trying to figure out how to move them to a yurt, and I haven't done anything to plan for that. We have the information, right? I talked at the very beginning about analysis. We've done that. We had the, and so, yeah, we need to keep moving forward. So I'll be providing you with information that aligns with that. Sir?
We've sort of not spoken about the maintenance facility. Vehicle maintenance, apparatus maintenance facility, and so on and so forth.
Oh yeah, at the fleet. So
Fleet maintenance.
yeah, the shop is not even big enough for them to stand up the
Right.
certain rigs.
To turn around.
Yeah, they can't even roll the cab on certain vehicles. One of the things that working with Lance, because God bless Lance, because it's nice to have his skill set, but is looking at what makes more sense. If we have a one person shop and we don't do any shared services, which I'm certainly not opposed to, but if we say that isn't anything that looks like it's going to occur between multiple different agencies down the road for, like out at the sewer treatment facility, having a larger shop and where our fire mechanic works in there with other mechanics. If something like that doesn't occur, then in my mind, based on Lance convincing me of this, is that having a maintenance vehicle, like you'll see working on heavy equipment along construction sites, that has a boom and everything, and where they have other, and so you can go to the stations and do the work, and has the ability to, pull a radiator, those things. Because where the stations, where those larger engines are, they can all roll their cabs there. And then he has some people there, even if the crew's just there to, help him for a minute. And then it prevents me from having to address the fact that that area is too small. Because I even just roughly went out and shot grade if we went and added 10 feet on the back of it. And I don't think I don't think you could get the approach and departure of the engines, because it would have to make that ramp so much more steep than it already is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you could do it. So that to me is like, I don't know. But we are looking at it, and it is an issue, and thank you for asking me about it, because Mike's doing a wonderful job. Lance is doing an awesome job in helping us, become more strategic with that. But at the end of the day, there's certain physical limitations to where we have them working that are certainly a problem.
How did George do it?
Well, the engines have gotten bigger. I mean, that's one of the things, and honestly, I think we expect more out of Mike as far as turnaround times and everything, because we've gotten busier, and so and we have less reserve apparatus than we had before. So, a couple of different things have combined to make it where he's got to turn things quicker.
With George here, there was 2 people.
Well, yeah, when they were both here, absolutely.
And
Yep.
since he's left, we've cut that workforce down 50%.
Yep.
So there's just one,
And if
Which-
Mike gets a rotator cuff, has to go to the hospital and get it.
or just a vacation.
Well, you're
day,
absolutely right.
You know,
Yeah, our vacation day, and he's frankly, he's been great about. So the other day, the engine, the new standard, and they made the standard for a good reason, is that not only is that eye for the engine door supposed to be at the bottom, but there's also supposed to be one up 50% of the way up for the body of the truck. They got called to a call in the middle of the night, and then they got called to stage. And so they're sitting there staging with the door open. The ambulance reached up to press their button and had the ability to press the other button as well. And the door didn't recognize it, even though the engine was sitting in the door, because the beam went behind the rear door, that it went down onto the engine. It could have been really bad, because if they could have ripped the whole light bar off and everything when they went out. But Mike came out that night, had the engine back in service, had the door fixed at 4:30 in the morning whenever this call went out. And we've since identified that we do not want the ambulance to be able to press the wrong button on their controller in the middle of the night. And so there was the root problem. But and that's just common for Mike. That's just what he does. But yeah, if Mike hurts his shoulder, Mike's out of town, Mike all of a sudden, whatever, something else in his life makes him where he's not available all that time. There's not a lot of there's not the depth there for us to have the same level of preparedness we have right now with any of those other conditions existing. Yeah, we're highly dependent on him.
What about a plan B with a 1099? employee.
Well, you could, but the credentialing for fire mechanics is quite a bit different than anybody else. And some of the things we have done, like we push out on the light vehicle lubes, we go take the lube and oil, we take it down here to the lube and oil place. And so there are certain ways, and you could gain some efficiency there. But if he wasn't there, and then all of a sudden, pump packing and all the things specific to a fire apparatus, especially when there's consequence and liability for us if it doesn't work at that time, not to mention increased exposure to our employees, it makes it kind of tough. But we'd certainly be looking at every option if it came to that, though, because we'd be in a pinch.
All right. Does that wrap up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next one here on this agenda is the firefighting equipment, NFPA.
I went out of order. Would you mind if we went to telecommunications
No,
next?
go ahead. That's the one right after that.
Okay.
Now that you
Apparently
got it
I
up.
didn't do those in the right direction.
Oh, here it is, right.
Number
So-
6.
As a quick overview, so there's 3 people in telecom. We have Bob, Rich, and Jeremy, and they handle all the IT, the radios, electronic system, software installation, and they're essential to our mission. Fundamentally, is what the bottom part there says. Some of the different things that they're responsible for are two-way radio system, from towers to the equipment in there to interfacing with Cottonwood Dispatch, to making sure we have mobiles, making sure that we have the portables, making sure that when there's a change in frequencies that they all get the same frequencies, which when you have a bunch of different kinds of radios like we do is not as easy as it would be if you had one type of radio when you build one code plan, if you will, for all the frequencies, and you go around. But now we're not like that. We have like 5 different kinds of radios, so they different plugs, different software. Some of it only works back in Windows 7. Some of it they haven't made it for Windows 10. So, all that stuff kind of combines to make it where they spend a lot of time in a reactionary mode and dealing with maintenance. Some of the other stuff that's really key to our system that I absolutely do not understand is like the microwave data, the criticality of small little things, just like a little bit of moisture inside of I don't know what you call it, a microwave wire. It's not really a wire, but, and then how that different stuff all works together. So a lot of different moving parts. I'm not going to read that slide, but I'm going to tell you like the 3 key points to this, that when Bob provided me this information, is that they maintain 52 servers for everything we do, and that they have there's 16 tower locations. That was the other one, and that there's 24 microwave links. So we think of all those different pieces, and that just kind of I've asked him to help to build a map, because I want to see that spatially. I think that would be really cool to be able to relate to, and as we're talking about things, especially the public, show them how big this is. So that's good for the firefighters, remember, I think, is that you press that button, something good happens, but there's a lot of stuff happens to make that something good happen. And so when it doesn't happen, and all of a sudden we just tell them, yeah, the radio channel 3 sucks today, which is usually what you hear. Where did it? What was going on? What was the time of day? What else? Because there's so many pieces of this that they need to troubleshoot. And it's gotten better, I think, and actually one of the ongoing projects right now is that there's a joint between operations and telecommunications between Rich and Brian Ford, one of the captains of Station 6, taking the lead on it, to look at 2 different alternatives for our new mobile radios, our portable radios, because the current ones we have are no longer supported and they're end of life. And so they're gathering information from what Rich says is best from the technical standpoint to what firefighters in the field are saying is the best as far as usability, ability to change channels with gloves on, all that kind of stuff, and coming together. And I just think collaborating on those projects also just helps them to also have a shared understanding of what each other's concerns are and what the impacts are. So far that's been going well. So there's a lot of major projects up in here, and I think this. One of the things that I also wanted to share with you is that when we chose to go to, because there's a lot of this stuff that ties into this, and I have to remind myself of this. When we chose to go to Cottonwood Dispatch Center, Pinewood was an agency that we used to dispatch for when we had the dispatch center. And so say now Pinewood's going away, Didn't seem like a big deal to me. But one thing Pinewood had was a frequency that was grandfathered in at 100 watts. I think it was 100 watts. It was 3 times what our current maximum that we can get is. And so when they left, they took that frequency with them. And the the FCC does not issue licenses for frequencies at that power anymore because they're trying their propagation stuff, trying not to interfere with other people, all that. So just by that one event, we reduced our coverage in some of those marginal areas because we lost that much transmitting power. So as we're looking at these things, especially with telecom, there's so many things that I want them to be more forward leaning on, but I also try to kind of weigh that against the fact that there's a lot of stuff that they're doing that is based on situations that were created outside of their control, and trying to merge those together to have best practice of becoming more proactive and less reactive, but at the same time recognizing that at the end of the day, I gave Bob 3 priorities. Number 1, the radios work. Number 2, the alerting goes off. And number 3 is everything else. But you got to take care of number 1 and number 2. If you don't ever get to number 2, but the radio works, then the radio's got to work.
Yeah, we're good.
And so, again, you guys can look at the long list if you want to talk about each one of them. But this is the other thing, because I think this kind of helps quantify it, is right now, they spend about 10 or 15% of the time on their projects, and that they're spending 80 to 90% of the time on maintenance needs, 85 to 90% of the time on maintenance needs. So I actually got an email while we're here because I reached out with Marie to Motorola to look at, is there any ways that we could countywide look at a better system that we may be able to secure, that would be more apt to receive grant funding for, that we could get someone to install, and everything where we all of a sudden we're on the same page. And I got a call back from their senior somebody from one of the largest radio company that does that, and said they'd like to set up a meeting. So, hopefully if we can do this and we can incorporate law enforcement, especially get the sheriffs on board, find things to build capacity there, maybe something like that ends up being our fix, and then get a system where have to spend less time on maintenance, so then they can also advance those other projects a lot more.
So would that be more of a shared service type of thing with the entire valley? Is that what you're saying?
It would be if Jason's pipe dream works out, it would be all of Yavapai County.
Oh, county.
So then the sheriff had improved their radio systems, everything else, and some of the alternatives that were talked about was a special taxing district that did nothing but, hey, here's a half cent that goes to fix it to a joint public safety radio network and building that infrastructure up. But one of the things I felt like we had to look at something from a different perspective than we had before, because just fixing our ring and then asking people to keep doing it, it's not working, because they're spending so much time doing that other stuff is falling off the plate, even though they're doing it in the priority order I asked them to.
Question?
Sir?
With regard to, just looked it up, AT&T's FirstNet build?
Yeah. So FirstNet, it's cool. But and FirstNet, there's some numbers that they have as far as the amount of coverage that they're supposed to have within 5 years as their build out. But frankly, right now, if it's not on a Verizon system, which FirstNet is an AT&T system, it doesn't work here. I've been at a couple different presentations from FirstNet, and they're talking about it. But rightfully so, they're focusing on the more urban areas, because then they can say they've got, they're covering 10,000 first responders with the same amount of work that it would take to cover 1,000 first responders in northern Arizona. And I'm not clear with how things are working on the reservations where that AT&T, where it's like Cellular One and some of those other smaller providers were the carriers that were up there. But I want to say it's 95%. It's a high number that they're supposed to have in 5 years. I can get you some more information on that, because I don't want to misspeak. But
I have a good friend, what have you, formerly LA City, now working on that project. His area is Utah.
yeah,
And in
that's
those
that's a
areas-
tough area.
And he offered to come here and sit down and talk with anybody if they asked him.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, if you want to give me his phone number, because I've talked to 2 other people from there, but they're salespeople. I'd like to talk to somebody that,
He's a techie radio
Mhm.
chief.
Yeah.
And anyway, so I'll email his contact information.
because the idea around FirstNet sounds good. I mean, having us have our own dedicated network for emergency responders. I mean, that'd be awesome. Have that in a good radio system. I don't need anything else.
Life is good.
Yeah, that's good. And there's certain tower work stuff that's done by vendors that helps with this, but at the end of the day, they're down one person of the full-time equivalent. There's a vacancy. And his unicorn thing keeps popping in my mind, but I want a person that had multiple different skill sets that we had a very difficult time through the outreach to find anybody like over a significant amount of time that aligned with those different skill sets. So right now, that's on hold until we go with HR and we go through do those job analysis, find out what what that looks like as far as how we can best move things forward. And it's tough in that world. There's just not that many radio people out here, and part of that too is do the internal and external pay equity study and make sure that we're offering. If we're offering somebody entry level wages, but we're expecting them to be a journeyman when they get here, and we wonder why nobody's showing up. So there's quite a few different pieces of that we're in the process of looking through. Let's see. So
That's the next
that was
one.
the end of telecom.
Right, that's the next one. So
Yes, sir.
this one here has to do with equipment, facility care, general maintenance.
Yes. So, I guess I probably should have said this at the beginning, but so Jordan Baker is taking over Wildland, has taken over Wildland Special Operations for me. Buzz Lukowski is in charge of facilities, and Dave Cochran has logistics, and I'm still not sure why we did this way, and facilities, everything that's not attached to the rig. So as Dave said, that second point down there, if it's something that you'd move and take with you, then Dave takes care of that. If it's something that would stay at the house if you moved, then that's Buzz's part. So I guess that distinction is pretty clear. That's better than any way I've thought of it on my own. So, and then also all the logistics part being the firefighting equipment. So if you need mops at the station, if admin's out of toilet paper, that's a Dave thing. If the toilet that the toilet paper is going to go into is broken, then that would be a Buzz thing. So this is when we're looking at Dave, some of the different projects he has. He has to get a little bookish at times because those are all the different NFPA standards that he needs to make sure that he's working forward. Working on stuff that he addresses. The occupational safety, that's turnout stuff. The next one's about standards for breathing air quality. Sends off samples periodically, as you'll know, but to have the breathing air sampled, because it'd be a really bad day if all of a sudden you're in an ideal H environment stands for immediately dangerous to life and health, but in an environment that if you took your mask off you would die, and then all of a sudden your air is not good that you're breathing in your mask. So we make sure that that's taken care of. SCBA's another standard to cover that. Cylinders, they've actually had cylinders that have blown up because now we have these lighter cylinders that are made out of spun carbon fiber and other resins. And we air them up twice as much as we used to. So we stopped making them out of metal and we air them up twice as much. So you want to make sure that there's no damage in there that affects their structural integrity, because it would probably be fatal if it did blow up on your back. And then the ground and aerial ladder testing. I'll try to remember to just send y'all an email next time. And I know Gene, Dave, you guys have seen this before, but the rest of you like to come in with a test on the ground ladders, because
Flux.
yeah, the amount of weight they put and watch the flex and stuff. And ladders fail every year because the ladders are designed to take a person and a rescuer and to be put into difficult situations, so they're tested accordingly. And you would never want to do this with your ladder at home, what they do, because it would blow up. But it's pretty neat to watch. Or maybe I'll just take a video and send it to you guys, because that'd probably be more fun.
When they were trying to figure out which ladder truck to purchase,
Mhm.
they threw me up in the bucket with two firefighters, just to scare me, I'm sure. Went the whole 100 feet, and yeah, when you're up there, it just kind of, so you never know if it's going to fail, it's going to come back down.
Yeah, so you want to,
Really
fix
it, regulate it, whatever.
you don't get to get in the bucket ever again while I'm here, at least. But that's just a bad idea. But
I thought it was funny.
I
which is
know.
fine.
But you're right. You do want to have faith in that piece of equipment, right? Because when you're at 100 feet at the end of that and you have it stuck away, you want to know that it's passed its tests. And that's part of Dave's job, is to make sure all that stuff's done. And again, remember, these guys are battalion chiefs too, so I got to cut them some slack because they like have other stuff, I guess. They tell me that to do. So as far as the planned projects, a couple of these big projects that I'll talk about, and as you see, and Dave provided most of the content. He provided all the content, frankly, for this, and Buzz provided all the content for his too. I just went through, kind of changed it so I could speak intelligently to it. But you see a lot of stuff about over multiple years and 6 to 8 years, and we were talking about before. And I said you'd see it in Dave's, or you see it in the logistics, and you do. So, battery technology. Now the Hearst, everyone's going away from using hydraulics because now there's battery ones that are powerful enough to provide the same level of cutting force and of compression that the other ones did, but you can more quickly give them to the patient. They're lighter, and so you look at those, but they're $35,000 a truck is what retail is. And so now they're looking at different ways to get those and now there's, and it's like buying a computer and then getting new software a couple years later for the newest program. And then all of a sudden you're like, well, crap, my computer doesn't work good anymore. It's like that. So you buy new jaws because now these jaws are stronger, better. And next thing you know, they put boron rods through the middle of dashes. And your super cool things that worked before now blow up and send shrapnel everywhere if you try to cut through a boron rod. So now the new super cool thing is made out of boron resistant titanium or whatever, and it keeps going like that, and they're expensive. And the next thing is the supply hose. So and this happened with the HVAC units here too. We bought them all at the same time because there was a big problem, and now all of a sudden they're coming end of life. Same thing with our hose. We bought a whole bunch when we transitioned over to LDH. 20 years later now, and Dave's working to get all this stuff into a budget. And he's doing a really good job about spreading that out over time. But when Gabe and I were talking the other day, and he's all, hey, there's only 21 in this and 4 in this, and Dave needs 32 to buy the hose. I said, how much did he ask for? He's all, 35. I said, well, then let's buy the hose. We have to move something else around in the capital budget. But if, the hoses, we got to have the hose. And so.
Kind of important.
Yeah. And then the turnouts. So, following the new standards, following the cancer preventative stuff. Dave's been working on getting everybody the right amount of turnouts within the age that they're spec'd. And the only thing about NFPA is NFPA, all the standards, they have a heavy vendor influence. So I'm not implying that the amount of time, the frequency that we have to replace turnouts is, absolutely 100% perfect, and that there's no bias in there from the vendors that make turnouts. But it is the standard that we're held accountable to, and they've done a very good job of injecting themselves in that. Not to say that they're doing anything wrong, but it makes me wonder sometimes. And part of that is that how often we have to turn over our turnouts. And so, we comply with the standard. And then the airbags, the replacement of the airbags, the rescue airbags. So if you haven't seen them, they're flat at first, and then they'll air up their super ruggedized pillow bags. And then, I think this was, and I didn't, if I'm a little button here. That doesn't work on that screen anyways. But at the bottom there, Dave said, I'll read this because I think it's really important. He said, where no single bulk purchaser will realize a significant price reduction outside of what we already realized through our existing competitive bid processes, BC Cochrane is working to spread these large purchases over multiple years. So I appreciated him including that, because that right there just showed me that that's his intent. Now, if I can save a bunch of money, Jason, if I bought all the hose this year, then let's see how we can move that around if there's a way to make it work. But outside of that, trying to smooth that out over time as we reach end of life on these different things and then stagger them, I think is good practice. So SCBAs get their own page because they're super expensive, and we're to the point where we're going to have to buy new ones pretty soon. So outside of a fire truck in the logistics budget, that's the most expensive thing, probably is those air packs. Right now, they're talking about $10,000 to $12,000 a pack-ish is what they're going. They have integrated Bluetooth, and there's near-range Bluetooth technology that works, and some agencies say it's great, some agencies say it's not. We're trying to figure out, whether we want to go that route or not. But communications inside your, always, I think. I don't think it matters whether the radio is right here or this new headset system stuff we have is always a challenge when you're on air. And so looking at ways that we can if that really does improve it. And then also that ties back into the other radio part, make sure our radios are adaptable to whatever system we choose to go through, and that it's not going to increase our maintenance costs over time that make it prohibitive. So that's all the different stuff that's coming out. And so, I said, Dave gave me two options. He said option one is upgrade or trade them in while they still have some limited value, or two is run them to end of life, and they require more maintenance and the latest technology to keep our firefighters safe. And his preferred was option number one at the 10-year mark, which would be the 2021 budget. So, I will be providing you more information on that as we look closer into it, especially as far as emerging technology goes. And one of the things that, and I don't know how we quantify this yet, but is if the current technology, it's like buying a truck. If you buy a truck on the first year of a new engine, I'm the kind of guy that always wants to buy a truck 2 or 3 years after a new engine comes out. But at the same time, if you can never get on the merry-go-round and the price is already going up steeper than, and you buy something right now and for the next 15 years it's going to be good, and it's cheaper than if you buy it 3 years from now based on historically what's occurred, then I will come to you with both of those, hopefully, information on both those different ideas as we start looking at how to do that moving forward.
Well, because it's almost like beta testing.
Right.
And
Yeah.
And it's not worth it, I don't think.
Yeah, and it is. That's the trade-off. Right? I mean, I'd just soon, hey, this is proven. I wish Ford still had the 7.2 diesels, but at the same time, when do we get on the merry-go-round?
Yeah.
I don't know. Within the NFPA standard that says how long we have, right? That's our hard stop. All right.
Does NFPA standard have, the NFPA have a standard for useful life for SCBA's?
I don't know. I don't know. Jeff nodding. I thought he would know. Jeff nodding his head. Is it 15 years?
Yeah, how frequently you update, that starts at 10 years, and then you have to update it to compliance.
Oh, okay.
You can get two cycles out of compliance, I think.
There you go. Thank you, guest in the audience. Appreciate that.
Okay, this leads us into our last topic under the presentation. Then we have two more after this, but they're quick ones. Has to do with accreditation.
Okay. So, what is accreditation? I figured out we should probably start there because it's saying accreditation isn't very, I don't know, to me it's not a very intuitive statement. So what the CFAI says it is it's an all-hazard quality improvement model based on risk analysis and self-assessment that promotes the establishment of a community-adopted performance targets for fire and emergency services. Basically what it is it allows us to establish benchmarks based on what our missions are, based on what the needs from the community are, and then measure ourselves against those, and invites us to bring other people in there to say, hey, you know what, are we really doing this? Or, are we reading our own press too much and think we're great, or are we doing a good job? And it creates a framework to be able to do that and requires you to validate that to external evaluators.
Who does the accreditation analysis?
So there's teams under this that come out, and they'll actually come do site visits. And then when you go present at the last time, you can watch it on TV. You can pipe into that. But when people go in there and present on all their stuff, but yeah. So it's like Chief Pichura, who's the one that got us into this mess. I think it's a good idea. It's just a lot of work. But he is on the board. He is one of the people that goes out and does those accreditations. Those people with significant SME experience in different fields, and they go out and visit those people. But at the end of the day, I mean, you can say you can benchmark onto whatever standards you want, but they're going to hold you accountable to say you met it. So it's like, if I was, actually, that's a bad example. I can't think of a good example. But if you say don't speed ever, and then somebody says, well, then let me plug into your truck right here, and I have this GPS thing that'll tell me what the speed limit was and how fast you were going in every place you were. Well, I don't know if I want you to do that, but you said you never speed. We're a great fire department. We always have great response times. Do you? Well, let me look at your last 5 years of data, because that's what they look at. I don't know, but you know what? You have great response times 95% of the time. You meet that 90th percentile of what you established 95% of the time, so we're good with you. And then you can also say that. And then now all of a sudden you're benchmarking your performance against that. So yeah, I think it's cool, but it's daunting. It is a daunting task. And so it is evaluation of everything, all of our processes, and I think that's pretty much the first bullet point says there, and policies, and that whole policies position is, too, is if I say, well, you know, if they said, what are people supposed to do? What was the one that just came up the other day? Oh, whistleblower. When I was talking to the auditor, they said, hey, you know, what do you guys think about whistleblowers? Should they be protected? Well, yeah, if somebody's doing something for the right reasons, and you know, we're stewards of public trust and of public money, we should be held to a high trust standard. If there's somebody sees us wrong, they should be protected to come forward and say it. And then if you brought that up during one of these things, then the next thing would be, well, show me your whistleblower policy. Oh, I don't know if we have a whistleblower policy. Oh, okay. So you're just saying what you think I want to hear. And they do that for every single thing, back and forth against policy. So when we're working on this Lexipol thing, trying to get that propelled forward more, that's one of those big first steps, is getting all those policies in place, getting them written in the same vernacular and everything, so you can compare them. And so, and then when they ask, they say, oh yeah, sure, that's 3.2.1, whistleblower. 3 is all HR, 2 is, you know, employee relations, .1 is whistleblower protection, and then you're okay, but you got to get all the work done. And it's continuous improvement. So once we get the data and we benchmark ourselves, we say, it's not like, okay, we have arrived, we are the best fire department we will ever be. It's that this is where we are right now. We've proven this is where we are right now, and this is where we want to go. Yeah, I can say like it's getting on the scale. If you want to say, I need to lose a few pounds maybe, and then you rationalize, maybe not a few pounds, maybe I just walk more, maybe these pants just washed them too hot. And then you get on the scale every day, and you know, right? So this is putting your fire department on the scale, and you're sitting and saying, yep, I'm 230 now, and then a year from now, or 2 years from now, or 5 years from now, and you get reaccredited, you get on the scale again. Oh yeah, I'm 240. I guess it wasn't just the washing my pants in hot water. All right, so you know, this is the philosophy part of it, which I think is what really makes it so cool, is that bottom one. It says the outcome of the process is a strategic shift of the organization from reactionary to proactive. So once there's a bunch of mountain of work to get done on the front end, but then once you do that, then you have that eyes forward look. It makes you push your planning horizon out further, and to me that is the biggest, most important part about it.
Ultimately, what does it do for us? What does it do for the community?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think what it does for the community is it improves the quality of our fire service, because by assessing ourselves and benchmarking against certain criteria, we identify weaknesses that we never would have seen before until we started doing those critical assessments. And so that is what it gives the fire. Is it like an ISO rating or anything like that? No.
No?
It doesn't. I mean, there's talk about that. I don't know that it's ever occurred, but there was talk about that because it is certainly a much more holistic look than that. As an agency, in addition to being a lot of work, and you could find, I bet I could find, 3 or 4 departments of our size with fire chiefs where they could either come here and argue that it's a good idea or a bad idea, because of the amount of effort that you got to put into it. Yes, sir.
Is there a public relations benefit to accreditation that gives people a sense of comfort that this rural community is up to snuff with the big cities when it comes to services?
I think there is, Al. I think that especially if you sit there and say that, hey, this many fire departments have achieved accreditation, this is what it takes to do that. If nothing else, just by explaining the process, there's a credibility bump for us, because if we're saying suppose somebody wanted to come in and say that, you guys aren't very good at all, you're this, you're that, and you say, well, no, I think we are. Maybe we're not the best, but we are pretty good, and we've had external evaluators come in here and assess the services that we provide, and they told us we were pretty good. Why do you think we're not? What do we need to look at? And so it gives you that. It benchmarks you against an external third party, which is, I shouldn't say always better, but in my mind is almost always better than developing your own criteria to measure yourself by and then just saying I've met it. Because then that other person could do the same thing, develop their own criteria to measure you by and say you haven't met it.
More of an unbiased.
Yeah.
I do think there is an expectation that the services provided is the best possible, forgetting where we are.
Yeah. And you know what?
There is that expectation, I think.
Well,
And frankly, I'm okay with that. And explain and say, you know, yep, I understand that you want the best possible, and here's the reason why what we're giving you is the best we can right now.
And I think they're willing to pay for it if they
Yeah,
get the best.
well, yeah. So, but by going through the process, you expose your dirty underbelly, you know, but that's okay. I mean, for me, it's okay, because that's how you build trust and credit, is you're honest about your shortcomings, and through that process, that's how you improve. So
It might very well be, with shortcomings, that an improvement of shortcomings, it costs money.
yep.
And when if the public, if they knew that we were working toward their benefit, what have you, more likely that they would see the benefit of paying for it. Fire service ain't cheap.
No, and I can appreciate your point, because if somebody, you know, if I go to the dentist and he says, hey, here's where you're at right now, I can give you a root canal, it's going to cost you this much, you won't have to come back here again, or I can give you pain pills for the next 6 months, and then you have to deal with this later, and you're not going to get any better, you know. At least you know the trade-offs. The root canal is going to be a lot more expensive, but you're going to be good to go for a lot longer. And you can, you know, that was a terrible example. I'm not good at analogies.
No, it's a good analogy. It was really
Yeah,
good analogy.
so,
I like the hot water in the pants thing, but,
yeah.
Well, I don't kiss ass.
okay.
Sorry.
Pretty much, oh, you're still going.
All right. So, you know, we talked about this. Major part of it is breaking down and refining and defining each segment of the organization, aligning current practices and current service expectations and associated procedures and policy. So part of the way that, you know, I'll give you a little teaser, if you will, that there's a program that I'm looking at right now that would allow us to integrate all of our data sources and provide near real-time feedback to you guys, to all of us. It would allow you to see, to everyone to be able to see where their, like, the out-the-door times are, where the alarm call processing times are, everything relative to 90th percentile. You could sit there and see, hey, you know what, station ambulance 511 has ran 1,031 calls. Their total contact time, their total committed time is this relative to this other station or this other station. You know, should we have, you know, if we're going to stand up another ambulance, I should say, you know, if we're going to stand up another ambulance, where should we stand up that ambulance? And it would take it out of the intuitive and put it back to y'all. If we decide that, all right, our initial benchmark is going to be turnout times, out the door times of 2 minutes and 30 seconds or less, it can create an exemption report that goes to the captain for them to fill out if their turnout time exceeds that, and then they have to send it back in. So it makes them aware of the fact that they exceeded 2 minutes 30 seconds. Because I can tell you from initial work about just getting numbers out in front of the crews, that's all it took, was getting them that feedback loop where they could see that stuff. And so the more we get that feedback loop going, not only will it help with accreditation, actually it's critical to accreditation, but it will also help with, in that time between now and when we get to the point where we say we've achieved accreditation, it will help to improve service, because we'll continue to see measurable changes. It's expensive, and I'm not sure we'll integrate with all of our different data sources, so I'm continuing to look at it, but I'm excited about the opportunity because there's some rather large agencies that have used it to good effect. So huge agencies, actually. So that common terminology part, benchmarking, everything, that's an important part of it. And we talked about this, the independent verification and associated validation of the internal processes. So if we think don't worry, I think that's a great process. Somebody else comes in, who thought of that process? Oh, that was me. You know, so it'll kind of gut check us on all those. That's super hard to read, but basically the process, and I'll just tell you the big points. First is this agency self-assessment, and we create this community risk standards of cover. That's what we say we want to do in different areas. Measure ourselves against those standards of cover, and then this pre-review is basically we do our dry run, get all the information out in front of them, and then the agency comes back, then they review us, and then they continue to review us periodically. So it's not we have arrived, but it's once we get there, then we know that we need to continue to improve towards another goal. So you know, whether you call it continuous process improvement, there's a bunch of different management theories that kind of lie behind this, but the idea is to measure what's important, improve what's important, and continue to reassess what's important. And that GWizzy thing I was telling you about has a module. It's called FOAM, but it's that specifically is dedicated to measuring all the slices, they call it, but the different benchmarks that we need for accreditation, so we can start doing that soon. Up there.
Nice.
Is that a copyrighted photo?
TM, Jason Coyle, yeah. I'll give you a copy though, Gene.
Trademark.
Yeah, all those folks contributed, and I'll be happy to answer any questions the board may have. I know it's late in the day.
Looking forward to seeing as we progress through this accreditation process, the amount of time it's going to take, the resources allocated for it. So,
Yeah,
Look
yeah.
forward.
But I keep going back to that analysis part, and in my mind, it's a big win if we figure out a way to do a better job of turning over that data. I cringe every month when we give you the board reports, and I know Carrie, bless her heart, but she's got to sit there and revamp those numbers. She's typing all that stuff in by hand, and there's a keystroke error when I don't give her the numbers in time, or there's missing reports, so we can't get the numbers into fire stats the way we do it right now, and so in time to process, and then like at the last board meeting, y'all didn't have any numbers, and there's just so many ways for it to go awry, but yet that's so critical. And I think we can do better, and I think we should do better. So I will continue to research that, and hopefully I'll have some bright ideas later on.
okay, well, good. Well, Chief, thank you for all the presentations and your staff for putting all this stuff together, and our vendors with finance, legal, so on and so forth. Great job done by all.
Yeah, I got to say my part was pretty small compared to everybody else's. I mean, I had to cut and paste a lot of stuff together, but there was a lot of work that went on. So thank you for that. I'll pass it on.
Thank you. Last two items on the agenda should be pretty quick. First one up is the discussion of the Sedona Fire District Fire Board Handbook. Any questions? We've received this about a year, well, in March will be about a year that we've had it. I've referred to it one or two times, but I've read through it. Is it August that it's up for revision, renewal, updates? Okay, so as we get closer to the August date, we'll probably start seeing it on the agenda so that we can have plenty of lead-in time to review it a little bit closer, and then make whatever update suggestions that we want to it. So unless you have any other questions about the handbook,
I would ask you, Mr. Chairman, if when would those suggestions and so on, should it be turned in prior to that August date?
yeah, I think working with staff, we may have it several months ahead of time so that we have plenty of lead time into
So
it.
they're not going to get impacted with a bunch of stuff.
Right, after seeing all the workload that there is. So I would take it upon yourself to, if you have a few, moments of time from periodically to just rifle through it, go through it and highlight it, so, okay. Any other questions on that or
There's
points?
just one more thing, and it's for staff and what have you. The Red Book. I think 2014 was the last time a Red Book was published. And it's a pretty good tool. I'm sorry?
It's online.
It's online. Okay. It would also be great to be on our computers as well. If you can download it to the computer.
Is it on there?
I think she already did it.
Okay, thank you.
MOUs, is MOU on there? Or that maybe, it's in this book? Okay.
The strategic plan should be on there.
It is.
Yeah, under documents on that,
Okay, got it.
so.
Sorry.
So between now and then, between now and that the time that Carrie's gonna say, hey, it's getting close to, revision time, we should be taking it upon ourselves, it'd behoove us to go through this and just start earmarking it for questions and updating.
Right.
That's not that I'm asking for a decision to do that, it's just a recommendation. Okay. Okay, good, thank you.
Last item on the agenda is discussion on expectations of the board meeting agenda and packet distribution to maintain consistency and timely distribution. This item came about as a result of attending the last conference, in that, in an attempt to maintain transparency, some districts place their packet to a certain degree on their websites, so that the community can see what is going to be discussed, other than just the agenda. They'll have the communications on there. They'll have non-critical things like executive meeting minutes will not be on there. Some financial reports in their totality will not be on there, but perhaps a summary, so that the community can review that and then be better informed when they come to a board meeting. As a result of that, we thought, well, let's talk about that if we want to do that. Now, for the month of January, staff did put it on the website, and you were able to review it, and I thought it looked pretty good. But I thought it was something that perhaps that we as a board should discuss and see if that is what we want
What
to do.
district was that that was?
I think Prescott, the chief from Prescott is the one that did the presentation, and he's the one that they do that over there now.
We made a big deal that it seemed to buy them credibility and,
Right.
I mean, what is there that's in the packet that you don't? want
What's the
public to
downside,
see?
right?
Well, what you don't want to see, obviously, is the executive meeting
course.
minutes, and some financials that perhaps we may not have them in yet, or we may not want them published in their totality, perhaps just a summary sheet type of thing, so that they can see in a snapshot where we're at.
So could we put that on the agenda perhaps for the
Is there any-
upcoming meeting?
If it's something that we want to
How
agendize,
How common is this among fire districts nationwide?
well, I can probably ask Gabe and Bill.
I wouldn't know about nationwide, but there's only a small
Yeah.
percentage in Arizona
I know.
put their entire board packet online.
Mhm.
Frankly, it's only it's a minority of
Yeah.
districts that actually have a complete board packet.
Period.
It's rare.
Yeah. So,
Required stuff online.
yeah, so it's something that we can think about. We can review the past month's packet that was on the website and see if that's what we want to continue in that direction, and then perhaps agendize it so that we can discuss it and then agree on that. That's what the direction we want to go. So obviously, in this forum here, we're not here to say, yeah, let's keep doing it.
Now, when it comes to the transmission, that's being recorded and then it's put online, is that what happens?
But that's all after the fact. That's,
Yeah, but for that to be real time, like City Hall, that's just a matter of investment, is that what that is?
Gabe, would you know, if, in order for the video portion of this meeting to be real time,
Video?
is that something that
Like City Hall does.
we
I
would,
have no idea.
we would have to find a way to finance that?
Yeah, for sure. I'm sure there's some technology upgrades to be able to do that.
I don't like
But there is a third-party company that they've hired that, because they'll have multiple cameras and somebody switches between the camera looking at the full city council or actually looking at the person
Speaking.
speaking, you know, that type of thing.
Is it necessary?
It's called transparency.
Yeah, no, I know, but you can hear, you have the audio, and I know a lot of things in audio are not really relayed. You go by body language and so forth, but, you know.
I think with the delayed type of taping, it allows things to be edited out, such as the recesses, such as some other interruptions that aren't planned for, that maybe you may want to be edited out.
Yeah, and it's
So-
not that delayed. It's not that delayed. I mean, it goes up, it goes up pretty quick.
Yeah, if you like, I can, you know what, I want to ask you if you like. I'll find out what some of the trade-offs are that exist between doing it real time and doing it the way we do it right now, and I'll provide y'all with that
You
information.
know, it's something that we should, again, once we agendize it, we can talk about it, but these are
kind of the issues that have been floating around that as a result of the conference, should we, shouldn't we, do we need to be to that degree, that transparent?
You're lucky you're going home with me.
Well,
I know I am.
There's rocks, 4-foot rock just hit the side of a van and the switchbacks. A
If
4-foot
I have
van.
any core mission, having gotten on this board, it's people coming to their own conclusions because they don't have the information. Now admittedly, some of the information is available if they look for it, but, I would like the information, I think, to be as easily obtained as possible so that, when you hear somebody speaking or professing something that's really not true, they can be called out on it because they did have the opportunity to get the truth, the facts, about anything. There were so many things I heard that weren't true during this campaign. I was surprised that people really were so, defiant when, presented with facts. And I just keep wondering, in the age of modern technology, are we using the tools that protect us from?
I don't know.
My
Well-
concern, you know, it's a lot of outlay of money and effort. I don't know that it's going to change people's minds who
I agree.
disagree with certain facts.
I agree with Corey.
So, I guess for the month of February, we can anticipate a packet being on the website, just based on past practice. And then, I don't know if is it too late yet to add something to the agenda for the,
No, I had to repost it anyways, so we can certainly add that on there.
is that something that we
Sorry.
want to add this early, or do you want to wait till the following month?
I'd like to hear from Bill, what have you. He said is there a very small number
Minority, yeah.
of districts that do this, and what's the pros and the cons?
Well, maybe the biggest con is the effort it takes to get it done on time. You know, you do that, now you've committed yourself. We'll have a complete board packet with recommended motions, with backup documentation, all by Wednesday. Very few districts meet that mark. They continue to build their packet right to the end.
Right.
And
No, that's true.
it will
Oh.
discourage you from adding anything to the packet, good and bad, I guess.
Right.
But it's, you know, now you've committed yourself, and if you add something, if you put it online Wednesday,
Right.
and your meeting's Monday, and Friday afternoon you add something that's controversial, you'll be accused of doing it on purpose.
Right.
So those kind of political issues come up from time to time. But I think mostly it's because it just takes huge effort to do those board packets well. You guys do it really well. I'm sure staff would tell you, it's an undertaking. So they're probably, this is just one more problem for them. Now let's get it all scanned in and online and make sure it's organized.
So then,
And now, of course, you'll be burdened with knowing everything in that board packet a little better than you did yesterday because everybody's reviewing it before you do it. And you better do your homework.
but I was wondering
Oh,
also,
that's a good point,
the
too.
24-hour requirement to post, what if there's a change within that 24-hour period and we're not meeting that requirement and we don't add it because of that, and that takes away from something that we really need to do?
No, the 24 hours is only the agenda, not the board packet.
Oh, okay,
You can cheat on that if you
Okay.
will. Problem is people will see it as cheating.
right.
And really all.
It sounds
all-
like a
the only real
liability
reason
all
it happens is because staff was asked at the last moment to get this into the agenda, or they were waiting for some financial information to get it into the packet. And
Right.
that came in late, and they went ahead and posted it because they needed to. Now they've added it on Friday, and some of the things you're hiding those numbers from.
Right.
And, you know,
Well-
that stuff is just people's fantasies for the most part.
That
But it-
seems
on
like a.
occasion it shows up.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty important point you're bringing up, because sometimes we get things, you know, Monday, we get the agenda usually by Thursday prior to a board meeting, but maybe there's some things that need to be added in, for
Happens
us
a
to be
lot.
able to, yeah, on Monday or sometimes even Tuesday morning, that we need, actually, and if we're limited because we've already posted it online, so that we can't get those things that we need to make an informed vote? That concerns me.
Somebody does have to take the time to police it.
Right.
As an example, I'll provide you a written opinion. That's attorney-client privilege. It cannot be disclosed. Somebody needs to know that and make that decision. These days, I tend to hold on to those and not give them to you in the board packet. I give them to you separately just for protection. So now you've got that going on, and then when does it get put in the packet, or do I deliver it to you independently? None of this really is an argument that you can't do it. I think it's just really be aware of what happens when you do it.
And you know, as you speak, I do agree that the logistics, the burden that you're adding to the system and the ability to actually have create a problem and probably almost eliminates the value of putting the packet online, if in fact it is opening you up for criticism. But
It will be that, you know, in your board packet, there's always a recommendation from the chief. This is the motion they recommend. People will read that as, oh, the deal is done. When in fact, what's really going on is the chief is trying to read your mind. It's not that he knows that's what's gonna happen. But just be prepared for that fallout. It's not a bad idea. Very few people do it, one, because it's a lot of work, and two, they can't get their act together soon enough to do it well. If you don't post it, it buys you a couple more days.
I suppose one person we ought to ask is Carrie, how much work is involved in doing that? Because I'm assuming you're the one that puts it together and puts it online.
Well, once the packet's complete, we only create, I create 2 packets. One is the staff version, so if there's confidential executive session minutes, it's not included in that. But I only create the packet one time, and then it gets sent out, blasted out to all you guys on your iPads, if you will. And then the staff version gets emailed out. I have to post the agenda on the website. And going on there and actually posting something on the website just takes a couple of minutes to actually do that piece of it. Adding it into the process, I mean, it could be forgotten. It depends on timing as well. Would it have to be posted prior to the meeting, or can it just be the complete packet after the meeting? Because after the meeting, I do have to make sure that all the signed papers are in there and all that records in the board packet, the paper one that I have to keep forever on file. So there's a lot of pieces to it, but
do we post the minutes?
Apparently it's not just easy.
Right. Well, we post regular meeting minutes, but we can't post executive minutes.
I understand.
Yeah. So I suppose then that it should be an agendized item
I agree.
to, as soon as possible, so that we can have that decision made officially for the record, whether to or not to move forward with that. So I guess, please add that to the agenda. I guess that's the one decision we can make.
I will have limited input from technology as far as how any of that stuff. If the conversation progresses beyond just that part of it and into doing stuff more near real time, I won't have a chance to be on Tuesday because Monday's a holiday. So
Okay.
if that's the agenda you're referring to, it being added to,
Whatever the next,
Yeah, whatever
Yeah.
technology is required.
okay, yeah, because it's Thursday. We'll be home by the time we'll have left by the time we get here, and then we are back next Tuesday, right? Yeah. So there'll be no day for them to have review into this except for Tuesday morning.
Maybe the following month.
so that'd be for March.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then why don't we put that, Chief, why don't we have that added to the agenda for March?
Then they'll have you some good information.
Then we'll be in a better position.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. With that said, it's been a long day. We've covered a lot of ground. Again, I thank everybody for participating in that, preparing for that. It was well received by the board and also to our guests from down south. Thanks for coming up. And this meeting is adjourned.